Preface of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gaunce. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Preface. This book is a companion volume to The Theory of the Theatre and Studies in Stagecraft, and should, if possible, be read in association with its predecessors in the series. We are living in the midst of a great period of the history of the drama, perhaps the very greatest that the world has ever seen, but the general theatre-going and play-reading public is only gradually developing a consciousness of this astounding fact. The reason is not difficult to define. In the evolution of any art, creation always precedes criticism, because criticism is merely an analysis of what has been created, and since the contemporary drama began to burgeon only 30 years ago, it is not surprising that contemporary criticism is only now beginning to interpret it. A few books by pioneers have been before the public for half a dozen or a dozen years to plead like lone voices in an almost empty auditorium for adequate appreciation of the modern drama. But it was not until very recently that a sturdy group of books has been prepared to sally forth, shoulder to shoulder, like an army with banners to conquer the credence of the public in the new era of great drama that is now contributing to a glory in the theatre of the world. Those of us who were in college from 15 to 20 years ago will remember that we were taught that there were 4 great periods in the history of the drama: the Greek period of Sophocles, the Spanish period of Calderon, the English period of Shakespeare, and the French period of Molière. We were led to regard the drama as an art that had been dead for several centuries. Our professors were still diffident of Ibsen, and they would have considered it a sacrilege against the dignity of scholarship to advise us to study the works of such untested dramatists as Hauptmann and Pinero and Brieux. In half a generation, this attitude toward the contemporary drama has been rendered obsolete. It is no longer considered necessary as a requirement for a baccalaureate diploma to read John Ford in preference of Maurice Maeterlinck. The most popular courses in our colleges today are courses in the contemporary drama, and the study has been taken up by every woman's club and literary circle in the land. So swift has been this new development that a large public, crying out for instruction, has outstripped the available supply of teachers. And for the present it has become the duty of everyone who knows this or that concerning the contemporary drama to write a book about it and pass his knowledge on, at second hand, to the many who are eager to receive it. It is comforting to note that this demand at last is being dealt with. So many books about the current drama are at present being issued in rapid succession from the press that in another year or two the most conservative of readers will no longer be permitted to plead ignorance as an excuse for failing to appreciate the artistic triumphs of the theatre today. But this new criticism of a new creation has not as yet attained its classic stage. Sophocles achieved his Aristotle, but our great contemporary drama still awaits a great dramatic critic. The task of criticism is more difficult today than it has ever been before. For one thing, the drama has become, for the first time, cosmopolitan. In interpreting the periods of Sophocles, Calderon, Shakespeare, and Molière, the critic could confine his attention in each instance to a single nationality. But worthy contributions to the contemporary drama have been made by nations so diverse as Scandinavia, Russia, Germany, Austria, France, Belgium, Holland, Hungary, Italy, Spain, England, and America. Aristotle could actually see and study at first hand all the plays that were existent in his world, but on the same terms, no modern critic could possibly evaluate the best dramatic productions of the last 30 years. For another thing, the creations of the contemporary period have been more diverse in content, in purpose, and in method than the creations of any of the other great periods that have been enumerated. The Elizabethan period endured for half a century, from 1590 to 1640, let us say, but all the plays presented in this period display a family resemblance to each other. The difference between Shakespeare and Webster and Fletcher and the rest, to quote a phrase from the diary of Philip Henslowe, is a difference merely of degree and not at all of kind. Similarly, to take another period, the art of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides was the same art in principle and method. Such periods can be summed up easily by a critic who, like Aristotle, is endowed with eyes to see. But it is much more difficult to interpret a brief period of 30 years that discloses such diverse products as The Weavers, Chanticleer, The Thunderbolt, The Bluebird, Hindle Wakes, The Dream Play, The Red Robe, The Cherry Orchard, and Sumaroon. All of these are great works, but they show no relation to each other that is immediately recognizable. They differ not merely in degree, but also in kind, and the critic who endeavors to interpret all of them must induce a separate set of principles for each. For still another thing, a development of the drama in recent years toward naturalism has been accompanied by a simultaneous development of the theater toward fantastical romance, so that the contemporary critic is required to deal synchronously with such utterly different undertakings as those of Elizabeth Baker and Gordon Craig, or as those of the Granville Barker who wrote The Madras House, and the Granville Barker who produced The Man Who Married a Dumb Wife. Criticism of so chaotic and diverse a period must necessarily appear, for the present at least, chaotic and diverse. The same standard that is used in judging Marlowe may be used in judging Shirley, but it would manifestly be unfair to apply the same standard in judging Hedda Gabler and Cyrano de Bergerac. It should be, I think, apparent to any reasonable mind that the time has not yet come for coherent and complete and final criticism of that superb and varied effervescence of the drama, in the very midst of which we dwell. The most that can be accomplished by dramatic critics at the present time is to interpret various trends and tendencies in and for themselves. Some future critic, looking back from a distance of a century or more, may be able to include Shaw and Synge and Sundermann and Maeterlinck in a single stroke of the eye, but for the present it seems wiser to approach these masters separately, in different moods and with different standards of appreciation. Bria and Reinhardt, Stanley Houghton and Gordon Craig, D'Annunzio and Pinero should be treated as the subjects of different studies in stagecraft. For this reason, a multiplication of critical studies of the contemporary drama is greatly to be desired. Each commentator should contrive to teach us something worthy of remembrance regarding that particular phase of the vast, kaleidoscopic spectacle which has chiefly attracted his attention. But no single critic under these conditions can be readily accepted as a final and complete authority on every aspect of so multifarious a phenomenon as the contemporary drama. The present volume, which is to be regarded as a sort of suffix to the theory of the theatre and studies in stagecraft, is intended merely as a minor contribution to an instant need. In this book, the kaleidoscopic field of the contemporary drama is considered from various points of view: that of the critic, the dramatist, the stage director, the scenic artist, the manager, and the theatre-going public. Most of the studies included in this volume have appeared in earlier versions in various magazines: The Bookman, Vogue, Good Housekeeping, and The Theatre. To the proprietors of these publications I am indebted for the privilege of quoting from my contributions to their pages. It is scarcely necessary to state that these studies have been revised and rearranged, and, in many passages, entirely rewritten. In the process of preparing the present volume for the press, I have encountered certain passages of repetition which I have decided not to delete, because of the advisability of adding emphasis to an important point by iteration, and I have encountered a few other passages which seem, at first sight, to contradict each other. But in every instance of apparent contradiction, I have discovered that what I have said on the one side and the other is equally true, according to the point of view. I have decided, therefore, not to strive for that foolish consistency which is the hobgoblin of little minds. What I have desired is, rather, to maintain the free play of an unprejudiced, receptive mind over the entire panorama of the contemporary stage. C.H., New York City, 1917. End of Preface.
Chapter 1 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrea Weinman. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Chapter 1. Contrast in the Drama. In this time of the tottering of definitions, it is desirable that the dramatic critic, in the interest of future playwrights, should seek some certain element of narrative that may be accepted as essential to success upon the stage. In view of the fact that several of the younger realistic writers of Great Britain have successfully evaded the famous assertion of the late Ferdinand Brunetière that the essential element of drama is a struggle between human wills, it appears to be necessary to agree with Mr. William Archer that the Brunetière formula can no longer be accepted as a definition of the drama. The potency of this attack upon a theory which for 20 years has been regarded as an axiom must not be overestimated. Not even the author of The Great Adventure, from which any positive assertion of the human will has been carefully excluded, would deny that the narrative pattern praised in unexceptionable terms by Brunetière is the one pattern which is most likely to interest an audience assembled in a theater, or at least 9/10 of all the acknowledged masterpieces of the drama, both in the past and in the present, will be found upon examination to incorporate some conflict between human wills. Exceptions, according to the Latin proverb, test a rule, but they do not necessarily prove that, as a rule, it has lost its validity. In shifting our critical position, we are merely admitting that the element of conflict is not essential to the drama. It is far from our intention to suggest that, in the vast majority of cases, this element is not desirable. But even to admit that an element which was formerly considered as essential can now be regarded only as advantageous is to feel ourselves somewhat in the position of mariners whose ship has sunk beneath them. This position is pertinently indicated by the familiar phrase, "at sea." It is always disconcerting to renounce a seeming certainty, and the normal mind seeks ever to erect some other image to replace an idol that is overthrown. There is a world of meaning in the traditional announcement, "The king is dead, long live the king." When definitions die, we must immediately seek new definitions to succeed them. This necessity was felt by Mr. Archer when he dealt his gentle death-blow to the theory that conflict is essential to the drama. He proceeded at once to present a new pretender to the vacant throne. The following sentences, which are quoted from page 36 of Mr. Archer's Playmaking, define his new position. What, then, is the essence of drama, if conflict be not it? What is the common quality of themes, scenes, and incidences which we recognize as specifically dramatic? Perhaps we shall scarcely come nearer to a helpful definition than if we say that the essence of drama is crisis. A play is more or less rapidly developing crisis in destiny or circumstance, and a dramatic scene is a crisis within a crisis, clearly furthering the ultimate event. The drama may be called the art of crises, as fiction is the art of gradual developments. This theory of Mr. Archer's affords us at least a floating spar to cling to in the midst of the sea of uncertainty into which we have disturbingly been dropped. It is undeniable that the drama tends to treat life more crisply and succinctly than the novel, both because of the physical limitations of the theater and because of the psychological demands of the actors and the audience. One way of attaining this crispness and succinctness is to catch life at a crisis and to exhibit the culminating points, or, as Mr. Archer says in a later passage, the interesting culminations of the destinies of the characters concerned. But is this the only way? No one would venture to deny that Mr. Archer's formula applies to at least 9/10 of all the acknowledged masterpieces of the drama, but so did the formula of Brunetière. It is obviously advantageous for the drama to catch life at a crisis, but is it absolutely necessary? If we can find as many exceptions to Mr. Archer's rule as Mr. Archer found to Brunetière's, we shall be compelled to decide that the element of crisis is no more essential to the drama than the element of conflict. Let us now ask Mr. Archer if he can find any crisis in Lady Gregory's one-act comedy entitled The Workhouse Ward. This dialogue between two beggars lying in adjacent beds attains that crispness and succinctness which is advocated by the critic without exhibiting a crisis in either of their lives. The whole point of the play is that we leave the beggars precisely in the same position in which we found them. Yet this comedy is undeniably dramatic. It has been acted successfully in Ireland and England and America and has proved itself in all three countries one of the most popular pieces in the repertory of the Abbey Theatre players. Would Mr. Archer maintain that The Great Adventure exhibits a more or less rapidly developing crisis in destiny or circumstance, or that any of the 8 scenes in this comedy, except the very first, can be regarded as a crisis within a crisis, clearly furthering the ultimate event? Is there any crisis in the Madra's house, or in The Pigeon? Or, to go back to Shakespeare, would Mr. Archer attempt to define, as a crisis within a crisis, such a passage as Act 5, Scene 1 of The Merchant of Venice, in which Lorenzo and Jessica discourse most eloquent music underneath the moon? Is there any crisis in the scenes between Orlando and Rosalind in the Forest of Arden? To defend the element of crisis as essential in such instances as these would necessitate the same sort of verbal jugglery that would be required to establish the element of conflict. It would seem, therefore, that Mr. Archer has not led us any nearer to a certainty than we were before. The friendly spar is floated from our desperate grasp, and we find ourselves once more floundering in the sea. Is there, after all, such a thing as an essential element of drama? Is there a single narrative element without which a dramatic scene cannot succeed? I think that there is, but I am willing to revoke this decision so soon as any writer shall show me an exception to the rule. It seems to me at present that the one indispensable element to success upon the stage is the element of contrast, and that a play becomes more and more dramatic in proportion to the multiplicity of contrasts that it contains within itself. The sole reason why The Workhouse Ward produces a dramatic effect is that the two beggars are emphatically different from each other. The moonlight scene in The Merchant of Venice is interesting on the stage because of the contrast between the contributions of the two lovers to their lyrical duet. Both The Pigeon and The Madra's house derive their value from the fact that they exhibit a series of contrasts between characters. The Great Adventure is dramatic because the drifting hero is wonderfully contrasted with the practical and sensible heroine, and every scene of the play reveals some minor contrast between antithetic minds. What is the dramatic element in the soliloquies of Hamlet? Do they not derive their theatrical effectiveness from the fact that they present a constant contrast between very different human qualities which, in this case, happen to have been incorporated in a single person? Such a play as Every Man in His Humor stands outside the formula of Brunetière because it exhibits no struggle of contending wills. It also stands outside the formula of Mr. Archer because it exhibits neither a crisis nor a series of crises. But it is a great comedy because it exhibits an unintermitted series of contrasts between mutually foiling personalities. One of the most amusing comedies of recent years affords us an emphatic illustration of the principle of contrast. This is General John Regan, the first dramatic composition by Canon Hannay of St. Patrick's, Dublin, a genial Irishman who had previously published several novels signed with the utterly English and very solemn pen name of George A. Birmingham. General John Regan is merely an amplified anecdote. It exhibits no conflict of contending wills, neither does it disclose a crisis in the life of any of the characters. But it is dramatically interesting because it sets forth a series of delightful contrasts between a dozen very different people. A rich American tourist who is motoring through Ireland is halted in the sleepy little town of Ballymoy. In order to give the inhabitants something to think about, he casually remarks that he has come to look up the early records of the life of General John Regan, the liberator of Bolivia, the most renowned of all the native sons of Ballymoi. Nobody has ever heard of this mythical hero, but the dispensary doctor, a lively-minded man named Lucius O'Grady, plays up to the suggestion that has been offered by the stranger. Dr. O'Grady selects a ruined cottage as the birthplace of the famous general, points out the town jail as the residence of his boyhood, and confers upon the tongue-tied maidservant of the village inn the honorable designation of only surviving relative. He persuades the adventurous American to start a subscription to erect a statue to the great liberator in the market square of Ballymoi, and compels all the leading citizens to contribute to the fund. The entire second act is taken up with Dr. O'Grady's preparations for the civic event, which is to mark the unveiling of the monument. This act exhibits no contention of wills, but merely a general contagion of enthusiasm which overwhelms the wills of all the characters. It would merely be a jugglery of words to insist that this act exhibits a crisis in the history of Ballymoi, and even Mr. Archer must admit that it does not show a crisis in the individual career of any of the characters. The most amusing scene of all is a lengthy dialogue between 5 representative citizens of Ballymoi, who are gathered round a table in the village inn to discuss the details of the civic project. What is the source of interest in this scene? What is that specific quality by virtue of which it must be termed dramatic? Apparently, since all other explanations fail, it must be the delightful contrast between the 5 very different characters that take part in the conversation. It is decided in the second act to purchase, at reduced price, a second-hand mortuary monument that has been rejected in Dublin by the relatives of the deceased, and in the last act this monument is unveiled by the taciturn maidservant, dressed fantastically as a fairy. Dr. O'Grady has the audacity to invite the Lord Lieutenant of Ireland to preside at the ceremony. This dignitary has sent down his aide-de-camp to protest against the hoax, but Dr. O'Grady coerces this very English and utterly helpless underling into making an address, which is regarded by the populace as an official acceptance of the monument. This composition is very rich in characterization and unusually humorous in dialogue. Canon Hannay thoroughly knows his Ireland, and he writes with that imaginative glibness which is always evident in Irish humor. His play successfully defies those definitions of the drama which till very recently were held as axioms, and it seems to prove that the sole essential to success in comedy is sufficiently interesting contrast between characters. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrea Weinman. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Chapter 2. Building a Play Backward. Author's Note. The first section of the present chapter was originally published in The Bookman for February 1914. It was this article which suggested to Mr. Elmer L. Reisenstein the pattern for his celebrated play On Trial, a fact which Mr. Reisenstein graciously acknowledged in the public press at the time when his play was produced. The second section of the present chapter was written immediately after the popular triumph of On Trial. Section 1. Mr. John Galsworthy's recent novel, The Dark Flower, which is a great work of art, tells 3 distinct love stories that happen to the same hero at different points of his career. In order to avoid monotony, the author has employed a different chronological pattern for each of the 3 sections of his novel. In telling the first story, he begins at the beginning. In telling the second story, he begins approximately at the middle. And in telling the third story, he begins at the very end. It is obvious that, so long as the novelist exhibits his events in a pattern that reveals their logical relation, it is not at all necessary that he should present them in chronological succession. In the first chapter of Pendennis, the hero is 17 years old. The second chapter narrates the marriage of his parents and his own birth and boyhood, and at the outset of the third chapter, he is only 16 years of age. Stories may be told backward through time as well as forward. Thackeray often begins a chapter with an event that happened one day, and it ends it with an event that happened several days before, working his way backward from effects to causes instead of forward from causes to effects. In reviewing any passage of our own experience, we are more likely to think backward from the last event than forward from the first. Retrogression in time is, therefore, a natural device of narrative, and it is not at all surprising to find it thoroughly established as a convention of the novel. What is surprising, on the other hand, is the fact that it has not yet been established as a convention of the drama. I know of no play in which events have been exhibited in a pattern of reverted time. Of course, a present event is frequently employed as the exciting cause of a conversation which expounds some previous event, and in such instances, the discovery of what has happened in the past is often more important to the audience than the observation of what is happening in the present. But in these expository passages, the past events are merely talked about and never actually acted on the stage. In Romance, by Mr. Edward Sheldon, a prologue in the present is followed by a 3-act play which narrates events that happened over 40 years before. But, in the structure of the play itself, there is no retrogression in time. More interesting, from our present point of view, is the device of Sir Arthur Pinero in turning back the clock at the outset of the 3rd act of The Thunderbolt. At the end of the 2nd act, in the house of Thaddeus Mortimer, a servant arrives with a message from his brother James. The 3rd act, in the house of James Mortimer, overlaps the 2nd act in time, and an entire scene is acted out before the servant is instructed to set out with the message for Thaddeus. This simple expedient, which is used in nearly every novel, seemed exceedingly surprising in the drama, but there can be no question that, in The Thunderbolt, its employment was both useful and successful. Might it not be interesting to go a step further and build an entire drama backward, to construct a 3-act play, for instance, in which the 1st act should happen in the autumn, the 2nd act in the preceding summer, and the 3rd act in the previous spring? Let us imagine a tragedy, for instance, in which, with no preliminary exposition, a murder or a suicide is acted out in the initial act. This would naturally awaken in the audience a desire to understand the motives which had culminated in the crime. Then in the 2nd act, we could exhibit the crucial event which had made the murder or the suicide inevitable. Again, the audience would be stimulated to think backward from effects to causes and to wonder what had brought this crucial event about. Lastly, in the 3rd act, several previous events could be displayed which would finally clear up the mystery by expounding the initiation of the narrative. Or, to invent an example in the mood of comedy, let us imagine a 1st act which should exhibit the hopelessly unhappy home life of a kindly and reasonable man who is married to a peevish and unreasonable woman. The heroine is pretty, let us say, and there are some seeds of poetry in her nature that flower every now and then to momentary loveliness. But like many people who are not incapable of poetry, she abandons herself utterly to the emotion of the moment, and whenever this emotion is not pleasant, she makes life miserable for anybody who is near her. Because she is pretty, she has always been spoiled. She is selfish, she is jealous, she is vain, and whenever these ignoble motives are in any slight degree assailed, she breaks out into a violent fit of temper. Just now, in response to an insistent question, her husband has told her that she looks better in pink than in blue. The heroine, whose instinct is antagonistic, at once prefers blue. She does not see why her husband, if he loves her, he said he loved her, should not admit that she would look well in anything, and she proceeds to kick the furniture. The husband seeks refuge in reading The Wind in the Willows, whereupon she knocks the book out of his hand. Very gently, he remarks, "You didn't seem like this, dear, before we were married." And, on that backward-looking line, the curtain falls. The second act shows them in their courtship 2 years before. The romance of falling in love has brought out all the lyric loveliness that is latent in the complex nature of the heroine. Her prospective husband sees her at her best, and only at her best. Her family could tell him that she is hard to live with, but, glad enough to get her married, they refrain from doing so. Besides, her brother is a gentleman. The hero is his friend. But what can a decent fellow do in such a dilemma? The heroine seems lovable indeed when she graciously accepts a large bouquet of orchids, and reads aloud by golden lamplight the forlorn and lovely little lyrics of Christina Rossetti. The hero proposes marriage, is accepted, and the curtain falls. Would not this little comedy gain greatly in ironic emphasis by being acted backward in time instead of forward? The question, "What happened before?" is fully as suspensive as the question, "What happens next?" And in this instance, it is by far the more important question of the two. Though novels are frequently narrated in a pattern of reverted time, this proposal to build a play backward may seem so revolutionary that most technicians would dismiss it as impossible. But why? The answer, of course, is obvious, but I am not at all sure that it is final. To follow a narrative forward from cause to effect requires a synthetic exercise of mind, and to follow it backward from effect to cause requires an analytic exercise. Of these two activities of mind, the analytic demands a greater alertness of intelligence and a greater fixity of attention than the synthetic. The collective mind of a helter-skelter theater audience is less alert and less attentive than the individual mind of a cultivated reader. Furthermore, the reader of a novel, if his mind becomes muddled by the juggling of chronology, may always suspend his reading to turn back a dozen or 100 pages and reread some finger-pointing passage whose significance he has forgotten, whereas the auditors of a play can never halt the performance to re-inform themselves of some point that they have missed. Also, the theater-going public abhors novelty and never reads the program. These arguments, and many more, are so familiar that they need not be repeated in detail. Yet something may now be said upon the other side. To students of the history of the drama, one of the most important phenomena of the last 100 years has been the very rapid development that has taken place from decade to decade in the intelligence of the theater-going public. The average audience is at present more alert and more attentive than ever before in the history of the theater. This point is evidenced by the fact that throughout the last century, the technique of the prevailing type of drama has grown progressively less synthetic and more analytic. The prevailing pattern of the drama 60 or 70 years ago was the pattern that was worked out by Eugene Scribe for the so-called well-made play. Scribe devoted his first act to a very thorough exposition, and only at the curtain fall introduced an element of forward-looking action. Then, at the outset of the second act, he started his narrative in motion, and thereafter he followed it forward in time to the climax and the close. He never asked his audience to think backward. He worked entirely from causes to effects, and centered his suspense in the obvious question, what will happen next? Contrast this utterly synthetic pattern, a formula for putting 2 and 2 together, instead of a formula for taking 4 apart, with the intricately analytic pattern that was developed 40 years later by Henrik Ibsen. Ibsen caught his story very late in its career and revealed the antecedent incidents in little gleams of backward-looking dialogue. His method has often been compared with that of Sophocles, but there is this essential difference. that whereas the Athenian audience always knew the story in advance and therefore did not need an exposition, Ibsen was required to expound a series of antecedent circumstances at the same time that he was developing his catastrophe. For, instead of compacting his exposition into the first act, according to the formula of Scribe, he revealed it little by little throughout the progress of the play. In the first act, he expounded only so much as the audience needed to know in order to understand the second. In this, in turn, he expounded such further antecedent incidents as were necessary to an appreciation of the third act, and so on to the end of the play. In Rosmersholm, for instance, he was still expounding in the very last moments of the final act. This method requires the auditor to think backward, and therefore presupposes a more intelligent audience than the straightforward formula of Scribe. But very recently, that masterly technician, M. Henry Bernstein, has gone a step further in forcing the audience to observe a story in retrospectory review. Instead of scattering his expository passages throughout the play as Ibsen did, M. Bernstein now compacts them into a single act, but with a startling overturning of the formula of Scribe, he exhibits this act last instead of first, setting it forth as an epilogue instead of as a prologue to the action. This new formula was first exemplified by M. Bernstein in L'Assaut, which was acted in America under the title of The Attack. A noted politician who is running for office is accused of having committed a crime many years before. Either he is innocent or he is guilty, and this dilemma is set before us in the first act. The second act develops the presumption that he is innocent, until his innocence is publicly established by process of law. This is the climax of the play. Then, his innocence being now beyond question, the hero confesses to the heroine that he was actually guilty. This is the end of the second act. What remains to be done? We naturally demand an explanation of the circumstances which, so many years before, had led this admirable hero to commit that reprehensible crime. In his third and last act, M. Bernstein expounds the facts at length and in detail. Now we know, and the play is over. This same formula is employed much more artfully in The Secret, a later and greater work, which is worthy of examination in detail. Considered as a technical achievement, The Secret is perhaps the most wonderful of all the plays of M. Henry Bernstein. The work of this author is already so well known in America that it is scarcely necessary to state that his plays are nothing more than tours de force. His plots are marvelously constructed, his characters are true to life, his dialogue is pithy and compact, and yet we always feel by instinct that he is not a great dramatist. The reason for this feeling is that he never heightens our interest in life or adds to our understanding of it. He lacks the God-given ability to make us care about his characters. We see them suffer, but we do not take them to our hearts and feel their sufferings as our own. His work is too objective, too abstract to appeal to us as human. But considered solely as a craftsman, he is the most ingenious artist in the drama at the present time. In The Secret, M. Bernstein, for a full half of his play, makes us think, or rather allows us to think, that his heroine is one sort of person, and then turns about, in the second half of the second act, and proves to us that she is a totally different sort of person. Amazed at the contradiction of the two opinions of her character which we have held successively, we find ourselves still groping for an explanation of this personal enigma. This explanation is afforded in the third and final act. Here again, as in The Attack, M. Bernstein has deferred his exposition till the end of the play, instead of giving it at the beginning. Thereby, he has created what may be called an analytical suspense, a suspense of asking not what happens next, but why did these things happen? This is perhaps the nearest approach to building a play backward which has ever yet been made in the theater of the world. It will be noted also that M. Bernstein has brushed aside one of the most commonly accepted dogmas of the theater, the dogma that a dramatist must never keep a secret from his audience. The entire purpose of his pattern is to deceive his auditors for half the play, and then to use the other half to undeceive them. A considerable section of his second act runs parallel to the third act of Othello, with the heroine playing the part of Iago. But as yet we have seen no reason to suspect that she is not a generous and honest woman. It is as if Shakespeare, up to the middle of his third act, had allowed us to see Iago only as he appeared to the eyes of his general, this fellow's of exceeding honesty, and had not allowed us to perceive the error until it became evident to Othello himself. If this pattern had been proposed in advance to any jury of dramatic critics, including the present writer, it would have been rejected as unfeasible because of the traditional belief that no audience will submit to the necessity of altering its entire conception of a character in the middle of a play. Yet M. Bernstein deliberately chose this pattern in defiance of tradition, and his play has pleased the public in both Paris and New York. Here, again, we encounter a practical evidence of the vanity of dogma, and an indication that no principle can ever be considered final in dramatic criticism. But at present, the most important point for us to notice is that M. Bernstein has turned the formula of scribe completely upside down, and has chosen to end his drama at the point where scribe would have begun it. Shall the development of backward-looking narrative stop with M. Bernstein? If not, the only possible next step will be to act out events upon the stage in an order that reverses that in which they are presumed to have occurred. The actual action of the attack and the secret is straightforward in chronology, and it is only in his psychological effect upon the audience that M. Bernstein appears to build his play backward. Regarding that next step, which now seems so revolutionary, the critic can only wonder if some very clever playwright will attempt it in the future. There are certain stories which are seen most naturally if we follow them forward from causes to effects, but there are certain other stories which can be understood most truly only if we follow them backward from effects to causes. As a matter of experiment, it would be extremely interesting if some playwright should soon set before us a story of this type in the perspective of reverted time. Section 2. At the very outset of the autumn season of 1914, a great success was achieved by a youth of 21 whose name had never before been heard in the theater. Like Lord Byron, this new playwright awoke one morning to discover that he had grown famous overnight. His name, which is familiar now, is Elmer L. Reisenstein, and the title of his play, which crowded the Candler Theater every night for many months, is On Trial. The most remarkable feature of the success of On Trial is that it is emphatically a success of art for art's sake. The piece has been accurately described by the youthful author as an experiment in dramatic technique, and its instantaneous and huge success affords a hitherto unprecedented indication that our public has grown sufficiently interested in the technique of the drama to welcome plays whose strongest bid for favor is their technical efficiency. Until this indication of a turning of the tide in favor of stagecraft for the sake of stagecraft, it had been generally agreed among observers of our current drama that popular success depended more on subject matter than on technical dexterity. Nearly all the plays that have run in recent seasons, more than 6 months in New York, have succeeded because of something in the theme or in the story that caught the fancy of the public. While technical masterpieces like The Thunderbolt have failed, inferior fabrics like Within the Law have played to crowded houses for a year because of a certain timeliness of interest in their subject matter. Peg O' My Heart succeeded because it told a pretty sentimental story, while Hindle Wakes failed because it told a story that was neither pretty nor sentimental. By inference from examples such as these, it had appeared that the material of a play was the only thing our public cared about, and that technique, even the technique of a Pinero or a Stanley Houghton, would afford no royal road to popular favor unless it were expended on a story that was novel or timely or pretty or sentimental. But the subject matter of On Trial is scarcely interesting in itself. The play has no theme, and the story that it tells is not sentimental, or pretty, or timely, or even novel. A profligate induces an inexperienced young girl to spend a night with him at a roadhouse by promising to wed her on the morrow. The next morning, the girl's father appears at the roadhouse, accompanied by a woman who is already married to the profligate. The villain runs away, and the girl is taken home by her father. Shortly afterward, her father dies, and some years later, the girl meets and marries an honorable man. A daughter is born to them, and they develop a very happy home. It appears that the heroine was justified in concealing from her husband the misfortune that had befallen her before she met him. But the husband meets the profligate in the business world, is befriended by him, and even borrows money from him. This money he repays in cash, but the profligate takes advantage of the accidental renewal of acquaintance with the heroine to force her to yield to him again under the threat of allowing the past iniquity to be exposed. The husband, discovering the recent intrigue, seeks out the profligate and shoots him dead. A few moments before the shooting, the private secretary of the profligate has stolen from the latter's safe the cash that had just been paid to him by the murderer, and it therefore appears to the police that robbery was the motive for the murder. The husband seizes on this circumstantial evidence to shield his wife and child from scandal. He confesses himself guilty of murder for the sake of robbery, and asks only to be sent to the electric chair. But the court insists on assigning counsel to defend him, and the defendant's lawyer, by calling the wronged wife to the stand, makes clear the real motive for the shooting. The private secretary of the dead man is also called as a witness, and when the defendant's counsel succeeds in forcing him to confess that it was he who had rifled the safe, and that this robbery had had no connection with the murder, the jury agree at once in acquitting the defendant. It will be noticed that this story is entirely traditional. At no moment does it exhibit any note of novelty. It is sound enough indeed to seem worthy of retelling, but no one can deny that it is trite. The characters concerned in the story are also true enough to life to warrant their revisiting the glimpses of the footlights, but they are neither original nor likable nor particularly interesting. Why should the public flock to the theater to meet a man who leads a girl astray, or another man who shoots him dead? Why should the public still shed tears over a wronged wife, and a child who remains pathetically unaware of a scandal that has destroyed the happiness of her parents? From questions such as these, it should become apparent that Mr. Reisenstein was dealing with a story that by no means contained within itself the elements of sure success. Did he succeed then because of any trick of writing in his dialogue? The answer is emphatically no. The best that can be said of the writing of On Trial is that it is direct and simple and concise, but the dialogue is utterly devoid of literary charm and of that human richness which is akin to humor. Hundreds of plays which have been obviously better written have failed at once in recent years upon our stage. Why then did On Trial capture the public by assault? The reason is that Mr. Reisenstein utilized the novel device of building his story backward. This device was interesting in itself because it had never been employed before on the American stage, and Mr. Reisenstein's employment of it was made doubly interesting by the fact that he revealed in this experiment a technical efficiency that is truly astonishing in the first work of an author with no previous experience of the stage. Instead of inventing a story and then deciding how to tell it, this adventurous young playwright started out with an idea of how to tell a story in a novel way, and then invented a story that would lend itself to this predetermined technical experiment. We have observed already that the story of On Trial is rather commonplace, but Mr. Reisenstein has made it seem, in Browning's phrase, both strange and new, by revealing it from the end to the beginning instead of from the beginning to the end. Instead of starting out with the motives and developing them to their ultimate expression in facts, he has started out with the accomplished facts and then delved backward to reveal the motives which had instigated them. In the first act of On Trial, we see the murder committed on the stage. In the second act, we see enacted an incident 2 hours before the murder, which makes us aware of the exciting cause of the subsequent event that we have previously witnessed. But it is not until the third act, which reveals in action an event that happened 13 years before, that we are permitted to discover and to comprehend the motives which ultimately culminated in the shooting that we saw in the initial act. By telling his story backward from effect to cause, the author has added an element of theatrical suspense to a narrative which otherwise might have been dismissed by the public as an oft-repeated tale. It must not be inferred from the success of Mr. Reisenstein's experiment that there is inherently any greater virtue in building a play backward than in following the chronological sequence, which has always heretofore been traditional in the drama. The choice of method must depend on the type of story that the playwright has to tell. It remains as true today as ever that the great majority of dramatic stories may be set forth most effectively if they are built up synthetically from causes to effects. It is only a particular type of narrative, and stories of this type will always remain in the minority, that can be set forth most effectively if they are analyzed from effects to causes. This statement must be emphasized lest the public should be threatened with a rush of plays whose only claim to interest should be that they aim to illustrate the biblical maxim that the last shall be first and the first shall be last. The famous experiment of Columbus with the egg was bad for the egg. There are many objects in the universe that are not meant to stand on end. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. The point of view. The present period of the drama is one that lends itself peculiarly to technical adventure. The rapid development in the physical efficiency of the theater that has taken place in the last half-century, and the simultaneous increase in the alertness and intelligence of the theater-going public have made it possible for playwrights to inaugurate a series of innovations that have broadened the boundaries of the technique of the drama. Traditional ideas, which formerly had stood for centuries, of what can be done in the theater, and more particularly what cannot be done, are now being altered every season as adventurous playwrights press forward to the accomplishment of technical tasks which have never been attempted before. In the previous chapter, we had occasion to celebrate the successful transference to the service of the drama of a technical expedient which has long been customary in the novel. The expedient, namely, of constructing a story from effects to causes and revealing it in a pattern of reverted time. There are many other narrative devices which have long been used in the short story and the novel that might be transferred with equal advantage to the strategy of the contemporary drama. In past years, the critic has often been required to insist that the art of the novel is one thing and the art of the drama is another. But under present-day conditions, he is also required to admit that the difference between the two crafts is by no means so decided as it used to be. For one thing, the gap between the novel and the drama has been bridged over by the moving picture play, an artistic product which is equally novelistic and dramatic, and for another thing, the recent improvements in stage machinery, which have made it possible to shift a set in less than 30 seconds of absolute darkness and absolute quiet, have also made it possible for the playwright to adopt a freer form of narrative than was imposed upon him 20 years ago. We may confidently expect that in the next few years, the drama will avail itself more and more of narrative devices which, though thoroughly established in the novel, have hitherto been regarded as beyond the reach of stagecraft. Students of the technique of the novel are aware that ever since the outset of the 18th century, the novelist has been permitted to project his narrative from either of two totally different points of view, which may be called for convenience the internal and the external. He may reveal his story internally, as it appears to the mind of one or another of the actors who take part in it, or he may reveal it externally as it would appear to a disinterested mind sitting aloof from all the characters and regarding them with what Mr. Alfred Noyes has greatly called the splendor of the indifference of God. Heretofore, only the second of these points of view has been permitted to the dramatist. He has been obliged to set his characters equidistant from the godlike spectator, to quote Mr. Archer's phrase, and has been required to reveal them through an atmosphere of inviolable objectivity. Novelists like George Eliot have been accustomed to avail themselves of the privilege of vivisecting the brains of their characters and analyzing those most intimate thoughts and emotions that never translate themselves into speech or express themselves in action. But since the renunciation, both for better and for worse, of the technical expedients of the soliloquy and the aside, the dramatist has been denied this great advantage of entering the mind of any of his characters and forcing the audience for the moment to look at the entire play from this individual and personal point of view. Recently, however, a few adventurous playwrights have discovered a more effective means than any series of soliloquies and asides for shifting the audience at any moment from an external and objective point of view to a point of view that is internal and subjective. The second act of that beautiful and well-remembered play, The Poor Little Rich Girl, was exhibited from the point of view of a child whose mind is drifting under the influence of an opiate. And in a more recent play entitled The Phantom Rival, an entire act is devoted to the exhibition of events that happen only in the fancy of one of the leading characters. The success of such experiments as these sets the dramatist on an equal footing with the novelist in the very important matter of being permitted to shift the point of view from which his story is to be observed. The full advantage of this technical innovation has not yet been reaped in the theater, but a whole new field has been opened up to future playwrights. Would it not be interesting, for instance, to show a certain scene as it appeared from the point of view of one of the characters concerned, and subsequently to reenact the entire scene as it appeared from the very different point of view of another of the characters. This ironical device has already been employed in the novel by such technical experimentalists as Mr. Arnold Bennett. Before long, we may expect to see it successfully employed upon the stage. The Phantom Rival was written by Ferenc Molnar, a Hungarian dramatist who has nearly always shown an adventurous originality in his technical attack. The American version was made by Mr. Leo Dietrichstein. In the labor-saving first act of this play, the theme is outlined in a conversation between a writer and an actor which takes place in a restaurant. The writer expounds a theory that most women treasure throughout their entire lives an idealized image of the man who has first awakened them to a consciousness of love, and that even though they subsequently marry someone else, they continue in the secret recesses of their minds to compare their husband to his disadvantage with this phantom rival. This explicit conversation is a sort of prologue to the play, in which neither the writer nor the actor is involved. The leading figure in the comedy is a woman married to a husband who is jealous not only of her present, but also of her past. He discovers that before her marriage she had been interested in a certain Russian, and though this Russian had returned to his native country 7 years before, the husband now insists that his wife shall read to him the treasured letter which the lover of her youth had sent to her at parting. In this letter, the eager foreigner had told her that he would come back to her someday, as a great general, or a great statesman, or a great artist, or even, if the worst befell him, as a humble tramp who would lay the wreckage of his life beneath her feet. The husband sneers at this highfalutin letter, and thereby stimulates the imagination of his wife to rush to the rescue of his phantom rival. She drifts into a daydream in which her mind, hovering between sleep and waking, bodies forth an image of her former lover in the successive guises of a great general, a great statesman, a great artist, and a humble tramp. These scenes are exhibited entirely from the heroine's point of view. She knows nothing of the actual conditions of any of the careers about which she is dreaming, and naturally enough, her phantom lover appears to her as an utterly impossible sort of person, acting out heroical absurdities and talking all the while the stilted language of a Laura Jean Libby novel. In the third act, we are recalled to actuality. The former lover of the heroine, returned from Russia, makes a business call upon her husband, and reveals himself to her as an utterly undistinguished and small-minded character. Comparing this trivial little person with the huge dreams she has had of him, the wife is forced to admit that her husband is the better man, and to expel the phantom rival from the regions of her fancy. End of Chapter 3. Read by Val Myers.
Chapter 4 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Chapter 4. Surprise in the Drama. In recent years, our native playwrights have devoted a great deal of attention to technical experiment. It might be argued that they would have fared better if they had thought more about life and less about the theatre. But though they have discovered comparatively little to say, they have at least devised many means of saying things ingeniously. This is, perhaps, the necessary mark of a drama that is still so young as ours. Youth cares more for cleverness than it cares for the more sedentary quality of insight. When Mr. George M. Cohan is 90 years of age and our theatre has grown hoary in the interval, he will have more to tell us about life, but he will no longer make a pattern so astonishingly dexterous as that of 7 keys to Baldpate. Mr. Reisenstein's On Trial is typical of the current aspect of our growing drama. In subject matter, it is, quote, weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable, unquote. For it tells us nothing about life that has not been told, and often told more wisely, in innumerable antecedent melodramas. But in method it is novel and exceedingly ingenious. Not all of the adventurous experiments of our American playwrights have been so signally successful, but all of them are worthy of theoretical consideration. In the present chapter it may be profitable to examine the concerted assault which has recently been made against the time-honored tradition of the theatre that a dramatist must never keep a secret from his audience. Concerning this tradition, Mr. William Archer said in 1912, quote, "So far as I can see, the strongest reason against keeping a secret is that, try as you may, you cannot do it. From only one audience can a secret be really hidden, a considerable percentage of any subsequent audience being certain to know all about it in advance. The more striking and successful is the first night effect of surprise, the more certainly and rapidly will the report of it circulate through all strata of the theatrical public." End quote. This statement, which seems sound enough in theory, has failed to prove itself in practice, and the fact of the matter seems to be that the theatrical public is far less cohesive than Mr. Archer has assumed. News does not travel, either rapidly or readily, through all its very different strata. This fact was indicated by the career of Mr. Roy Cooper Megrew's surprise play, Under Cover. Although the piece had previously run a year in Boston, the vast majority of those who saw it on the first night in New York were completely taken in by the dramatist's deception, and even after the play had run for many months in the metropolis, and had been analyzed repeatedly in the press, it was still observable that the majority of those who came to see it were still ignorant of the precise nature of the trick that was to be played upon them. They came to the theatre with a vague notion that the plot would be surprising, but they did not know the story in advance. Mr. Max Marsin, the author of a clever surprise play, Cheating Cheaters, complained after the first night that it was unfair for the newspapers to print summaries of his plot, thereby revealing in advance to future audiences the nature of the trap the dramatist had set for them. This protest, perhaps, was justified in theory, but in fact the author had no reason for complaint. Even that minority of the theatre-going public who habitually read the first-night notices in the newspapers do not long recall specifically what is said in them. All that they carry away from the reading is a vague impression that the play was praised or damned. It is only the few people who do not pay for tickets to the theatre who read these notices more deeply and remember the details. The reports of current plays that circulate by word of mouth among the ticket-buying public are nearly always very vague. A man will tell his friends that a certain piece is a good show, but rarely, if ever, would he be able to pass on in conversation a coherent statement of the plot. Though Cheating Cheaters was played to large audiences for many months, the big surprise of the plot remained a mystery to 3/4 of all the people who attended it. Those of us who go professionally to the theatre do not always realize how little the general public knows in advance about current plays with which we ourselves are thoroughly familiar. Despite, then, what Mr. Archer said in 1912, it has been subsequently proved by several experiments that it is entirely possible to keep a secret in the theatre, but the question still remains whether it's worth while to do so. The success of a surprise play proves nothing, for it does not prove that the same play would not have been equally successful if the surprise had been eliminated from the plot. Consider Under Cover, for example. The hero was introduced to the audience as a smuggler, engaged in the perilous enterprise of sneaking a valuable necklace through the customs. For 2 acts he was pursued by customs house officials, and when ultimately captured he bought them off with a bribe. Then, in the last moments of the play, the dramatist revealed the hidden fact that the hero was not a smuggler after all, but an official of the United States Secret Service engaged in tracking down corruption in the customs house. It cannot be denied that the suspense of the melodrama was increased by the retention of this secret till the final moment. But, on the other hand, several other elements of interest were sacrificed. For instance, the love story was imperiled by the fact that the audience had to watch the heroine fall in love with a man who by every evidence appeared to be a criminal. Furthermore, the author had to tell lies to his audience in those passages in which the hero was left alone on the stage with his confederate, and telling lies even in a melodrama is a hazardous proceeding. The play was a great success, but what evidence is there to prove that it might not have been equally successful if the author had taken the audience into his confidence from the start, and permitted the public to watch from the standpoint of superior knowledge the corrupt customs house officials walking ignorantly into the trap which had been set for them. I do not state that this is so, but I do state that the only way to prove that it is not so would be to build the plot the other way and try it on the public. Of course, the strongest argument against keeping a secret from the audience is that this procedure, in the admirable phrase of Mr. Archer, quote, deprives the audience of that superior knowledge in which lies the irony of drama. End quote. The audience likes to know more about the people in a play than they know about themselves, for this superior knowledge places the spectators in the comfortable attitude of gods upon Olympus, looking down upon the destinies of men. It is not nearly so amusing to be fooled as it is to watch other people being fooled, and this would seem to be a fundamental fact of psychology. Against this fundamental fact, the success of a dozen or 100 surprise plays can scarcely be regarded as weighing down the balance. The audience, for instance, would feel much more sympathetic toward the heroine in Under Cover if, all the while that she was falling in love with a person who appeared to be a criminal, the audience knew that he was really an honest man. But another argument against keeping a secret from the audience is that in order to do so it is nearly always necessary to tell deliberate lies to lead the audience astray. There is an instance of this in an interesting play by Mr. Jules Eckert Goodman, entitled The Man Who Came Back. This play leads us around the world and back again, following the fortunes of a prodigal son who has been cast adrift by his father. On the way we meet another person drifting without anchor, a certain Captain Trevelyan. This British idler marries a girl whom he has run across in a cabaret in San Francisco, and encountering the couple later on in Honolulu, we're shown at considerable length that their marriage has turned out unhappily. In the last act, we are told suddenly that Trevelyan is not a British captain at all, but merely a New York detective who has been employed by the hero's father to travel around the world and keep watch upon the movements of his prodigal son. This statement comes indeed as a surprise, but nothing is ever said to explain away the wife that Trevelyan has left behind in Honolulu. Was she also a detective? Or did Trevelyan really marry and desert her for the purpose of preventing the audience from guessing his identity? The play, as a whole, is not imperiled by this jugglery, since the mysterious detective is merely an incidental figure in the plot, but we feel that the author has severely compromised himself for the sake of a single effect of sharp surprise in the course of his concluding act. Another important point to be considered is that when the appeal of a play is dependent mainly on surprise, the author is impeded from drawing characters consistently. It is impossible to draw the sort of person that the hero really is, and at the same time to persuade the audience, until the final revelation of the secret, that the hero is another sort of person altogether. Deception of this kind can, therefore, never be accomplished in a play that is sufficiently serious in subject matter to demand reality in characterization. The pattern of surprise is available only for farces and for melodramas in which the incidents are all that count and the characters are secondary. To deceive the audience successfully in high comedy or in tragedy would require a falsification that would consign the play to ruin. The public consciously will swallow lies only in regard to stories that do not seriously matter. To sum the matter up, the sort of surprise which must be regarded absolutely as unacceptable in any play is the sort which depends for its success upon a clear negation of what has gone before. Nothing can be gained by the procedure of telling the public one thing for 2 hours and a half and then telling the public in 2 minutes that it has merely been deceived. Such jugglery is easy to encompass and is sometimes entertaining in effect, but it leads away from that interpretation of the underlying truth of life, which is the end of art. End of chapter 4. Read by Sandra.
Chapter 5 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. The Troublesome Last Act. There is an old saying in the theater that hell is paved with good first acts, for many a play has started out with promise and failed to fulfill that promise in the end. It must not be supposed, however, that first acts are easy to construct. In fact, the very contrary is true, for the technical problem of laying out a well-ordered exposition is one of the most difficult for the playwright to attack. But even if he falters in his handling of this problem, he may be carried safely by his subject matter. If the project of his play is at all interesting, and particularly if it shows the trait of novelty, a barely adequate exposition of this project will attract the attention of the audience and hold it until time is called by the first curtain fall. In the subsequent acts, however, the attention of the audience is shifted from a consideration of the material itself to a consideration of what the playwright does with this material. And this is the reason why a faltering technique is more disastrous to a play in those acts which come subsequent to the exposition. A certain expectation has already been aroused, and the audience will be disappointed if this expectation is not satisfied with proper emphasis. To climb the ladder to a climax without ever missing footing on an upward step is a technical task that calls for nice discrimination. The climax itself is usually easy to achieve. It is the first thing that the author has imagined. It is indeed the raison d'être of his play, and the, quote, big scene, unquote, so much admired by the public, has seldom cost the playwright any trouble. But this climax is customarily succeeded by a last act that is troublesome indeed, and it is precisely at this point that the majority of plays are dashed upon the rocks of failure. It is harder to write a satisfactory last act than to write 20 good big scenes or 10 adequately interesting acts of exposition. These figures have been gathered from observing many plays. The fact, then, is empirical, but wherein lies the explanation of the fact? The main difficulty in laying out a satisfactory last act arises from the fact that it comes by custom after the climax of the play, and is consequently doomed to deal with material inherently less dramatic than what has gone before. To state the matter in the simplest terms, it is more difficult for the playwright to conduct a falling than a rising action. Whatever follows a climax must appear an anticlimax, and the playwright, like the mountain climber, is inclined to stumble on the downward trail. Why not, then, obliterate this downward trail? Why not build the action to its climax and then suddenly cut off any further considerations of the story? The negative answer to this question is based upon tradition, and it is therefore necessary that the origins of this tradition should briefly be examined. In Greek tragedy, the climax of the play was always followed by a period of falling action, in which the tragic tensity was lessened and the mood was softened to serenity. Nearly all the literary critics have assumed that the Greeks adopted this pattern in obedience to some aesthetic theory. But to a critic of the drama it seems more sensible to suppose that this pattern was imposed upon them by the necessity of providing for an exodus of the chorus from the orchestra. The chorus could not march out while the three actors on the stage were still in the throes of the climax, and it could not remain in the orchestra after the play was over. Hence a period of falling action had to be provided as a sort of recessional for the supernumeraries. The anticlimax at the close of Elizabethan tragedy may be similarly explained by reference to the physical peculiarities of the Elizabethan theatre. After Shakespeare had strewed the stage with bodies in the last act of Hamlet, he had to provide a period of diminished tensity during which the accumulated dead could be carried off the stage. The simple reason for this fact is that he had no curtain to ring down. Hence, in the original text, the long continuance of unimportant talk after the entrance of Fortinbras. Hence also, in the original text of Romeo and Juliet, the interminable speech of Friar Lawrence at the conclusion of the tragedy. This, obviously, was provided to afford sufficient time to carry off the bodies of Romeo and Juliet and Paris. We are so accustomed to the proscenium curtain in the modern theatre that we are likely to forget that this revolutionary innovation was not introduced until the latter half of the 17th century. For more than 2 centuries, it has been possible to drop the curtain and suddenly exclude from observation all the actors on the stage. But this fact has not as yet succeeded utterly in overturning a tradition of the drama which has been necessitated by the physical requirements of the preceding 20 centuries. But granted our proscenium curtain, is there any real reason why we should continue longer to follow the Greeks and the Elizabethans in their custom of carrying a play beyond its climax to an anticlimax? It is evident that Ibsen did not think so, both in A Doll's House and in Ghosts. He rang the final curtain down at the highest point of tensity and left the most momentous question of the play still undecided. The great example of Ibsen should make us bold to try to do away entirely with the period of falling action that characterized the close of Greek and Elizabethan tragedy. The best way to deal with the troublesome last act is not to write it at all. The insistence of this motive accounts, historically, for the fact that late in the 19th century the traditional 5-act pattern was discarded for a 4-act form, and that early in the 20th century this 4-act pattern has, in turn, been superseded in favor of a 3-act form. These two progressive changes in the standard structure of the drama have been occasioned by a growing desire to do away with the troublesome last act. The extreme of this treatment is exhibited in the famous close of The Madras House by Mr. Granville Barker. The final curtain cuts off a conversation in mid-career, and the stage direction reads, quote, "She doesn't finish, for really there is no end to the subject," unquote. This piece was designed by Mr. Barker to illustrate the thesis that a play should have no end, since in life itself nothing is terminal and nothing is conclusive. The play, however, was an utter failure, and the disaster that attended its production seemed to prove that the public preferred the traditional pattern to Mr. Barker's unprecedented attempt to approximate the inconclusiveness of nature. But this attempt to obliterate the troublesome last act might have been more hospitably welcomed if Mr. Barker had chosen to cut off his play at the moment of greatest interest and highest tensity. There seems to be no theoretic reason why the periodic structure developed for the short story by Guy de Maupassant should not be successfully transferred to the service of the serious drama. It ought to be possible, by the exercise of sufficient ingenuity, to hold back the solution of a serious plot until the very last line of the last act. This feat was successfully accomplished by Mr. Augustus Thomas in one of the most skillful of his lighter plays, Mrs. Leffingwell's Boots. In farce, however, the problem of the playwright is more difficult. A farce is customarily developed to its climax through a series of misunderstandings between the various characters. On the one hand, it appears impossible to close the play without clearing up these foregone misunderstandings by explaining them to all the characters involved. But, on the other hand, these 11th-hour passages of explanation must deal necessarily with materials of which the audience has all the time been cognizant, and must therefore result in the falling off of interest that attends the hearing of a twice-told tale. If some master could invent a method to do away entirely with the troublesome last act of farce, he would indeed confer a boon on future playwrights. Nothing has been said thus far concerning that falsification in the last act of a play which is commonly assumed to be demanded by the public. In an absolute sense, any ending to a play is false to nature, since in life itself there can never be an utter termination to a series of events, and it has, therefore, frequently been argued that, to end a play, the dramatist is justified in cogging the dice of circumstance in favor of those characters with whom the audience has come to sympathize. This argument apparently holds good for comedy, since it is supported by the constant practice of such great dramatists as Molière and Shakespeare. But in proportion as a play becomes more serious, the audience will tend more and more to be disappointed by any ending that does not follow as a logical result from all the incidents that have preceded it. Shakespeare is allowed to falsify the end of As You Like It, but the audience would be deeply disappointed if Hamlet were permitted to live happily forever after the conclusion of the play. There are certain plays, and not all of these by any means are tragedies, that, to use a phrase of Stevenson's, quote, "begin to end badly," unquote, and to give them arbitrarily a happy ending results merely in preventing the audience from enjoying the exercise of that contributory faculty which the late William James described as, quote, "the will to believe," unquote. Those managers, therefore, are misguided who persist in assuming that the public will prefer an illogical happy ending to an unhappy ending that has clearly been foreshadowed. Yet the recent history of the drama shows many instances of plays with two last acts, the one preferred for its logic by the author, and the other preferred for its optimism by the manager. Thus, The Profligate of Sir Arthur Pinero has two last acts. In the first version, the profligate takes poison, and in the second version he lives happily forever after. In a recent farce by the same author, Preserving Mr. Panmure, one last act was provided for the production in London, and a different last act was provided for the production in New York. And it appears that the same astonishing procedure is destined to be followed in the exhibition of Sir Arthur's latest play, The Big Drum. When Henry Bernstein's Israel was produced in Paris, the hero committed suicide at the close of the play. But when the piece was subsequently produced in New York, he merely married a girl in a picture hat. This change, suggested by the late Charles Frohman, although it reduced the entire play to nonsense, was accomplished with the consent and connivance of the author. Both The Legend of Lenora, by Sir James Barrie, and The New Sin by Mr. B. MacDonald Hastings were produced in New York with troublesome last acts which did not exist at all when the two plays were first produced in London. It will be seen, therefore, that even authors of acknowledged eminence are not entirely immune from falsifying the concluding moments of their plays when pressure is brought to bear upon them by friendly and persuasive managers. To rescue comparatively unestablished playwrights from this insidious insistence, the only certain remedy will be the general adoption of a new dramatic pattern in which the troublesome last act will, by common consent, remain unwritten. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Strategy and Tactics. In his very valuable lecture on Robert Louis Stevenson, the dramatist, Sir Arthur Pinero has drawn a distinction between what he calls the strategy and the tactics of playmaking. He defines strategy as the general laying out of a play, and tactics as the art of getting the characters on and off the stage, of conveying information to the audience, and so forth. Though this definition is by no means complete, it is sufficiently suggestive to afford a convenient addition to the terminology of dramatic criticism. The distinction between strategy and tactics is a distinction between large and little, between the general and the particular. And while to strategy it seems appropriate to apply the adjective dramatic, it appears more logical to link the adjective theatrical with tactics. It is easily evident that a genius for strategy and a talent for tactics do not necessarily go hand in hand. Every great dramatist must be a great strategist, a master, as Sir Arthur says, of the general laying out of a play. But the utmost cleverness in tactics is usually attained by dramatists who hover, at their best, a little lower than the greatest. A mind that is capable of imagining the large is often neglectful of the little. Thus, the general laying out of the later acts of Romeo and Juliet is masterly and massive, but the particular turn in tactics because of which Romeo fails to receive the message from Friar Lawrence is merely accidental, and must be regarded, therefore, as a fault in art. A secondary playwright, less obsessed with the grandeur of the general conception, would probably have been more careful of this dangerous detail. For minor men who deal with minor themes have more attention left to be devoted to theatrical perfections. Ibsen also, though supreme in strategy, is often faulty in his tactics. Consider, for example, the last act of Hedda Gabler. The general laying out of this act is unexceptionable, for all that is exhibited would, sooner or later, inevitably happen. But the tactics are defective. For, yielding to the irretardable impulsion that seemed hurrying the play to its catastrophe, the author has permitted Mrs. Elvsted and Professor Tesman to begin their calm work of collaboration in piecing together Eilert Lovborg's posthumous book, while the body of their unironically martyred friend is still lying unburied in a hospital. This is a mistake in tactics that a lesser playwright would have caught at once and remedied, for a lesser playwright would have known himself unable to afford the risk of lying about life at the culminating moment of a drama. We admire Alexandre Dumas Fils for his mastery of strategy, particularly in the laying out of first acts and the command of memorable curtain falls. But in minor points of tactics, even so great an artist was excelled by so clever a craftsman as Victorien Sardou. Sardou was seldom a great strategist, for he loved the theatre more than life, and preferred invention to imagination. But precisely because of this restriction of his talent, he attained an eminence as a theatrical tactician which, thus far, has never been surpassed. If we turn to the consideration of our own American drama in the light of this distinction, we shall see at once that the majority of our native playwrights are weak in strategy but strong in tactics. The life work of the late Clyde Fitch is clearly illustrative of this assumption. Fitch was almost inordinately clever in his tactics. He could always expound a play with ease and interest by the aid of some original and dexterous invention. He seemed supremely clever in delineating minor characters, and in inventing means by which these minor characters should seem to have a finger in determining the destiny he had to deal with. But, at the same time, he nearly always failed in the general laying out of his play. He could not draw a leading character consistently throughout a logical succession of 4 acts. Even in his highest efforts, like The Truth, he permitted his tactics to override his strategy, and allowed a big dramatic scheme to shatter itself into a myriad of minor clevernesses. The same merits in tactics and defects in strategy remain apparent in the most typical products of the American drama today. It would, I think, be futile to deny that our most representative playwright at the present time is Mr. George M. Cohan. Mr. Cohan and the growing host of those who imitate him have mastered the tactics of the theatre. They are cleverer than Hauptmann, more inventive than Brieux, and none of them has yet laid out a play with the serene supremacy of strategy apparent in the planning of The Weavers or The Red Robe. So long as we continue to fix our eyes upon the theatre instead of allowing them to wander over the unlimited domain of life, so long as we continue to value invention more dearly than imagination, so long as we continue to worship immediate expediency in preference to untimely and eternal truth, we shall continue to advance in tactics and to retrograde in strategy. We shall continue to improve the techniques of the theatre, but we shall contribute nothing to the technique of the drama. On the other hand, such a piece as The Unchastened Woman by Mr. Louis K. Anspacher appears at the first glance more like a European drama than an American play, for it is strong in strategy and weak in tactics. The author has imagined one of the most vital characteristics that have appeared in the American drama for a long, long time. His heroine steps living from the limits of his play and continues her existence in the vast domain of life at large. But the play itself in which she figures is far less clever in its tactics than the average composition of the average American craftsman. Caroline Knowles, as this memorable heroine is called, reveals a family resemblance to Hedda Gabler, but she is projected not in the mood of tragedy, but in the mood of sardonic comedy. Like Hedda, she is a woman of talent, who, finding no productive exercise for her abilities, uses them to thwart the productivity of all the people with whom she comes in contact. Like Hedda also, she is morally a coward, and impedes herself from the commission of any tangible crime because of a fear of the consequences. She is incapable of love, but she takes delight in alluring men to love her, for the sake of having a finger in their destinies and distressing their sweethearts or wives. She has ceased all marital relations with her husband, but, valuing the protection of his name, she carefully avoids the commission of any act which might make it possible for him to divorce her. Meanwhile, her husband, a much more normal and honorable being, has established a relation with a mistress. But Caroline, knowing this, refuses to divorce her husband, but merely holds her knowledge as a sword to threaten him. The character of this despicable and fascinating heroine is studied very thoroughly, and the impression of reality conveyed affords sufficient proof of the efficiency of the author's strategy. But neither of the two stories which he has invented as frameworks for this central figure is interesting in itself, and the tactics of the play are crude and blundering. As an example of the author's crudity in tactics, the first entrance of the heroine may be cited. She is returning to her husband's house after a long trip abroad. We are told that she has become involved in trouble at the dock because she has tried to smuggle through the customs many purchases without declaring them, and has attempted to bribe a government inspector. The whole incident is hashed over in a dialogue between Caroline, her husband, and a woman friend of hers. The incident itself is sufficiently indicative of the heroine's character, but to begin the exposition of so prominent a person with a retrospective narrative of an incident that has already happened off the stage is clearly a mistake in tactics. It would have been far better to allow the heroine to do something in the sight of the audience which was equally indicative of the iniquity of her nature. This initial launching of the heroine is followed by a passage in which the author permits her to sit still while her husband, at considerable length, informs her, and incidentally informs the audience, of his intimate opinion of her character. Here again we note a fault in tactics, for surely it would have been more clever to avoid this expository passage by exhibiting the heroine in the self-explanatory terms of action. In conducting both the second act and the third, Mr. Anspacher has removed from the stage his only really interesting character several minutes before the fall of the conclusive curtain, and has allowed the dialogue to straggle on in an annoying anti-climax. This is a mistake in tactics, which a mere apprentice to the craft of making plays might presumably be trusted to avoid. But the disconcerting fact remains that, though Mr. Anspacher is comparatively ineffective in his tactics, he is surprisingly efficient in the larger points of strategy. Especially praiseworthy, for example, is his procedure in leaving his unchastened woman still unchastened at the end. She has been forced, in the last act, to submit to an unavoidable humiliation. But at her final exit she manages, by her sheer genius for creating mischief, to annihilate the victory of those who momentarily have triumphed over her. To conceive and create an unpleasant person, and to avoid the usual temptation to reform this person before the final curtain fall, is an achievement in sheer strategy, which has seldom been accomplished in our native drama. The merits of this play are large, and its defects are little. Half a dozen of our American playwrights might have worked the pattern out more cleverly, but the important and preponderant fact remains that few, if any, of these other tacticians of our theatre have imagined and created so true a character as Caroline Knowles. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Problems of the Playwright. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Proportion in the drama. Every play is a dramatization of a story that covers a larger canvas than the play itself. The dramatist must be familiar not only with the comparatively few events that he exhibits on the stage, but also with the many other events that happen offstage during the course of the action, others still that happen between the acts, and innumerable others that are assumed to have happened before the play began. Considering his story as a whole, the playwright must select his particular material by deciding what to put into his play and what to leave out of it. And any number of different plays may be made from the same story by different selections from the material at hand. Considering the entire story of Hamlet, for instance, it would be possible to make an interesting play in which the climax should be the seduction of Queen Gertrude by her handsome and unscrupulous brother-in-law, and the murder of the king by Claudius should constitute the catastrophe. In this play, the young prince Hamlet, remaining ignorant of what is going on about him, would play but a minor part, and would be dramatically interesting only as a potential menace to the machinations of his plausible but wicked uncle. Many other plays might be selected from the entire drift of narrative from which Shakespeare derived the specific dramatization that we know so well, and it is by no means illogical to assume that the same great dramatist might have made as great a tragedy of one of these innumerable other hypothetic plays. But after the dramatist has made a definite selection of events to be exhibited, the nature of his play will still depend on the sense of proportion with which he develops the materials selected. What characters, what motives, what incidents shall he emphasize, and what others shall he merely shadow forth in the dim limbo of his background? Suppose the dramatist of Hamlet to have decided to begin his play after the murder of the king and to end it with the retributive execution of the murderer. It would still be possible to project Claudius as the central and most interesting figure in the tragedy. He might be exhibited as a man self-tortured by the gnawing of remorse, harrowed by an ever-growing doubt of the security of his assumed position, wounded to the quick by the defection of his queen, and ultimately welcoming the stroke that cut the knot intrinsicate of all his tortures. In a dramatization so conceived, the young prince Hamlet would once more be relegated to a minor role. A shift in the proportions of the narrative would alter the entire aspect of the tragedy. Whenever we go to a play, we witness only one of myriad possible dramatizations of the entire story that the playwright has imagined. If we are dissatisfied with the drama, this dissatisfaction may frequently be traced to a disagreement with the playwright concerning his selection of material. Often we wish that the author had begun his play either earlier or later in the general procession of events from which he chose his incidents. Often we feel that much that we have seen might better have been assumed to happen off the stage, and that certain other incidents that happened off the stage would have thrilled us more if we had seen them. But even more frequently, we may trace our dissatisfaction to a disagreement with the playwright concerning the proportions of his narrative. We wish to see more of certain characters and less of others. We were keenly interested in certain motives which he only half developed, and bored by certain other motives which he insisted on developing in full. We cared more about Laertes than Polonius, let us say, and were disappointed because the garrulous old man was given much to say and do, and his gallant son was given comparatively little. When a play with an obviously interesting theme fails to hold the attention and to satisfy the interest, the fault may nearly always be ascribed to some error of proportion. Too much time has been devoted to secondary material, too little to material that at the moment seemed more worthy of attention. The serious plot of Much Ado About Nothing, for example, tends to bore the audience because they have grown to care so much for Beatrice and Benedict that they can no longer take any personal interest in what happens to Hero. When Monsieur Rostand began the composition of L'Aiglon, he conceived Flambeau as the central figure of the drama. Later, in the course of composition, the young Duc de Reichstadt ran away with the play, and L'Aiglon became, in consequence, a vehicle for Sarah Bernhardt instead of a vehicle for Constant Coquelin. Monsieur Rostand was right in his ultimate perception that the weak son of a strong father would be more interesting to the public than a vieux grognard à grandes moustaches, and an obstinate effort to keep Flambeau in the center of the stage would have diminished the popularity of the play. In handling any story, the dramatist is fairly free to select the incidents to be exhibited and to determine the proportions of the composition he has chosen. But there are always two exigencies that he cannot safely disregard. The first of these is covered by Sarcey's theory of the scene à faire, or the obligatory scene, as the phrase has been translated by Mr. Archer. An obligatory scene is a scene that the public has been permitted to foresee and to desire from the progress of the action, and such a scene can never be omitted without a consequent dissatisfaction. The second exigency is that the dramatist must proportion his play in agreement with the instinctive desire of the audience. He must summarize what the public wishes to be summarized, and must detail what the public wishes to be detailed. He must not, either deliberately or inadvertently, antagonize the instinctive desire that he has awakened. If the author has caused the public to care more about Shylock than about any other person in his play, it becomes, for example, a dramaturgic error to leave Shylock out of the last act. If the audience, as may be doubted in this instance, really wants Charles Surface to make love to Maria, it becomes a dramaturgic error to omit any love scene between the two. When Roy Bias was first produced, the public was delighted with a minor character, the shiftless and rollicking Don César de Bézanne. Thereupon, Dennery, with the permission of Hugo, made this character the central figure of a second melodrama, in which the public was permitted to see more of him. There are certain characters that afflict the audience with disappointment whenever they leave the stage, and there are certain other characters that afflict the audience more deeply by remaining on the stage and continuing to talk, and the distinction between the two types can seldom be determined before a play has been tried out with the assistance of some sort of audience. To fight against the popular desire in the matter of proportion is to fight in vain. End of Chapter 7. Read by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 25th of March, 2022.
Chapter 8 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tad Davis. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Chapter 8, Harmony in Presentation. It is seldom that we receive from a theatrical performance an impression that satisfies our sense of harmony. The elements that go into the making of an acted play are so many and so diverse that it is very difficult to blend them all into a composition that shall be free from any discord. The function of the stage director has often been compared with that of the leader of an orchestra. But this comparison makes no record of the fact that it is immeasurably more difficult to produce a play than to conduct a symphony. What would the public think of the performance of a symphony if 20 of the instruments were out of tune, if half a dozen of the violinists played in different keys at once, and if a dozen of the other musicians paid no attention to the tempo of the leader? Harsh words would undoubtedly be spoken, and the conductor would be permitted to resign. Yet an impression that is precisely analogous to this is produced by more than half of the performances in the leading theaters of New York. Why is it that the public tolerates this errant lack of harmony? One reason is that the majority of theatergoers never notice it. And another, and a better reason, is that the more sensitive minority of theatergoers may probably suspect how very, very difficult, in the present state of the theater in America, is the task with which the stage director is confronted. Suppose, for the sake of illustration, that a certain play be perfectly constructed and perfectly written. In that case, the final work of art has, at the most, been only half completed. Next, the piece must be perfectly cast. That is to say, a group of actors must be tactfully selected, each of whom is not only capable of playing his own part in conformity with the author's intention, but is also able to assist all the other actors to achieve the best possible effect with the parts that are allotted to them. The members of the company must not only act well as individuals, but they must also act together as contributors to a collaborative work of art. A single performance that is out of key may disrupt the harmony of the entire composition. But supposing that this perfect play be perfectly cast and perfectly acted, it may still fail of its effect unless it be perfectly staged. A red curtain hanging behind a pink evening gown, a misdirected spotlight that casts emphasis upon an insignificant detail, some minor incongruity of furniture, or any of a myriad other trivial details may introduce a note of discord that will utterly disrupt the illusion of the play. It would be impossible to deny that the average performance in New York is less harmonious than the average performance in London or Paris or Berlin. The main reason, of course, is that the American theater is conducted with a less sincere regard for art than the theaters of the foremost European nations. But another reason should be mentioned also, in justice to the half-dozen American stage directors who really care for art and try their best to call it into being. This reason is that our stage is more cosmopolitan than that of any European country. 9/10 of all the plays produced in France are set in France, are written by French authors, and are acted by French actors. But only a bare majority of the plays produced in America are written and acted by Americans. Our stage is very hospitable to plays from other lands. Those imported from Great Britain are usually performed for us by British companies, but all other European plays must be translated and must be played by native actors who find it very difficult to transform themselves into Frenchmen or Germans or Norwegians. But not only are our plays selected from a dozen different countries, but our actors also are recruited from many different climes. We have upon our stage many American actors who always talk American, and many British actors who always talk British. We have a few actors trained either in America or in Great Britain who talk the standard language, which betrays no locality of origin, that rarely heard language which is known as English, and we have several foreign actors who speak British or American with a French or German or Russian intonation. From such heterogeneous elements as these, it is very difficult to coordinate a harmonious performance. An emphatic contrast to our own discordant efforts was afforded by the perfectly harmonious performance of Change, a Welsh play that was acted in this country in 1914 by an imported company of Welsh players. The acting of this company was so simple and sincere, so real and true, that many of the newspaper reviewers thought that it was not acting at all and described it as amateurish. It is rather sad to remark that in the vocabulary of newspaper reviewers, this charming adjective has lost its original meaning of loverly. Change was the first work of a new dramatist of decided promise, Mr. J.O. Francis. To this piece was awarded the prize offered by Lord Howard de Walden for the best Welsh play by a Welsh author, and it was well received when it was produced by the Stage Society at the Haymarket Theatre in London. It was not well received in New York. Many of the reviewers complained because the characters, being Welsh, did not seem to be American. "Why should we take any interest in Welsh working people?" was their remark. Even so, many Americans have wondered why the late J. Pierpont Morgan should have taken any interest in Raphael and Rembrandt, neither of whom ever painted a tired businessman. Another complaint that was registered against this play was, to state it in the clearest terms, that the plot was less important than the characters, and the action was less interesting than the dialogue. One might as well complain of Keats because poetry meant more to him than medicine. Doubtless, many an apothecary would look upon the ode on a Grecian urn as a truant waste of time, but it is not necessary to consider art from the point of view of the apothecary. It is the first principle of criticism that a work of art should be judged in accordance with the intention of the artist. In Change, this new writer, Mr. J.O. Francis, allied himself deliberately with that already well-established school of British realists who set character above plot and dialogue above action. A man is not to be sneered at because he chooses to set to work in accordance with the principles of Stanley Houghton, John Galsworthy, Geetha Sowerby, and St. John Irvine, all of whom have written great plays. Nor is he to be condemned for his evident unwillingness to insert a scene from Sardou into the fabric of his drama. What Mr. Francis gave us was a sincere and sympathetic study of a dozen people, each of whom had a mind of his own, and all of whom were worth knowing. Their interrelations with each other resulted inevitably in a crisis which, though not objectively theatrical, was deeply and poignantly dramatic. The dialogue was a luxury to listen to. It was so absolutely real, so simply, yet so eloquently human. The theme of this play is the tragedy that results from the distressing fact that the elder and the younger generations can never understand each other. This theme has frequently been discussed in the theater in the last few years, but it is nonetheless new on that account, because there can be nothing either new or old about a theme which is eternal. The special poignancy of Change arises from the fact that though the author stands apparently on the side of the younger generation, he has been scrupulously fair to the older people of the play and has presented their case with a sympathetic insight which is utterly unprejudiced. It is always a concession to surrender to the mood of impatience, but it is difficult not to be impatient with that apparently incurable provincialism of our reviewers and our public which resulted in the failure of this play. Change was a beautiful composition, and it was beautifully acted. For beauty is truth, truth beauty, whatever the apothecaries say. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Chapter 9. High Comedy in America. No other type of drama is so rarely written in America as that intelligently entertaining type which is variously known as high comedy, or comedy of manners, or artificial comedy. The purpose of high comedy is to satirize the social customs of the upper classes, to arraign with wit the foibles of the aristocracy. It must conform to the requirement of comedy that the plot shall never stiffen into melodrama, nor slacken into farce, and it must attain the end of entertainment less by emphasis of incident than by the nice analysis of character. The medium of artificial comedy is conversation. It dallies with the smart sayings of smart people, and the dialogue need not be strictly natural, provided that it be continuously witty. The world of high comedy is a world in which what people say is immeasurably more important than what they do, or even what they are. It is an airy and a careless world, more brilliant, more graceful, more gay, more irresponsible than the world of actuality. The people of high comedy awaken thoughtful laughter, but they do not touch the heart nor stir the soul. By that token they are only partly real. They have merely heads, not hearts, intelligence and not emotion. They stimulate an intellect at play without stirring up the deeper sympathies. For this reason high comedy is more difficult to write than the sterner types of drama. It cannot strike below the belt like melodrama, nor, like tragedy, attack the vital organs of compassion. It can only deliver light blows upon the forehead. It must always hit above the eyes. In the genealogy of English drama, high comedy can boast an ancient and an honourable lineage. It was introduced in England in 1664 by Sir George Etheridge, who imported it from France, for during that exile of all gentlemen to Paris, which is known in history as the Protectorate of Cromwell, Etheridge had studied manners at the French court and the comedy of manners at the theatre of Molière. He was soon followed by that great quartet of gentlemanly wits, composed of Wycherley, Congreve, Van Burgh, and Farquhar, who carried English comedy to unexampled heights of brilliancy and irresponsibility. Unfortunately for their fame, the work of these masters was tinged with an utter recklessness of all morality, at which later generations have grown to look askance. Of this tendency, as Charles Lamb has defined it, to take an airing beyond the diocese of the strict conscience, high comedy was purged by Colley Cibber and Sir Richard Steele, who introduced, however, the infra-intellectual alloy of sentiment. Then came the richer period of the genial Goldsmith and the incomparable Sheridan, which gave us the greatest of all comedies of manners, the School for Scandal. Charles Lamb, who had seen this masterpiece performed by many of the members of the original company, lived long enough to pen the solemn sentence, "The artificial comedy, or comedy of manners, is quite extinct on our stage." But even while this requiem was being written, the type was being kept alive in occasional comedies like The London Assurance of Dion Boucicault, and late in the 19th century it was brilliantly revivified by the clever and witty Oscar Wilde and the more humorous and human Mr. Henry Arthur Jones. It is the privilege of American writers to share with their British cousins the common heritage of English literature, and most offshoots of the ancient stock have been successfully transplanted overseas. But there are certain of these offshoots which thus far have failed to flourish in America because we have had so little time, comparatively, to till our literary soil. Our native drama is already thoroughly alive in respect to melodrama and to farce, but it is not yet thoroughly alive in respect to high comedy. This fact, however, is not at all surprising, for high comedy is the last of all dramatic types to be established in the art of any nation. It has frequently been said that it takes 3 generations to make a gentleman, but it takes more than 3 to develop a comedy of manners. Manners do not become a theme for satire until they have been crystallized into a code, and to laugh politely, a playwright must have an aristocracy to laugh at. To all intents and purposes, the United States is still a country without an upper class, and the chaos of our social system precludes the possibility of social satire. Before we can develop a comedy of manners in America, we must first develop an aristocracy to satirize. At present our few aristocrats are cosmopolitans, and if they should be mirrored on the stage, our audience would think them un-American. For not only do we lack the subject matter for high comedy, but we also lack an audience that is educated to appreciate it. Compare the clientele of the Criterion Theatre in London with the clientele of many of our theatres on Broadway. Our American audience is more heterogeneous, more democratic, and possibly more human, but it is certainly less cultivated, less refined. It is composed for the most part of the sort of people who are embarrassed by good breeding and who consider it an affectation to pronounce the English language properly. It is not surprising, therefore, that, as Mr. Walter Pritchard Eaton has pithily remarked, most of our American comedies must be classified as comedies of bad manners. We laugh uproariously at impoliteness on our stage because we have not yet learned to laugh delicately at politeness. We are amused at the eccentricities of bad behavior because we have not yet learned to be amused at the eccentricities of good behavior. We are still in the stage of learning how to laugh because we are still in the stage of learning how to live. There are very few ladies and gentlemen in the American drama. There are none, for instance, in the very popular and thoroughly representative plays of Mr. George M. Cohan. But the primary reason is that there are very few ladies and gentlemen in the American audience, and the secondary reason is that there are very few ladies and gentlemen in American life. It would not be fair to blame our native dramatists for the dearth of high comedy in America. Bronson Howard in the first generation and Clyde Fitch in the second strove earnestly to give us a native comedy of manners, but their successors in the present generation have for the most part given up the difficult endeavor. It is a thankless task to write about aristocrats for an audience that is unprepared to recognize them, and to search for subject matter for a comedy of manners in a country that is still a little proud of the misfortune that it has no upper class. For these reasons, the achievement of a genuine American high comedy should be celebrated with especial praise. The New York Idea, by Mr. Langdon Mitchell, is perhaps the only play of American authorship which conforms to all the requirements and exhibits all the characteristics of the traditional comedy of manners. There is only enough action to keep the characters conversing, and this action is never serious enough to stir the deeper sympathies. The characters are airily intelligent, and while their levity precludes them from ever lifting the play to any mood more serious than that of comedy, their intelligence prevents them from allowing it to lapse to farce. All the characters are deftly drawn, and every one of them is witty. The dialogue is, from first to last, unfalteringly brilliant, and while it never calls forth the loud guffaw that speaks the vacant-minded audience, it is continuously accompanied by a ripple of delighted laughter. The New York Idea is a satire of the tendency of a certain section of American society to indulge unduly in the inspiriting adventure of divorce. Cynthia Carslake really loves her husband, but she has divorced him in a moment of pique, and has become engaged to the stolid Philip Phillimore. Whereupon Carslake proceeds to make himself good-naturedly annoying by openly making love to the divorced wife of Phillimore. Cynthia is stimulated by the sting of jealousy to realize her love for the husband she has lightly tossed away, and at the very moment when her marriage to Phillimore is about to be pronounced, she balks at the ceremony and flees from Phillimore to become reconciled with Carslake. The former Mrs. Phillimore ultimately marries Sir Wilfrid Gates Derby, a witty Englishman who, throughout the play, has made love to both the women and announced to each of them that the other is his second choice. The New York Idea was first produced in 1906 by Mrs. Fiske, and was revived 9 years later by Miss Grace George. Its brilliancy has not been dimmed by the decade that has passed since the time when it was written, and in that decade no other high comedy of American authorship has been brought forth to rival it in excellence. It is not only a good play for the theatre, but a good play for the library as well, for it attains that tone of literary distinction which is very rarely reached in our plays of native authorship. End of Chapter 9. Read by Sandra.
Chapter 10 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Patrick Randall. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Chapter 10. The George M. Cohan School of Playwrights. Anybody who is seriously interested in the development of a native drama in America must devote particular attention to the work of George M. Cohan, not merely because of the merit of his plays, but even more because of his extremely potent influence over a constantly growing group of younger writers. We have had American playwrights in the past who were superior to Mr. Cohan, Clyde Fitch, for instance, and Augustus Thomas at his best. But none of these has founded what might be called a school, nor developed a formula for making plays that can be used successfully by many men less gifted than himself. In the last half-dozen years, a clear majority of all the plays of native authorship that have been most popular upon our stage have shown a family resemblance to each other, and the formula of Mr. Cohan is undeniably the father of the family. This fact has been particularly evident in the case of those plays which have been sufficiently successful to be exported from New York to London, so that in the British capital the two adjectives American and Cohanesque have lately come to seem synonymous. To our cousins overseas, the label Made in America conjures up no image of the Great Divide, or Kindling, or the Scarecrow, or the Witching Hour, or the Truth. It suggests instead a play by Mr. Cohan, or by any of the growing group who follow in his footsteps. In any ultimate history of the American drama, the chapter devoted to these current years must bear the name of Mr. Cohan in its caption. Whatever verdict may be reached in a final summing up of the merits and demerits of his work, our hypothetical historian will not be able to deny that Mr. Cohan is the most representative American dramatist of the present period. He is known to be a very modest man, and it may be doubted that he has ever thought of himself as the founder and the leader of a school. But his influence is evident in nearly all the plays which at present are enjoyed by the public and are praised by the critics, because of certain qualities which have come to be regarded as typically American. It is necessary for the critic, therefore, to inquire what is meant by a play that is typically American, or to use the other label, Cohanesque. What is Mr. Cohan's formula for making plays, that magic formula which many other authors have accepted as an open sesame to fame and fortune? The recipe is really very simple. The hero is a young man who, in the first act, is exhibited as down and out, or at least at a low ebb of his fortunes, because luck has been against him, or because he has made a mess of his own life by indulging certain weaknesses or vices. Toward the end of this first act, he conceives a daring and hazardous scheme for making an incalculable fortune at the expense of a public which is assumed to be easily gullible. Or else this scheme is suggested to him by a friend, or imposed upon him by the drift of circumstances. In the second act, the hero starts out to win his way in the world by the impetus of this adventurous scheme. In intention, he is at first dishonest, or at least not entirely decided in his ideas of right and wrong. But as his scheme begins to work, he finds it more profitable to play the game straight than to play it crooked, and is converted to probity by the unforeseen success of a project which he had expected to be a little dangerous. By the time the last act is reached, the hero has made a fortune, not only for himself, but also for many minor characters whom he had considered as little more than fools when they gave their faith to his project at the time when it was launched. The boom which he has brought about results in unprecedented prosperity for an entire town, and the hero, who began life as a failure, lives happily forever after as a captain of success. This summary, though a little abstract, might be employed by any critic of the drama in reviewing such plays by Mr. Cohan as Get-Rich-Quick Wallingford, Broadway Jones, and Hit the Trail Holiday, or such plays by other authors as The Fortune Hunter, Ready Money, It Pays to Advertise, and many others which might with equal pertinence be mentioned. The essential element in the formula is that the play must offer a farcical encomium upon the subject of success in life. The hero, who in the first act is regarded and regards himself as a hopeless failure, must ultimately make a fortune for himself, and for many other people who rather foolishly believe in him, by putting into practice some preposterously imaginative scheme. The typically American quality of the play arises from the fact that to imagine the preposterous is the particular achievement of American humor that is at once most humorous and most American. In this particular achievement, Mr. Cohan has somehow managed to accept the mantle of such immortal American humorists as Benjamin Franklin and Mark Twain, although it is by no means inconceivable that he may be unfamiliar with their writings. The success of the Cohan formula upon our stage is rather surprising, in view of certain theories which always heretofore have been accepted by commentators on the drama. It has been assumed, for instance, through uncounted centuries, that no play can ever be successful without a love story. Yet there is not a single love scene in any of Mr. Cohan's plays. The hero may marry the heroine at the conclusion of the drama, but he has never made love to her at any moment while the action was in progress. It has also been assumed by recent critics that no modern drama can succeed unless it interests primarily the female section of the public, since the majority of the patrons of the contemporary theater is made up of women and their escorts, and that the proper subject of successful modern drama is therefore an analysis of femininity. But Mr. Cohan's plays are written frankly for an audience of men, and deal almost entirely with matters in which only male characters are involved. He has created 100 living men, but not a single living woman. And his success seems all the more remarkable when we remember that he has never made a conscious or deliberate appeal to the women in his audience. A closer examination of the Cohan formula will lead us to evaluate the merits and the defects of the representative American drama of the present period. In respect to characterization, this drama is rich in quaint and curious minor parts, but is poor in leading parts with leading motives. Mr. Cohan and his followers have given us a galaxy of minor characters that may be remembered with delight for their truthful tallying with nature, but they have given us no single figure of a hero or a heroine who can be regarded as sufficiently alive and real to step easily and boldly from the framework of the play in which they figure into the immortal regions of imaginative memory. In respect to plot, Mr. Cohan and his followers are exceedingly adept. They excel in bustle and in movement. Something seems always to be happening upon the stage, and the entrances and exits of the actors are deftly timed to attain the maximum of theatrical effect. At times, the deeper possibilities of dramatic tension are sacrificed to sustain this superficial hurrying to and fro. But on the other hand, there are no waste moments or empty places in the play. In respect to dialogue, these plays are written in a curious vernacular, the special slang of the theatergoers of Broadway. The scene is usually set, perforce, in some little city of New England or the Middle West, and it is, in actuality, inconceivable that the sheltered inhabitants of these localities should be familiar with the latest turns of slang that are current in Times Square. Mr. Cohan's dialogue is just as artificial as the rigid rhetoric of Mr. Percy Mackaye, but it sounds colloquial to the public that he writes for, and it awakens easily the confidential laughter that arises from the quick response of recognition. Of the technical merits of Mr. Cohan's plays, it would be superfluous to speak in praise. Few recent entertainments, for example, have been more intelligently planned than 7 Keys to Baldpate. Mr. Cohan is gifted with a keen sense of theatrical effect, a remarkable appreciation of the efficiency of certain actors, and a positive genius for predicting in advance the predilections of the public. But is his typically American drama a great drama? And is it, after all, resumptive of America? These questions must be asked by anybody who is seriously interested in the development of a native drama in this country. In answer to these questions, it should be noted, first of all, that in all the plays that have been written by Mr. Cohan and his emulators, there is no single character that may be called a lady or a gentleman in the sense in which these words are understood in England, But are there in America no ladies and no gentlemen? Furthermore, there is not a single character that may be called cultured or even especially well educated. But are there no educated people in America? No character can truthfully be said to talk the English language, since everybody talks this special language of Broadway. But is English a dead language in America? We are taken to a world where there is no such thing as love, nor religion, nor idealism, nor self-sacrifice, but only the will to succeed and the impulse to get the better of one's neighbor. But are the higher motives actually absent from the American imagination? It appears that in the current life of present-day America, there are many noble motives which have remained untouched and unexploited by Mr. Cohan and his school. The adjective American has not yet really shriveled to identity with the adjective Cohanesque. Though Mr. Cohan rules our stage at present, some greater leader of our native drama must in future years arise. The enormous territory of our vast and dreaming life is still awaiting a profound and great explorer. How long, the critic wonders, must we wait until some huge Columbus of the theater shall achieve for the dramatic art an ultimate discovery of America? End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Section 11. Chapter 11. Youth and Age in the Drama. One of the most pleasing plays of American authorship in recent years is Old Lady 31 by Rachel Carruthers. Miss Carruthers, who has long been noted for her mastery of the delicate art of dialogue, has written many plays of promise in the past, but this latest piece is easily the best of her productions. It is poignantly beautiful for the simple reason that it is penetratingly true. Occasionally in the past, Miss Carruthers has shown a regrettable tendency to insist upon her own extremely feminine opinions about life, as in A Man's World and Ourselves, to cite a couple of examples. But in Old Lady 31, she shows us life itself, relieved from the intrusion of opinion, and we stand up and remove our hats, as it is our custom in the shining presence of reality. It would be futile to deny the success of this remarkable production, either as a work of art or as a popular entertainment. The casual and careless theatre-goer has gone to see it, has wept and laughed in the wonder-working mood of happy pathos, or pathetic happiness, and has come away from the performance a sadder and a wiser, and in consequence of course a better man. Yet the interesting fact remains to be discussed, that Miss Carruthers has succeeded with a subject matter that for many years has been tabooed as dangerous by nearly all of our theatrical purveyors whose habit is to feel the pulse of the public. For the milieu of the story is an old lady's home, and the theme of the play is the psychology of several superannuated people whose active lives have long been passed and done with. The appeal of youth to youth, which most of our commercial managers insist upon as necessary requisite to popularity, is singularly absent. The popular success of Old Lady 31 reopens the entire controversy that concerns the question whether or not the dramatist can ever please the public with an essay in appreciation of old age. The project of Old Lady 31 was suggested to Miss Carruthers by a novel that was written by the late Louis Forslund. The story follows the declining fortunes of a pair of aged lovers whose affection for each other has grown durable from the daily dust of life. Abe and Angie are very old, and they have been constrained to spend the little money they had scraped together through the savings of a lifetime against the years that gently bend us to the ground. But by selling their little cottage and their furniture and nearly all their pitiful and dear belongings, they have raised the $100 that is requisite to secure admittance for Angie to the old ladies' home. Abe, on his part, will have to subsist on charity at the poor farm 5 miles away. These simple facts are set forth in a prologue which shows the two old people saying a sad last farewell to the little cottage which has been their home for many years. The first act discloses the veranda of the old ladies' home and introduces us to several superannuated women who are gossiping in rocking chairs concerning the expected arrival of Angie. These women, who no longer have anything to do in life, have all the more to think and feel and say. But something unforeseen attacks and overwhelms them when Angie arrives accompanied by Abe, who is trundling along her poor belongings on a handcart. Abe tries to say good-bye to Angie and to set forth smilingly afoot for the poor farm 5 miles away, but this attempted parting is more than the old women at the home can bear to see. When Troy fell, the followers of Aeneas emitted that immortal phrase, "We have been Trojans, Troy has been." And of these faded wrecks in rocking chairs it might be said with equal pathos, they have been women. In this moment they remember, and, recalling the keen life they used to know, they insist that Abe shall not be parted from his Angie, but shall be received surreptitiously into the home as old lady 31. The unaccustomed presence of a man in the house stirs all the 30 women to a vivid recollection of those feelings which, in Wordsworth's phrase, may be described as intimations of immortality. The memory of sex survives its function, and a woman is no less a woman though she may be 70 or 80 or 90 years of age. The immediate effect of the reception of Abe into the old ladies' home is to accelerate the coursing of the blood in all the 30 inmates, so that they become again in spirit the mothers, sisters, wives, and sweethearts that they used to be. Like bees about a flower, they buzz and flutter round the old man who sits in an easy chair among them, and when he falls ill, they fight among themselves and scratch each other to win the privilege of nursing him. This unusual situation, for it is indeed amazingly uncustomary on the stage, is studied by Miss Crothers with a very subtle sense of characterization. To Abe at last, who, despite the fact that he is very old, is still a man, there comes a sense that it is very irksome to be mothered by so many women. He's been killed with kindness, and, as men of any age will do at times, he grows extremely tired of the other sex. He desires to go forth and have his fling, afar from the sight of any women, and to this end he plans clandestinely to run away with an old crony to spend a glorious evening with the men, the real men, of the life-saving station on the terrible and tingling coast that is besieged eternally by the insidious sea. This is his idea of a single, great, and last good time, to drink a draught of fellowship with men of mighty sinews, whose business it is to fight against the forces of the brutal gods, and not to lose the struggle. He leaves behind a letter for his Angie, to tell her that he is going to the poor farm, and will never again return to be an inmate of the old ladies' home. Angie reads that letter. It would perhaps have broken her old heart if Angie had not known what every woman knows, that men are merely children and must come home to their mothers before the sun goes down. Abe comes home, of course. He has had his little fling, and he is glad enough to be received again as the adopted son, more dear indeed because of his momentary waywardness, of the 30 mother hearts that have never missed a beat for him in the old ladies' home. Angie is there among them, like a moon among the stars. She chides him and scolds him and puts him to bed, as in the years that were, and we do not need to be told that they lived happily forever after. 2 young people, and only 2, appear in the fabric of this play, an ambitious young workman who is poor, and the rich daughter of one of the directors of the old ladies' home. They love each other ardently and ultimately marry. Their story is adequately plausible, and moreover it is prettily told. But somehow it does not seem to matter. For once, the interest is focused so tremendously on people who are ending life that the audience has no attention to devote to people who are merely starting out to test it. These two young lovers, though truthfully and sympathetically drawn, might be deleted from the story without detracting from its interest. Here, then, we have a play that amuses and enchants the audience because it deals, in the ingratiating mood of sympathetic understanding, with the subject of old age. Yet this is a subject which most of our commercial managers have always been afraid of. It has been their theory that youth must be served in the theatre, and that the heroine, in particular, must always be a young and pretty girl. A little while ago, when the Boomerang was settling down to its record-making run at the Belasco Theatre, the present writer happened to enjoy an interesting conversation with Mr. Belasco concerning the career of that very slight but delicately modulated comedy. In discussing the basic reasons for the quite extraordinary popularity of this play, which he admitted to be fragile, Mr. Belasco said that the public flocked to see The Boomerang because it dealt with the emotions of young people in terms that young people could easily appreciate. He then advanced the interesting theory that the average age of theatre-going public is only 22 or 23, and that, to attract a great deal of money to the box office, it is necessary, first of all, to please the girl of 22 and the young gentleman who she allures to take her to the play. If the young folks are satisfied, said Mr. Belasco, the success of any undertaking in the theatre is assured. Whether or not this diagnosis of the case is justified from the standpoint of commercial calculation, and commercial calculation is a potent factor in dramatic art, it must be stated that the efforts of the dramatist would be extremely stultified if he should feel himself condemned to write forever for girls of 22. There are many interesting and important things in life that an author cannot talk about to young girls, for the simple reason that young girls are not sufficiently experienced to understand them. The reach of the drama should be coextensive with the range of life, and any aspect of the life of man that may be made to seem interesting on the stage should be regarded as available for projection in a play. If a dramatist has created Romeo, whom any girl of 22 can understand, must he be forbidden at some subsequent period of his own development to create King Lear? Must the drama deal eternally with youth and never at all with age? These questions recall to vivid recollection a conversation with Sir Arthur Pinero, which took place in London in the spring of 1910. Two of the very greatest plays of this great master of the dramaturgic art, The Thunderbolt and Mid-Channel, had recently received a rather scant appreciation from the London public. The present writer suggested that one reason for the lack of popularity was the fact that neither play contained a character that the average frequenters of the theatre could easily and naturally love. You make them hate the Blunders, you make them hate the Mortimers, and they go away confirmed in the uncritical opinion that you have made them hate the play. They hate the play all the harder because the characters are so real that they cannot get away from them or get around them. You make your auditors uncomfortable by telling them the truth about certain men and women who are very like themselves. They do not like to listen to uncomfortable truths. They decide, therefore, that they do not like to hear you talk, and they tell their friends to stay away. By such argument, the critic sought to draw an answer from the dramatist. Sir Arthur's answer may be recorded most clearly in a paraphrase that is freely recomposed from materials that are registered in memory. It ran in the main as follows. It takes me a year to make a play, 6 months to get acquainted with the characters, and 6 months to build the plot and write the dialogue. All that time I have to seclude myself from the companionship of friends and live only with the imaginary people of my story. Why should I do this at my age? I don't need money. I don't desire, if you will pardon me for saying so, to increase the reputation that I have. Sweet Lavender made my fortune. The second Mrs. Tanqueray made my reputation. and for many years I have not needed to write plays. Why then should I go on? Only because the task is interesting. But it would not be interesting to me unless I were interested personally in the people of my plays. You say the public hate the Blunders and the Mortimers. I do not care. I love those twisted and exacerbated people because, you see, they interest me. I think I must have what the critics call a perverted mind. It should be noted that the wise and brilliant playwright said this with a smile. The only characters that seem to interest me nowadays are people whose lives have somehow gone awry. I like to wonder at the difference between the thing that they are and the thing they might have been. That to me is the essence of the mystery of life, the difference between a man as he is and the same man as God intended and desired him to be. But to see this, you must catch your man at the maturity of years. Young people, sweet young people in particular, no longer seem to interest me. I would rather spend my evenings at the Garrick Club than go down to the country and live 6 months with an imaginary company of people like sweet Lavender. She was a nice girl, but after the first hour there was nothing more to know about her. And now I prefer the Mortimers, for there is always something more to find about people such as they are. You cannot exhaust them in an hour or 6 months. Young people are pretty to look at, and theatre-goers like them, as they liked my little Lavender so many years ago. But now that I have lived a little longer, I prefer people with a past, a future that is nothing but a dream, but a past, there you have a soil to delve in. These words, as has been stated, are merely paraphrased from memory, but the sense is fairly representative of the attitude of mind of our greatest living playwright toward his art. Sir Arthur Pinero might not disagree with Mr. Belasco in the managerial opinion that the safest path toward making money in the theatre is to write about young people for the young, but he himself, having made sufficient money with Sweet Lavender, the boomerang of 30 years ago, prefers for his own pleasure to write plays about people who have reached a maturity of years. On the score of art alone, without regard to commerce, a great deal might be said in support of heroes and of heroines that are no longer young. A story of adventure or of love demands an atmosphere of youth, but there are many things in life more interesting to the adult mind than adolescent love or extravagant adventure. The greatest plays are plays of character, and character is nothing more nor less than the sum total of experience. What a person is at any moment is merely a remembered record of all that he has been. To be alive, a person must have lived, and very few people have lived at all at 22. The greatest artists who have dealt with character have always preferred to depict people in the maturity of years instead of in the heyday of that superficial beauty which is nothing but a passing bloom upon the face of youth. Consider Rembrandt, for example, the most searching and most deeply penetrant of all the portrait painters of the world. A Rembrandt portrait is a record of all that life has written on the face of the sitter, and the portrait becomes meaningful almost precisely in proportion to the age of the person whom the artist looked at. Like Velázquez, Rembrandt painted what he saw, but with this difference, he had to have something to see. The disinterested Spaniard could depict the vacant faces of the royal family with absolute fidelity to fact, and yet achieve a triumph of the minor artistry of painting. But Rembrandt, to be interested, had to have a sitter who had lived. If the old but perfect artist of the Netherlands can be regarded over to have failed at all, he failed in the depiction of young girls. There was nothing in their faces for such a man to see. He was most successful in his portraits of old women and old men, for in these he was allowed to wonder, to quote once more the meaning of Pinero, at the difference between the thing they were and the thing they might have been. He depicted character as the sum total of a lifetime of experience. Must the playwright be denied this privilege because the average theatre-goer is a girl of 22? The success of Old Lady 31 is a salutary fact to bolster up our wishes on the negative side of this contention. Abe and MG in this play are more interesting at 70 or 80 than they ever could have been at 20, before time and mellowness of ripe experience had written genial wrinkles on the brows. Rembrandt would have loved to paint a portrait of these two, and Rembrandt, in the heaven of eternal artists, sits very high in this celestial rose. Another point to be considered is that young people, when imagined by the dramatist, must be depicted by young people on the stage. Hence a premium is set on youth and beauty among our actors, and more especially our actresses. A young girl endowed by nature with a pretty face and fluffy hair is made a star, while many older and less lovely women who know more, much more, about the art of acting are relegated to the ranks. The greatest interpretative artist in the world, Madame Yvette Guilbert, said recently in a public address that no woman could act well before she had attained the age of 35. 20 years of study of such technical details as those of diction and of gesture, and a maturity of personal experience were absolutely necessary before an actress could be fitted to stand forth before the public as an interpreter of human nature. If this is true, and the solemn fact must be accepted that Madame Guilbert herself is now a finer and a greater artist than she seemed even capable of becoming 20 years ago. The premium that now is set upon the youthful charm of youthful actresses is seen to be a very shallow thing. What boots it, after all, to be a star at 25, unless a woman can become, like Sarah Bernhardt, a central and essential sun at 70? Much, of course, might be said conceivably on either side. On the one hand, there is Keats, who died at 25, and on the other hand, there is Ibsen, who did not begin his greatest work till after he was 50. Those whom the gods love die young or live long, as the chance may fall, and there is no mathematical solution of the mystery. But this much may be said with emphasis in summing up, that there is no valid reason why the dramatist should be denied the privilege of dealing with character at its maturity in terms that are intelligible to the adult mind. Youth may be served in the theatre, but old age is still of service, as a theme for the serener contemplation of a ripe intelligence. Despite the imperious and undeniable appeal of youth, there must always be a place upon the boards for the dramatist who says, "Grow old along with me, the best is yet to be, the last of life for which the first was made. Our times are in his hand who saith, a hole I plant youth shows but half. Trust God, see all nor be afraid." End of chapter 11. Read by Claudia Caldi. Chapter 12 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Section 12. Chapter 12. Yvette Guilbert, Première, Diseuse. The stage is very empty. It is almost pitifully lonely. The backdrop, borrowed from some scenic storehouse, displays a conventional picture of a conventional French garden. There is no carpeting upon the bare boards of the platform. Forward, in one corner, a grand piano looks incongruously out of place, and at the instrument is seated a totally uninteresting man. The lights have been turned up, and a momentary hush has quenched the buzzing in the auditorium. A woman enters through the wings, walks downward to the center of the stage, and at once the house is filled and thrilled with the sensation that this is one of the great women of the world. She is wearing a medieval costume, a robe to set you dreaming of the little church at Castelfranco, and the magic carpet hung behind the head of the Virgin of Giordone. But it is not the costume, but the woman wearing it that has enchanted your attention. She walks in beauty, like the night of cloudless climes and starry skies. She has reached the center of stage. She pauses and stands still. She is about to speak. 1,000 ears instinctively yearn toward her. In a few sentences of finely chiseled French, she announces that she is going to render an old ballad of the people, a ballad of the 15th century that tells the story of the birth of Christ. That is all, but somehow you have experienced already a drift of very great adventures. First, you have seen a woman walking greatly, and no other woman can do that, since Modjeska passed away. Next, you have seen a woman greatly standing still, and no other woman can do that except La Douce, whom a nation calls divine. Then you have heard a woman speak, and you have been reminded of the goal of all your striving, ever since you were a little child and felt yourself first tortured by the imperious and yet elusive eloquence of words. From the inconspicuous piano, a few notes have been emitted, and the great woman has begun to enunciate the words of the old ballad. The stage is not empty any longer, it will never be lonely any more. The silly old backdrop has faded quite away, the piano has become invisible. You are looking forth in a wonderful clear night of stars over the hushed housetops of the town of Bethlehem. From somewhere in the distance comes the high-pitched, thin and drowsy call of the night watchman, droning forth the hour. You are back in the mysterious and dreaming East, where millions meditate upon the immanence of God, back in that year of years from which our time is dated. You see a heavy, weary woman toiling toward a tavern. You see her rebuffed rudely by a fat-pursed hostess. You share the timorous despair of her humble husband. You are relegated to the stable and breathe the breath of cattle. There is a pause, a silence. Then suddenly there comes a chant as of a host of angels, trumpet-tongued, blaring forth the miracle of birth beneath the dancing of a million stars. No play has ever made you conscious with such keenness of so much of human life. No music has ever given such wings to your imagination. You begin to wonder what has happened to you. You begin to realize that in the drama of your own experience, the thrilling stage direction has at last been written. Enter art. But once again the great woman pauses and is silent, and stands still, and speaks. Next she tells you she will render an old-time ballad of the death of Christ. This ballad, in the 16th century, was chanted every Eastertide before the portals of all the great cathedrals in France. There is a silence and a pause, including the Cathedral of France, the artist adds, and you feel great tears welling up into your eyes. Thence, forward through the centuries, she leads you through the history of France, projecting many ballads of the people, nearly all by nameless authors, some tragic, some poignantly pathetic, others charmingly alluring, others brightly gay. She changes her costume to suit the changes of the centuries. She alters her carriage, her gestures, the conduct of her voice to suit the alterations of the moods that she imagines. But every time she seems to crowd the stage with many living people, and always she overwhelms the audience with the spirit of the piece that she is rendering. You come away from her performance swimming in a phosphorescent sea. For 2 hours you have worshipped in a temple where beauty is truth, truth beauty. And now you know that nothing else on earth is worth the knowing. You have been seeking all your life for art, and at last you have met it face to face, and you are not afraid, but there is a terrible sweet singing in your soul. You have been reminded in a single afternoon of the great person that you meant to be when you were 21. You have been enlisted once again in the little army of the good and faithful who labor evermore without discouragement to make the world more beautiful. You have been allured once more to such a love of the loveliness of language that you no longer hear the strident voices of the people in the street. You have been taught to imagine the possibilities of civilization. You have sold your soul to art and deemed the bargain generous. There is no word in English for that medium of art of which Yvette Guilbert is the supreme and perfect master. It is not acting, it is not singing, it is not recitation, yet it combines the finest beauties of all three. It offers simultaneously an interpretation of literature and an interpretation of music, and it continually reminds you of what is loveliest in painting, in sculpture, and in dancing. The French call her a diseuse, that is to say, a woman who knows how to say things, and when we think how few people in the world this phrase could justly be applied to, we shall no longer wonder at the rarity of her performance. The art of saying things, as exemplified by Madame Guilbert, has become indeed a synthesis of all the arts. Details have been selected from the methods of all the known media of expression and have been arranged in a perfectly concordant pattern. All the arts are merely so many different languages to give expression to the same essential entity, and this essential entity, which constitutes the soul of art, is rhythm. Painting, sculpture, and architecture make rhythmic patterns to the eye. Music, poetry, and prose make rhythmic patterns to the ear. The art of Yvette Guilbert does both. By her bodily movements, her gestures, her facial expression, she makes patterns in space to charm the eye. And by her enunciation of words and music, she makes patterns in time to charm the ear. She has developed a universal language, a way of appealing simultaneously and with equal power to the deaf and to the blind. The secret of her art is a mastery of rhythm, the quintessential element of all the arts that have ever been developed by mankind, and of this element her mastery is absolute. She is one of the great artists in the world, not only of our time but of all times. She belongs to that high company that is graced by Donatello, Giovanni Bellini at his best, Mozart, and Keats, the perfect masters of a finally perfected medium. Her art, alas, is not like theirs immortal, for the medium of her expression is the perishable temple of the human soul. But to us who are privileged to see and hear her, the beauty that she bids to be appeals more poignantly because of the tragic sense that it is transient. It seems indeed an image of that joy whose hand is ever at his lips bidding adieu. But Yvette Guilbert is not only a great artist, she is also a great woman, and this fact adds the final needed note to a performance that is necessarily so personal as hers. There are not so many really great people in the world that it can ever cease to be a privilege to come into their presence. She is a great woman because, in Whitman's phrase, she contains multitudes. She sits serene upon that height of civilization, toward which uncounted generations have been toiling since the dawn of time. And throned upon the summit, she throws little glances down, smiling, and understands them with her eyes. She is not only supreme in art, she is also supreme in personality. She seems to incorporate within herself the very essence of the nation that has engendered her. Though falling on evil days though falling, and evil tongues, a clear majority of living men still realize that there is such a thing as truth, and such a thing as beauty, and such a thing as right, and are ready to die for the idea that civilization is a better thing than barbarism. To all who are so minded, the most inspiring ideal that is tingling in the world today is the ideal of that beleaguered country that is holding firm the ramparts of the only world worth living in, that country of the neat and nimble speech, that country of sweet reason and unfathomable tenderness of art, that country of liberty, equality, fraternity, that country which is the second home and foster mother of all the artists of the world who meditate beneath the stars. All that this leader of the nations has to say seems summed up and expressed in the incomparable art of this incomparable woman. It is as if great France had blown a kiss to us across the seas. End of chapter 12. Read by Claudia Caldi. Chapter 13 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Section 13. Chapter 13. the loveliness of little things. For those who seek adventure among beautiful achievements, there is a special pleasure in contemplating the loveliness of little things. The tiny temple at Nîmes is not so great an edifice as the Cathedral of Amiens, but it is much more perfect and more fine. The mind is overawed by the tremendous seraphim of Tintoretto, cutting through chaos with strong level flight, but the heart goes out with keener fondness to the little angels of Fra Angelico that demurely set one tiny foot before the other on the pansied fields of paradise. The vastest work of Byron is Don Juan, with its enormous incongruity of moods. But his loveliest work is the simple-mooded little lyric that begins, "She walks in beauty." Could any colossus of sculpture be so dainty or so delicate as the little bronze Narcissus of Naples, whose uplifted finger is eternally accompanied by a melody of unheard flutes? What is Shakespeare's finest and most perfect work? It is not Hamlet, nor Macbeth. It is not even Othello. It is, I think, the tiny song beginning, "Take, oh take those lips away." It is conceivable that any of his great plays might be improved by 100 alterations in the lines, but to change a single syllable of that forlorn and lovely lyric would be like scratching the face of a little child. It is one of the paradoxes of art that its very finest works are nearly always minor works. The pursuit of perfectness is incompatible with the ambition for amplitude, and a vast creation can seldom be completely fine. A cameo is a more perfect thing than a cathedral, and lovers of all that is most delicate in versification must turn to minor poets like Catullus. The major poet can afford to be careless, but the minor poet is constrained to write perfectly if he is to write at all. With the major poet, mere art is a secondary concern. He may indeed be a great artist like Milton, or he may be a reckless and shoddy artist like Walt Whitman. But the minor poet loves art for the sake of art. He pursues perfection, and can rest content with nothing less faultless and less fine. Amid the drums and tramplings of all the great Elizabethan tragedies, there is no passage quite so perfect in pathetic delicacy as Mr. Austin Dobson's little lyric in dialogue entitled "Good Night, Babette." Such exquisite minor works as this, and all the others we have mentioned, must be regarded as the little children of art. They awaken an affection that can never be inspired by those gigantic presences before which we bow our heads in awe. It is a great thing to strew roses in the triumphal path of Caesar, but it is a sweeter thing to deck with daffodils the blown hair of some dancing little maid. In the autobiography of Benvenuto Cellini, we learn that the dearest heir of his invention was not the tall and agile Perseus that now takes the reign in Florence, but the precious little salt cellar which now arrests the wanderer through many rooms in the vast museum of Vienna. In this minor work, the artist's medium was not bronze, but gold. He was not making a monument for multitudes to gape at, but was perfecting a tiny and a precious thing for the eyes of the enlightened few. In this regard, a minor work of art may be defined as a work of art designed for the minority. In many modern languages, like French and German and Italian, the sweetest way of expressing endearment is through the use of a diminutive. Mütterchen, in German, means not merely little mother, but dear little mother as well. And when the younger Lippi was nicknamed Filippino, the name meant not so much little Philip as the well-beloved Philip. There is a famous passage in Dante's Purgatory at the outset of the 28th canto, where the poet's keenness of affection for the perfect world is expressed by his appreciation of the little birds that sing on little branches in tree-tops, sown lightly by a little breeze. And this succession of diminutive is like a reaching out of tiny fingers groping for the reader's hand. Whoever has looked upon the sweetest painting in the world must know the love of little things. When you enter the tiny chapel of the Frari Church in Venice, where the masterwork of Giovanni Bellini sits enshrined, you begin instinctively to walk in whispers. Your first impression is that of an ineffable serenity, a quiet that you must not interrupt. But this serenity arises partly from the fact that the Madonna is such a little lady, and that the winged musicians that stand listening beneath her throne are the youngest of the children of the angels. And her own child, despite his sturdiness of standing, seems such a little boy beside those dwarfed athletes that bulge their muscles in Raphael's cartoons. And the strips of landscape beyond the venerable saints open such enticing, tiny vistas of the earth. Tintoretto may swoop roaring through immensity, but here is an artist whose heart was as a nest for all the sweet, winged wishes of the world. He reminds you of little children kneeling in the night and whispering, "God bless," to all the things that are. Similarly, the devotees of the drama must always keep an open home within their hearts for the reception of the little children of this most adult of all the arts. There are certain plays that one would like to mention always with an Italian diminutive, with some such nickname as Prunella, for example. There is no vastness and no grandeur in their structure, only an intimacy of little perfectnesses. One feels a bit afraid lest they might be seen by someone incapable of tenderness for tiny things. To this category must be assigned that exquisite dramatic poem of Alfred de Musset, À quoi rêvent les jeunes filles? And in this same context, the reader must also be invited to consider such a fantasy as Prunella by Mr. Lawrence Houseman and Mr. Granville Barker. Prunella is a young maiden who lives immured in a little house and garden with 3 forbidding aunts, Prim, Privacy, and Prude. Along comes a company of strolling players headed by Pierrot and Scaramelle, who gain access to Prunella and awaken in her a longing to flee away into the mysterious and alluring world. Pierrot wins her love and, aided by Scaramelle and the others, abducts her from her prison house at night. In the last act, after Pierrot has tired of her, she wanders home friendless and disenchanted. But Pierrot had learned, and it is sweet to think he may have learned this little truth from Mr. Austin Dobson, that love comes back to his vacant dwelling. His loneliness has taught him the value and the need of the old, old love that he knew of yore. Prunella once again becomes his Pierrette, and they look forward toward a life whose love is real. The story is, in all essentials, the same story that was told in Sister Beatrice, but it lacks those overtones of eternity which Maeterlinck has imparted to his narrative. It was apparently the purpose of the authors of Prunella to emulate the pretty and witty art of such a piece as Le Romanesque of Mr. Edmond Rostand, but they lacked that brilliant exuberance of fancy which was demanded by the task. Every once in a while the authors permit us to regret that the piece could not have been written for them by Theodore de Banville or Mr. Austin Dobson. Several of Mr. Houseman's lyric stanzas are delightful, but his handling of rhymed couplets is pedestrian, and the prose passages lack that illumination, as by a flock of fireflies, that is desirable in a composition of this type. End of chapter 13, read by Claudia Caldi.
Chapter 14 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Section 14, The Magic of Mr. Chesterton. It is not often that those of us who frequent the theaters in New York are permitted to quote with pertinence that noble phrase of Wordsworth's, "Great men have been among us." Most of the plays that we are asked to see, however clever be their deft adjustment of a calculated means to a previously estimated end, have been written, all too undeniably, by men no greater than ourselves. While admitting, with due deference, our inability to manufacture so satisfactory an entertainment, we still remain uncomfortably conscious of our own ability to manufacture something else that shall be equally praiseworthy in its kind. Mr. George Broadhurst may know more about the business of making plays than we do, but there are many other matters concerning which we feel that we know more than Mr. Broadhurst. In this mood, which is, as has been said, uncomfortable, we miss that genuflection of the spirit, that graceful upward looking of the eyes of the intelligence, which we instinctively desire to pay out as a tribute to a mind that is unquestionably bigger than our own. It has often been remarked that women like to be mastered, that they like to be bent and beaten by a physical and mental power that is strong enough to conquer them. Even so, appreciators and adorers of the arts like to bow before the power of a mind that they perceive to be more mighty than their own. Those of us who reverently enter any temple of the arts are ever more desirous of recognizing and trumpeting the miracle that great men have been among us. Our knees are always more than ready for a genuflection, but too often, all too often, we strain our ears in vain to catch the swishing of those garments whose edges we may seize with dignity and kiss with adoration. We come into the holy place with prayers upon our lips, but we find it tragically empty of a God to listen to our chants of praise. Aspiring young authors often ask advice as to how to go about the business of learning to write interesting plays. Ought they, like Shakespeare, to begin their apprenticeship as actors? Ought they, like Ibsen, to begin as stage directors? Should they study with Professor George Pierce Baker of Harvard University, or with Mr. George M. Cohan of Broadway? They are usually told to crawl into the theaters as quickly as possible, in any capacity whatever, and to spend at least a decade in the theater, picking up a practical knowledge of all the tricks of the dramatic trade. If only for the sake of variety, the present writer would like to offer another kind of counsel. It might not be a bad plan if the aspiring young author should devote the first 35 or 40 years of his life to the task of growing up to be a great man, and should subsequently sit down in some comparatively idle moment and write a play to please himself. Whatever pleases a great man is likely to please at least the sort of people who recognize a great man when he speaks to them. And could any playwright desire a more honorable audience? Magic is the first and only play by Mr. Guilbert K. Chesterton. Mr. Chesterton has had no training whatsoever in the technique of the theater. Indeed, since he settled down in his big chair in Beaconsfield, he has rarely, if ever, gone to the theater so many as half a dozen times in any season. Yet magic goes to show how good a job may be accomplished by a very able mind that chooses, for a change, to undertake a task in an unfamiliar medium. Mr. Max Marson or Mr. Roy Cooper McGrew might have built this play a little better, but on the other hand it may be doubted if either of them would ever have thought of building it at all. And when it came to the writing of the dialogue, well, G.K.C. knows how to write, and that also is a little matter that requires an apprenticeship of 20 years. Magic is beautifully written, in that peculiar mood of intermingled poetry and humor that seems to be exclusively the property of the English-speaking race. The French, like Edmond Rostand, can be at the same time witty and poetic. The Germans, like Goethe, can be at the same time poetic and satirical. The Italians, like Dante, can be at the same time sardonic and poetic. But only the English, from Chaucer to Chesterton, can command that paradoxical and almost mystic mood which is both laughable and lovable, both lovely and laughing. Magic is a very interesting play, for the simple reason that Mr. Chesterton is a very interesting man. The important thing about Mr. Chesterton is not what he thinks about anything in particular, but what he thinks about everything in general. It is a mark of a great man that his vision of the universe is so coordinated that what appeals to him in this or that detail is mainly the fact of their relation to each other. When a man, for instance, has encompassed the religion of Keats, the thing that interests him thereafter about beauty is the simple fact that it is true, and the thing that interests him about truth is the simple fact that it is beautiful. Pragmatic philosophers assert that any religion will serve, so long as it may prove to be of service. But without a religion, a mind is at the mercy of every wind that blows, like a ship without an anchorage. The mark of a great man is that he has succeeded in discovering a religion that, at least, is suited to himself and serves adequately to coordinate the apprehensions of his intellect. At this point it may not be superfluous to remind the reader parenthetically that if any of our American playwrights, with the possible exception of Mr. Augustus Thomas, have discovered a religion, they have succeeded in concealing the discovery from those of us who listen to their plays. Unless a man can tell us clearly what he thinks about the universe in general, his scattered thoughts concerning this or that detail must be regarded as of very small importance. Not until we know a man's opinion about God are we ready to appreciate his opinions about ships and shoes and sealing wax and cabbages and kings. In the great gigantic jigsaw puzzle picture of the universe, the pattern is the only thing that really counts. The important thing about Mr. Chesterton is that his mental attitude towards anything is consistent with his mental attitude towards everything. Mr. Chesterton's religion is exceedingly simple. Despite a general impression to the contrary, he is not a member of any established church, neither of the Church of England nor of the Church of Rome, but to his friends he is accustomed to describe himself as an early Christian. He believes in miracles. He believes, in other words, that the business of the universe is conducted on two planes, the natural and the supernatural. He believes that this world, for instance, is inhabited not only by those temporary tenants that are known as human beings, more or less human, certain satirists would say, but also by such eternal tenants as ghosts and goblins, saints and fairies, devils, angels, and many other sorts of disembodied spirits. In this belief, which of course is only a detail of a larger pattern of coordinated mysticism, Mr. Chesterton is utterly sincere. His mind would not be willing to accept a world that had no magic in it. That is the kind of person that he is, and if we disagree with his religion, we have at least the privilege of recognizing that he is, at least, a person of that kind, and that he means what he says, and means it absolutely. With Mr. Chesterton's belief in miracles, the present commentator disagrees entirely. One of the most magnificent attributes of that abstraction which we call conveniently the mind of God is the idea of law. To assume what Stevenson has termed some willful illegality of nature would seem less wonderful than to assume an irrefragable continuance of the august decree. It is so great a thing to make and keep a law that it would be comparatively trivial to break it. The simple facts of birth and death are so amazing that our finite minds, to lose themselves in wonder, are not required to imagine any rising of the slowed and rotted body from the tomb. When the law itself is so majestic, why search for any more astonishing majesty in some capricious and illogical remission of the law? Why seek for any rising from the dead in a world wherein it may be, on occasion, so magnificent a thing to die? Why accuse God of committing miracles, when miracles can only be regarded as indications of a momentary change of mind? Mr. Chesterton, in Magic, has asserted that a man endowed with simple and enormous faith may, merely by taking thought, and without recourse in any way at all to scientific trickery, perform a miracle whose causes he himself is utterly incapable of fathoming. Mr. Chesterton believes what he says, even as the authors of the early Gospels believed that the great person whose religion they were trying to expound was capable of turning water into wine. To this assumption that the mind of God descends, upon occasion, to indulge in the capricious exercise of willful illegalities, the present writer is required to oppose a contrary belief. To put the matter rather poignantly, if God has time enough to waste on such trivial trickery as changing a red lamp into a blue lamp at the call of a conjurer in Mr. Chesterton's play, how does it happen that he is too busy at the moment to prevent the present war? The trouble with any idea of deity that is too intimate and personal is that we are tempted all too easily to inquire why a God that is so human should care so little about ordinary human justice. A God like Mr. Chesterton's, who has time to drop in of an evening for a personal visit to the drawing-room of a duke, ought assuredly to be able to attend immediately to such matters as the burning of Louvain, or the shattering of Rheims Cathedral, or the sinking of the Lusitania. But, though the present writer disagrees with Mr. Chesterton's religion, he is ready at least to remove his hat in Mr. Chesterton's presence, because of the unusual, and in consequence impressive fact, that Mr. Chesterton has a religion, and knows what it is, and is eager to express it and to preach it with enthusiasm. End of section 14. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 15 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wallace Morgan. Chapter 15, Middle Class Opinion. In their mental attitude toward any subject, all people may be divided into three classes, which may be called most conveniently by those terms so dear to sociologists and snobs: the lower class, a middle class, and an upper class. The lower class is composed of those people who know nothing at all about the subject in question. The middle class is composed of those people who know a little about the subject, but not too much. And the upper class is composed of those people who know a great deal about it. Any single individual may hold a lower class opinion on one subject, a middle class opinion on another, and an upper class opinion on a third. Thus, the same man might know nothing about poetry, a little about politics, and a great deal about plumbing. Again, a person with an upper class opinion about dogs may hold a lower class opinion about dogmas. Nearly everybody is an expert in his line and an ignoramus in certain other lines. But towards a considerable number of intervening matters, nearly everybody holds a middle class opinion, the opinion of one who knows a little, but not much. Every work of art appeals for the approbation of all three classes of observers: those who know nothing about the art that is being exercised, those who know a little about it, and those who know a great deal about it. Every professional dancer, for example, must be judged by people who dance well, by people who dance a little, and by people who do not dance at all. If, like Mordkin or Ninjitsky, he can capture the appropriation of all three classes of observers, his reputation is assured. But such an absolute and undisputed triumph is very rare in the history of art. In the history of art, it frequently happens that the opinion of the lower class is supported and affirmed by the opinion of the upper class. The adage about the meetings of extremes is curiously sustained by this phenomenon. But in such cases, it nearly always happens that the middle class dissents sharply from the united and preponderant opinion of those who know less and those who know more. Indeed, the statement may be ventured that the mental middle class is nearly always a class of dissenters. Let us consider how this formula works out when applied to concrete instances. People who know nothing about painting regard the efforts of the cubist as absurd. People who know a great deal about painting regard them also as absurd. These efforts are considered seriously only by people who know a little about painting, but not much. A little knowledge, as the most commonsensible of English poets stated, is a dangerous thing. Here we have an instance of the sharp dissent of middle class opinion from the united opinion of the lower class and the upper classes. The extremes meet, but the middle term refuses to conjoin. Again, let us consider in this regard the reputation of Tennyson as a writer. Among the lower class, the class of people who know nothing whatsoever about the art of writing, Tennyson is the most popular of all British poets. Among the upper class, a class composed, in this instance, of the 20 people in England and the 10 people in America who know how to write the English language, Tennyson is revered as the finest artist, with the certain exception of Milton and possible exception of Keats, in the entire history of English verse. In this case, again, the few experts agree with the multitudinous proletariat, but among the middle class, the class of people who know a little about writing, but not much, the perfect art of Tennyson is sneered at and spoken of with scorn. Representatives of middle class opinion always prefer the artistry of Browning, or say that they do. In saying so, and thus dissenting from the opinion of the lower class, they think they are asserting their superiority. Little do they realize that at the same time they are emphasizing their inferiority to those who know much more than they do about the art of writing. Browning is a great poet, a greater poet. It is possible that Tennyson, but the point to be noted in the present context is that he has been taken up by the middle class of readers not because of his merits as a poet, but because of his defects as a writer. Browning is praised by the middle class not because he is admired by the upper class, but because he is not admired by the lower class. The cult of Browning is essentially a snobbish cult, a cult just as snobbish as that undervaluation of the art of Tennyson, which has arisen merely from an ineradicable spirit of dissent. Unfortunate is any artist, even though he be so great a man as Browning, if he endures the danger of being praised by middle class opinion. Such a man is always praised for his defects, the faults that make him different and queer. The mind of the middle class is incapable of criticism. The lower class, to quote a common formula of words, may not know anything about art, but it knows what it likes and what it doesn't like. And this knowledge is basically human and essentially sincere. The upper class is capable of criticism on a higher plane. Any man who has ever written a good sentence, such men are very rare, knows that Tennyson can write because he knows that Tennyson can beat him at a difficult endeavor that, in Dante's phrase, has kept him lean for 20 years. But people of the middle class pride themselves mainly on liking things that other people do not like. Their favorite adjective is different. They flatter themselves by propagating fads. This analysis will help us to define the position of Mr. Bernard Shaw in the contemporary English-speaking theater. Both lower class and upper class opinion set him lower than Sir Arthur Pineo and Mr. Henry Arthur Jones, but he is set much higher than either of these rivals in the opinion of the middle class. People who know nothing about the drama prefer Pineo and Jones to Shaw. People who know a great deal about the drama prefer Pineo and Jones to Shaw. But people who know a little about the drama, but not much, always prefer or say they prefer Shaw to Pineo and Jones. The sort of people who organize Browning circles never read The Second Miss Tanqueray, or the liars they always read getting married, and pride themselves on being different. The preference of lower class opinion for Pineo and Jones is indicated by statistics. For every 100 performances of the plays of Mr. Shaw throughout the English-speaking world, 1,000 performances of the plays of Pineo and Jones have been demanded. This popular verdict would not be so impressive were it not supported and affirmed by the verdict of the upper class. Suppose we should select the very best play of each of these three dramatists. In the case of Mr. Shaw, the selection would be Candida. In the case of Mr. Jones, it would be Michael and his Lost Angel. And in the case of Sir Arthur Pineo, it would be either The Second Miss Tanqueray, Iris, Mid-Channel, or The Thunderbolt. And suppose that these plays should be submitted to a jury of experts composed of the 20 foremost dramatists and dramatic critics in England, and the 10 foremost dramatists and dramatic critics in America. There can be no question that in the verdict of this jury, Mr. Shaw would come out third, just as he had come out third in the vote that has been recorded by the lower class. The man who knows a great deal is never made bashful by agreeing with the man who knows nothing at all. It is only the man who knows a little, but not much, who feels uncomfortable in conformity. Mr. Shaw is lauded as the foremost English playwright of the day only by people who are conscious that they are disagreeing with the lower class, but are utterly unconscious that they are also disagreeing with the upper class. It has been the misfortune of Mr. Shaw to assemble and to concentrate the admiration of a special public, a public that is composed almost entirely of people of the middle class. This fact is a misfortune because, to repeat a previous statement, the mind of the middle class is incapable of criticism. When Pineo and Jones write bad plays like A Wife Without a Smile or Lydia Gilmore, these plays are rejected by the lower class and condemned by the upper class. But when Shaw writes a bad play like Misalliance, it is praised by his special public in precisely the same terms that have been applied to his good plays, like Man and Superman. No middle-class person would dare to say a bad play by Mr. Shaw was a bad play, because by doing so, he would relinquish his assumption of superiority over the lower class. The thing called fashion is always a function of the middle class. A workman wears a flannel shirt when he wants to. An aristocrat wears a flannel shirt when he wants to. But a middle-class person does not dare appear in public without a linen collar. To assert his social superiority to the workman, he is obliged to confess his social inferiority to the aristocrat. It is in the same matters of opinion regarding art. A middle-class person prides himself on disagreeing with the lower class when he asserts that Candida is more intellectual, more literary, more paradoxical, more heaven knows what than the second Miss Tanqueray. Meanwhile, the greater play is valued more highly, not only by the many whom this middle-class dissenter prides himself on looking down upon, but also by the few who, without pride and without protest, look down upon him with an unobserved, indulgent smile. To say that it is fashionable to praise Mr. Shaw is therefore only another way of saying that his plays are commonly regarded as exempt from criticism. The middle class assumes that, like a king, Mr. Shaw can do no wrong. The lower class, knowing nothing of kings, still knows that they are not infallible. The upper class, knowing kings particularly well, also knows that they are not infallible. No king is a hero to his valet or his queen. But the middle class plumps itself upon its knees and tries to persuade itself that a king must always be immune from criticism. Mr. Shaw has made himself a king in the imagination of the middle class of theater goers. It is the danger of kings that they may come to look upon themselves through the eyes of their admirers, that they may come to regard themselves with the middle class opinion. It is evident from the prefaces of Mr. Shaw that he has latterly assumed a middle class opinion of himself. This has been bad for his art. In his estimation of his own work, a man should be influenced by the opinion of people who know nothing. He should also be influenced by the opinion of people who know a great deal. But when he accepts the opinion of people who know a little but not much, his work must suffer. In such a case, there is a loss to him. But alas, there is a greater loss to humanity at large. Mr. Shaw's Pygmalion, for instance, is one of the most delightful entertainments of recent seasons, but it is not a great play if one were to judge it only by comparison with the majority of comedies that somehow get themselves presented in the theaters in New York. One would have to rank it very high indeed, but it does not rank so very high when it is judged by comparison with Mr. Shaw's best work or with the best work of his rivals. What it lacks primarily is structure. Each of the 5 acts presents an incident and dialogue. But though these incidents succeed each other like the chapters of a novel, they are not bound together tightly like the incidents in Candida. A spectator might step in for any single act and go away again with a sense that he had seen a one-act play. One of the most amusing characters, the father of the heroine, performs no necessary purpose in the pattern. If he were left out of the cast some evening, the audience would never know the difference. And, on the other hand, he might be introduced with equal pertinence into any other play of Mr. Shaw's. But Mr. Shaw most disappoints the critical observer when finding himself face to face with a great dramatic situation. He shrugs his shoulders and refuses to wrestle with it like an artist and a man. His Pygmalion is a professor of phonics, and his Galatea is the utter girl whom the professor has transformed into an acceptable imitation of a duchess by devoting 6 months to the task of teaching her the vocal intonations of the aristocracy. But the transformation has struck deeper than Pygmalion had anticipated, and Galatea has developed the glimmering of a human soul. It happens that whoever calls a human soul into existence, whether inadvertently or by intention, must assume responsibility for that soul continuance and substance. What are you going to do with me now? Mr. Shaw's Galatea asked, in effect, of his Pygmalion. The professor of phonics does not know, neither does Mr. Shaw. The playwright shuffles and evades the issue and rings the curtain down. In other words, Mr. Shaw ran away from a dramatic opportunity which, if it had fallen to Pinero, would have imposed an extra year of meditation, out of which a great play would probably have emerged. But Mr. Shaw, having been amusing for 2 hours, was contented to let the matter go at that. He is an entertaining artist, surely, but a great artist, not at all. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Criticism and Creation in the Drama. Brenda Matthews, not many years ago, in reviewing a book on types of tragic drama by the professor of English literature in the University of Leeds, defined it as an essay in undramatic criticism. The author of that academic volume had persistently regarded the drama as something written to be read, instead of regarding it as something devised to be presented by actors on a stage before an audience. His criticism, therefore, took no account of the conditions precedent to any valid exercise of the art that he was criticizing. The contemporary drama suffers more than that of any other period from the comments of undramatic critics who know nothing of the exigencies of the theatre. In the first place, the contemporary drama is more visual in its appeal than the drama of the past, and what it says emphatically to the eye can hardly be recorded adequately on the printed page. In the second place, the rapid evolution of the modern art of stage direction has made the drama more and more in recent years unprintable. And in the third place, the contemporary drama, with its full and free discussion of topics that are current in the public mind, requires, more than that of any other period, the immediate collaboration of a gathered audience. Such a drama can be judged with fairness only in the theatre for which it was devised. The fallacy of undramatic criticism of contemporary drama is a fallacy to which professors in our universities are particularly prone. The reason is not far to seek. The prison house of their profession confines them, for the most part, to little towns and little cities where no actual theatre that is worthy of the name exists. Condemned to see nothing of the current theatre, they are driven back to the library to cull their knowledge of the modern drama from the dubious records of the printed page. Thus, in the enforced and tragic solitude of Leeds or Oklahoma, they are doomed to arrive at the opinion that Bernard Shaw, whose plays are published, must be a greater dramatist than J.M. Barrie, whose best plays have not yet been yanked and carted from the living theatre to find a sort of graveyard in the printed page. In an interesting and well-written book about the modern drama by Professor Ludwig Lewison of the Ohio State University, there is a chapter of 53 pages devoted to the Renaissance of the English drama. In this chapter, the author expresses the opinion that the work of Pinero and Jones is of no account whatever, because writing drama they choose to be dramatic, and writing for the theatre they choose to be theatrical. He prefers the plays of Galsworthy, Barker, and Shaw because these plays are less theatrical and less dramatic. With this argument, despite its paradox, it is not at all impossible to sympathize. It is possible, for instance, to remember a sudden entry into the vestibule of the Laurentian Library in Florence, which induced an unexpected singing of the soul in praise of Michelangelo, because, although an architect, he had dared for once to do a thing that was not architectural at all. But the reader loses faith in the leading of Professor Lewison when the discovery is ultimately made that, in this entire chapter of 53 pages, the name of J.M. Barrie has never once been mentioned. In an equally interesting and still more monumental book on aspects of modern drama by Frank Wedley Chandler, Dean of the University of Cincinnati, no less than 280 contemporary plays have been minutely analyzed. This book is supplemented by an exhaustive bibliography of the modern drama, which covers 56 closely printed pages of small type. Yet nowhere, in the text or in the bibliography, is J.M. Barrie mentioned as a modern dramatist. In this scholarly and weighty treatise, the man who imagined Peter Pan is utterly ignored. In another recent volume, called The Changing Drama, by Professor Archibald Henderson of the University of North Carolina, an attempt has been made, according to the preface, to deal with the contemporary drama not as a kingdom subdivided between a dozen leading playwrights, but as a great movement exhibiting the evolutional growth of the human spirit and the enlargement of the domain of aesthetics. Yet, in this volume of 311 pages, the name of J.M. Barrie never once appears. Can it be that three scholars so well informed as Professor Lewison, Professor Chandler, and Professor Henderson have never heard of J.M. Barrie? It may be that such a masterpiece as Alice Sit by the Fire, which has not been published, has never been performed in Columbus, Ohio, Cincinnati, Ohio, or Chapel Hill, North Carolina. But is that any reason why a scholarly professor, condemned to live in the prison house of one of these localities, should presume to write a comprehensive book about the current drama, without so much as mentioning the name of the best beloved of modern dramatists, a man, moreover, who is famous in the world of letters, and has been made a baronet because of his services through art to humankind? These academic commentators should remember that their books may possibly be read by certain people who live in London and New York and who have never missed a play of Barrie's, because His Excellence has long been recognized by all dramatic critics, because every woman knows that he is the wisest of contemporary dramatists, and because every child perceives that he is easily the most enjoyable. In those books about the modern drama in which the name of Barrie is outstandingly ignored, the name of Bernard Shaw is invariably mentioned with ecstatic praise. Of all contemporary dramatists, Shaw is easily the favorite among the professors of undramatic criticism. Before we read their books, we may always count upon them to consider Candida a greater play than Iris, and You Never Can Tell a better comedy than The Liars, and Fanny's First Play a subtler satire than Alice Sit by the Fire. What can be the reason for this curious reaction of the undramatic critics? Two answers to this interesting question suggest themselves to an investigative mind. The first answer is comparatively trivial, but it is not by any means too silly to demand consideration. In all these academic books about the modern drama, the ranking of the living British dramatists is proportioned directly in accordance to the pompousness with which their plays have been printed and bound and published to the reading world. This undramatic criticism of the current drama appears, upon investigation, to be based on nothing more than the setting up of type. when the early plays of Bernard Shaw were unsuccessful in the theatre, at a time when Pinero and Jones were being rewarded by their greatest triumphs, the disappointed dramatist decided to make an untraditional attack upon the reading public. He equipped his plays with elaborate literary stage directions. The sort of stage directions which, though interesting to the reader, are of no avail whatever to the actor. He furnished them with lengthy prefaces, in many instances more interesting than the plays themselves, and he gathered them into volumes that were printed and bound up to look like books. These volumes, impressive in appearance and enlivening in content, were undeniably worth reading. They earned at once the right to be accepted as literature, and among non-theatre goers, they soon came to be regarded as the best contemporary contributions to dramatic literature. Meanwhile, among non-theatre goers, the bigger and better plays of Jones and of Pinero were not accepted as dramatic literature because they happened only to be published in a form that made them look like plays instead of in a form that made them look like books. The second Mrs. Tanqueray and Mrs. Dane's Defense were bound in paper covers and sold for 25 or 50 cents. The stage directions were written technically for the actor instead of being written more elaborately for the reader, and there were no prefaces whatever to celebrate the greatness of the plays. No wonder, therefore, that the undramatic critics of the drama decided that the plays of Pinero and Jones were less important than the plays of Shaw. It was all a matter of the make-up of the printed page. John Galsworthy and Granville Barker have followed the fashion set by Bernard Shaw in publishing their plays. Barker's printed stage directions are little novels in themselves. In consequence, Professor Ludwig Lewison considers Barker a greater dramatist than Pinero or Jones. No play of Granville Barker's has ever held the stage in any city for 3 successive weeks. Yet Professor Lewison decides that The Mother's House must be a greater play than the second Mrs. Tanqueray, which has held the stage throughout the English-speaking world for more than 20 years, because the published text of The Mother's House looks like a book and the published text of the second Mrs. Tanqueray does not. Barrie, of course, receives no consideration whatsoever from the undramatic critics, because his best plays have never yet been printed. Peter Pan, which is acted every Christmas-tide in London before thousands and thousands of delighted spectators, must be dismissed as negligible, for the accidental reason that a printed record of the lines has not been bound between cloth covers and offered to the reading public as a work of literature. But we must turn attention now to a deeper and a less facetious explanation of the reason why the undramatic critics prefer the plays of Bernard Shaw to the plays of J.M. Barrie. They prefer the plays of Shaw because, to the academic and the non-theatric mind, these plays are much more easy to appreciate. Shaw began life as a critic, and ever since he took to writing plays, he has remained a critic. But Barrie began life as a creative artist, and ever since he took to writing plays, he has remained a creative artist. Among minds, the ancient maxim holds irrevocably, like to like. It may be safely said that no academic scholar is endowed with a creative mind, for any person so endowed would not permit himself to be an academic scholar, as Bernard Shaw himself has stated, "He who can does, he who cannot teaches." From academic scholars, therefore, we cannot logically look for a spontaneous appreciation of creative art. All we can expect is a critical appreciation of criticism. The basic aims of criticism and creation are, of course, identical. The purpose of all art, whether critical or creative, is to reveal the reality that underlies the jumbled and inconsequential facts of actual experience. Art makes life more intelligible by refusing to be interested in the accidental and fortuitous, and by focusing attention on the permanent and true. But this common aim of art is approached from 2 directions, diametrically different, by men whose minds are critical and by men whose minds are creative. The critic makes life more intelligible by taking the elements of actuality apart, and the creator makes life more intelligible by putting the elements of reality together. In a precisely scientific sense, the work of the creator is constructive and the work of the critic is destructive. The critic analyzes life, the creator synthesizes it. The difference between these diametric processes may perhaps be made more clear by a concrete scientific illustration. Suppose the truth to be investigated were the composition of the substance known as water. The critic would determine this truth by taking some water and dividing it up into 2 parts of hydrogen and 1 of oxygen. But the creator would establish the same truth by taking 2 parts of hydrogen and 1 of oxygen and manufacturing some water by putting them together. That Bernard Shaw is the keenest-minded critic who is writing for the stage today, no commentator could be tempted to deny. But he is not a creative artist, in the sense that Barrie, for example, is a creative artist. Shaw takes the element of life apart, but Barrie puts the elements of life together. This proposition has been admirably stated by Professor Ludwig Lewisohn, who is one of Shaw's most ardent celebrators. In a notably clear-minded passage, Professor Lewisohn has said, "This remarkable writer is not, in the stricter sense, a creative artist at all. The sharp contemporaneousness and vividness of his best settings deceives us. His plays are the theatre of the analytic intellect, not the drama of man. They are a criticism of life, not in the sense of Arnold, but in the plain and literal one. His place is with Lucien rather than with Molière." The same commentator has clearly pointed out that Shaw is incapable of creating characters that may be imagined to live their own lives outside the limits of the place in which they figure. Instead of launching a living person into the immortal world of the imagination, Shaw writes an analytic essay on his character and sends him forth upon the stage to speak it. In Pygmalion, for instance, when the Cockney father of the heroine remarks that he is one of the undeserving poor, we know at once that he is not, for no member of that human confraternity could possibly be capable of such a masterly self-criticism. When the greengrocer in Getting Married says in describing his own wife, "She's a born wife and mother, ma'am. That's why my children ran away from home," you accept the witticism for all that it is worth. But we know from that moment that the greengrocer is not a greengrocer, but merely a mouthpiece for an essayist whose initials are GBS. The method of J.M. Barrie is diametrically different because it is utterly creative. In What Every Woman Knows, the humble but sagacious heroine has reconciled herself to the prospect of permitting her husband to elope with the more attractive Lady Sybil Lazenby. But suddenly she says to them, "You had better not go away till Saturday, for that's the day when the laundry comes home." In A Kiss for Cinderella, the policeman sits down to write a love letter for the first time in his life. And this is what he writes: "There are 34 policemen sitting in this room, but I would rather have you, my dear. These people are alive. They do not have to tell us anything about themselves, and the author does not have to tell us anything about them." No dramatist who lacks the primal gift of spontaneous and absolute creation, however brilliant be his talents as a critic, can finally be ranked among the greatest. For this reason, the plays of Bernard Shaw will ultimately be regarded as inferior to the plays of J.M. Barrie, and the best plays of Pinero and of Jones, and the few good plays of Goldsworthy. All these other dramatists have brought us face to face with many characters whom we know to be alive, and Bernard Shaw has not. In New York, throughout the early months of 1917, it was possible to see one night an excellent performance of Getting Married, and to see the next night an excellent performance of A Kiss for Cinderella. Any open-minded person who afforded himself the luxury of this experience must have felt inclined to rush home to his library and throw the learned books of Professor Lewisohn, Professor Chandler, and Professor Henderson out of the window into the starlit and unrestricted street. It must, in all fairness, be admitted that Getting Married shows Shaw very nearly at his worst, and that A Kiss for Cinderella shows Barrie very nearly at his best. But the contrast, after all, is less a contrast of quality than a contrast of method. Barrie creates life, and Shaw discusses it, and the difference is just as keen as the difference between a woman who gives birth to a child and a woman who merely appears upon the platform and delivers a lecture on the subject of birth control. Externally, in what Hamlet would have called their trappings and their suits, Getting Married is a realistic play that apes the actual, and A Kiss for Cinderella is a romantic play that flies with freedom through the realm of fancy. but considered in their ultimate significance, it is the realistic play that is the more fantastic, and that is the play of fancy that is finally more real than its competitor. We believe A Kiss for Cinderella because we know, as Barry knows, that nothing in life is true but what has been imagined, and we do not believe the text of Getting Married because we know that people in a crisis of their lives are not accustomed to sit down calmly and discuss their motives in a mood of critical intelligence. Shaw attacks life with his intellect. Barry caresses life with his emotions. Shaw will always be admired most by scholars and professors and undramatic critics who make their living by their intellects and, in consequence, are prejudiced in favor of intelligence. But Barry will always be admired most by women and children and poets who feel that the emotions are wiser than the intellect, and who know without discussion that the greatest reason for the greatest things is incorporated always in the single mystic word, because. End of chapter 16. Read by Claudia Caldi.
Chapter 17 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Section 17. A Kiss for Cinderella. If millions and millions of lilies of the valley were miraculously turned to silver and simultaneously shaken, there would arise a light and laughing music in the world, a music so delicate that it would be inaudible to ears that cannot hear. Whole nations, which are nameless, would not hear it, because their ears are thunderous with cannon and their mouths are noisy with a blasphemous appeal for peace. But elsewhere, where the world is quiet, many lovely things would happen, and some of them are these. First of all, the infant children, too soft as yet to sit up and take notice of anything but light and sound, would turn their tiny heads upon their necks and smile as if in memory of a noble thought heard somewhere long ago. Next, the little people, whose other name is fairies, and who live forever in the minds of those who cannot quite forget, would troop out under leaves and petals, and join their hands and dance around in rings. And high, high up beyond the tree-tops, the ever-circling stars would sing as once they sang upon the primal morning, ere yet the universe grew old. And everywhere, beneath the circling and the singing of the stars, the tall people, whose other name is poets, would listen, and would softly smile and exquisitely weep. Whenever a great work is accompanied by a great man, it is as if a million lilies of the valley were shaken in a silver singing, and then it is that tears are called into the eyes of the tall people, whose other name you know. If you have tears, by all means go and shed them as a sort of exquisite libation to the latest masterpiece by Sir James Matthew Barrie, Baronet, for services to humankind. But if you have not tears, by all means stay away and make room for the rest of us who want to blow a kiss to Cinderella. It would seem, in solemn justice, that no man should really have a right to make so beautiful a play. The undeniably accomplished fact is too discouraging to all the rest of us, who would like to make good plays, if only our reach did not exceed our grasp. The perfect fact, no less, is discouraging to criticism, for, after seeing A Kiss for Cinderella, it seems so very silly to sit down and try to write about it without first borrowing or stealing the little Scotsman's magic pen. It is only an ordinary fountain pen, or so it seems, but the little Scotsman has been canny, and has fixed a lock upon it which prohibits it from flowing for anyone else. And that is very much too bad, for it is very difficult, with any other pen, to try to tell the story of A Kiss for Cinderella. Her name was Miss Thing, and she was a little slavey in a London lodging-house, and her face did not amount to much, but she had very small and very pretty feet. It must have been upon her feet that God had kissed her, that day when she had come new-born into the world, and doubtless that was one of God's very busy days when he had to hurry on. Some days God grows a little absent-minded because so many emperors and kings are calling all too loudly on his name, and the celestial telephone is kept jangling all day long by people who have got the wrong number. That is the only reason I can think of why Miss Thing wasn't much to look upon above her ankles. But don't forget her very small and very pretty feet, for otherwise the story might not happen. The room she liked to sweep out more than any other was a queer place called a studio, which sat high up beneath the skylight of a London lodging-house, for there lived Mr. Bodie. Bodie is a rather funny name, and Mr. Bodie was a rather funny man, for he painted pictures and told stories and preferred to live instead of working for his living. He lived with a life-size plaster cast of the Venus of Melos, which he introduced to visitors as Mrs. Bodie, in token of the mystic fact that he was wedded to his art. The fun of sweeping out his place was this, that all around the room were tacked up pictures that had been made, in playful moments, by other artists. Mr. Bodie would have called them his confrères, Leonardo and Gainsborough and Reynolds, and the tender-hearted Yvette. Also, in odd moments, the little slavey could fish forth a tape measure from a pocket in her skirt, and compare the compass of her own waist with that of Mrs. Bodie's. And if the dimension seemed discouragingly different, she could always remember her own feet, the little feet that God had kissed. Mrs. Bodie had no feet to brag about. It must have been because of her feet that Mr. Bodie first called her Cinderella, and told her a very ancient story, of which she seemed to be predestined as the heroine. The little slavey listened and believed, because a story that is told, by any man who is wedded to his art, is much more real than that other, rather tedious story which is drifted to us, day by day, on the casual tide of actual experience. Art is more than life, for life is short, but art is long. It was to prove this to all unbelievers that storytelling was invented, long ago, before the world grew old. Mr. Bodie never knew where the little slavey lived. She had told him merely that the words Celeste et C were printed in large letters on her door. One day he happened to look up this legend. It belonged to a famous shop in Bond Street. Was Miss Thing, in the leisure moments of the night, a glorified dressmaker to the upper classes? He did not know. What were the upper classes to a man who was married to Mrs. Bodie? All he actually knew about the little slavey was that she had a passion for collecting boards. It was this passion that caused Miss Thing to be observed by an astute policeman. Collecting anything, in wartime, is suspicious. And boards? What did she do with the boards? Clearly she must be a German spy. And that is why the policeman, one night, trailed the little slavey to a tiny hovel in a dark street, far away from the center of things, and found the words Celeste at Sea painted on the door. He donned a false beard of fearsome and wonderful dimensions, for this policeman was a master of disguise, and entered the sorry hovel where the little slavey lived. He found her plying an active business as tailor, as laundress, as lady barber, and ever so many other things, for Celeste was nothing but a nom de guerre for a useful little woman, with a face of no account, who wanted to be serviceable and would do anything for anybody for a penny. She did not want the pennies for herself. She needed them for something else. And that brings us to the mystery of the collected boards. All round the walls of the little place of business of Celeste at Sea were hung great boxes made of boards. What did they contain? The astute policeman desired very much to know, for the sake of the safety of the empire. Forthwith, there popped up from each box a tiny curly head. These little girls, hung up in boxes on the wall, were orphans of the war. There was Gladys, whose father was serving in the British fleet, and Marie Therese, whose father had been killed in France, and Delphine, whose father had been massacred in Belgium, and there was yet another. "What is she?" inquired the astute policeman, and the foster mother answered, "Swiss." But when the policeman stuck his hand into the box, his hand was bitten. "Swiss, did you say?" inquired the policeman, for indeed he was very astute. "She was one of those left over," said Mrs. Thing, "and I had to take her in." This fourth child was, in very truth, only one of those left over. Her name was Gretchen. She had a habit of popping up her head and asking that God strafe this or that. But that was only her way. She couldn't help the blood that coursed through her tiny veins, now could she? Her foster mother was one of those who understood. The exceedingly astute policeman went away, for the mysterious collector of boards was evidently not a spy. And then the miracle began. If it were not for the miracle, this narrative would not amount to much. But there is always a miracle in every life, however humble, and that is the reason why stories are told. For a story is nothing more nor less than the testimony of a tall person who has seen a miracle to the shorter people who have seen it not. Miss Thing had said so often to Gladys and Marie-Therese and Delphine and Gretchen that she herself was Cinderella, that she had to promise them at last that the greatest of all balls would take place on a certain evening. The children expected it, and when children expect a miracle, ah well, you know. So, after the astute policeman had gone away, Miss Thing went out into the street, and sat upon a little stone beside the door inscribed Celeste et Si, and waited for the fairy godmother to come. She waited a long time, and then the miracle occurred, for the fairy godmother suddenly appeared to her. What actually happened, if you care to know, was merely this. The little slavey sat upon the stone until she was frozen and enfevered, and the policeman found her in the gutter and picked her up and took her to a public hospital, where she lay in a delirium for days, and the policeman came to see her, and then, when she was getting well... But all that really happened was what went on in a little chamber of Miss Thing's imagination, while her frozen and enfevered body was lying in the gutter. Nothing in anybody's life is real but what has been imagined. We are not what we actually are, but what we dream ourselves to be. Men who look upon my outside, said Sir Thomas Browne, perusing only my condition and fortunes, do err in my altitude. And he that understands not thus much hath not his introduction or first lesson, and is yet to begin the alphabet of man. So the fairy godmother really appeared, and the famous ball took place, even as Miss Thing had promised to the children that it would. It was indeed a gorgeous ball, and the 4 little children in their nighties looked down upon it from a box, only now it should be printed capital B, box, above the royal throne. First there came the king and queen, and the king looked like a common labourer who used to collect boards for the little slavey, and the queen looked like Mrs. Maloney, a patron of Celeste at Sea, and they both talked an horrid cockney, but they sat in patent rocking-chairs and resembled certain drawings in a book about a little girl called Alice. Then came a black person with a mighty axe, who was deferentially referred to as the censor, and the Lord Mayor of London, and a mysterious and very influential person called Lord Times. Then there came the prince himself, who was very handsome and exceedingly astute and easily inclined to boredom, and his features were those of the policeman, and he spoke as one having authority. The time arrived to choose a consort for the prince, and many famous beauties were brought in to be inspected by him. For this supreme occasion the walls of Mr. Bodie's diggings were denuded. In they marched, the Mona Lisa, and the Duchess of Devonshire, and the lady with a muff, and the girl with the broken pitcher, and a Spanish dancer by the name of Carmencita. The prince looked them over, and was bored. It is a princely habit to be bored. But then the pearly curtains parted, and down a wonderful great stairway Cinderella came. Her face was not so much to look at, for it was only the face of Miss Thing, a slavey in a London lodging-house, and nobody had ever praised her face. But then there were her feet, the little feet that God had kissed that day when he was busy and had hurried on. It was her feet that caught the eye of the prince and rescued him from boredom, for his face was that of the policeman, and the policeman was exceedingly astute. One little fleeting look at her fabled and incomparable feet, and she was chosen. And then the fun began. A street organ, mysteriously near though far away, began to play the old songs that are heard along Old Kent Road, which lies, as many people say, on the wrong side of the river. And the children clapped their hands, and the whole court broke into a dance. Then somebody rolled in a push-cart, painted gold, and everybody snatched an ice-cream cone without being asked to pay a penny, and everything happened as it really ought to happen, until a bishop appeared, looking marvellously like a stuffed bird on Mr. Bodie's mantelpiece, and married Cinderella to the prince, and then a great bell boomed forth, tolling 12. And that was the end of Cinderella's dream, which was not all a dream, for what we really know is only what we have imagined. That is the message of this play, and if you do not understand it, by all means stay away and make room for the rest of us. Several weeks elapse, and then we see the little slavey sitting up in bed in a hospital for convalescents. The policeman comes to call upon her every day. He thinks that he is only a policeman, but she knows, she really knows, that he is a fairy prince. She has made up her mind that he will make up his mind to ask her to marry him, and she wishes both to hinder him and help him in his laborious proposal. But when at last he starts in to propose, she cuts him short. She would like to look back upon the luxury of having refused him before finally accepting him, and she makes him promise to ask her a second time if she should happen to refuse him now. He asks, and she refuses, with that little hint of sniffiness for which a woman's nose was made. There is a pause. Then suddenly from underneath the sheets a tiny hand is shot out to grasp a hand more mighty than her own. "Ask me again," she says. And then we become aware of the romantical mind of a policeman. She has thought of an engagement ring, but he has thought of something else, less usual and more romantical. He produces from a mass of wrapping paper 2 little things of glass, and he fits them on her feet, and lo, they are slippers, and that is why her name is Cinderella for all time. "It is a kiss," remarks the romantical policeman, who is, in truth, a fairy prince. And that is why the play is called A Kiss for Cinderella. Now this story, when recorded by a pen that has no magic in it, may sound as if it were a little mad. But in reality it is not mad at all, but very, very real. Such things as this do happen every day, within the minds of the poor and the rejected of the world, and that is why the poor are not so poor, nor the rejected so despised, as we may think them. And that is, perhaps, the meaning of the saying that the last shall be first, because they really are. Whenever a million lilies of the valley are shaken to a silver singing, there is nothing left to say for the unsilvered voice of criticism. If you have tears, prepare to shed them now. And if thou dost not weep at this, at what art thou wont to weep? The rest is silence. End of chapter 17. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 18 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Dramatic Talent and Theatrical Talent. Sir Arthur Pinero, in his lecture on Robert Louis Stevenson, the dramatist, has drawn an interesting distinction between dramatic talent and theatrical talent. What is dramatic talent, he inquires. Is it not the power to project characters and to cause them to tell an interesting story through the medium of dialogue? This is dramatic talent, and dramatic talent, if I may so express it, is the raw material of theatrical talent. Dramatic, like poetic talent, is born, not made. If it is to achieve success on the stage, it must be developed into theatrical talent by hard study and generally by long practice. For theatrical talent consists in the power of making your characters not only tell a story by means of dialogue, but tell it in such skillfully devised form and order as shall, within the limits of an ordinary theatrical representation, give rise to the greatest possible amount of that peculiar kind of emotional effect, the production of which is the one great function of the theatre. It is evidently the opinion of Pinero that dramatic talent is of little service in the theatre until it has been transmuted into theatrical talent. And indeed, the history of the drama records the wreck of many noble reputations on the solid basis of this principle. There is, of course, the case of Stevenson himself. Concerning this, Pinero says, "No one can doubt that he had in him the ingredients of a dramatist." And again, dramatic talent Stevenson undoubtedly possessed in abundance, but then he adds significantly, "And I am convinced that theatrical talent was well within his reach, if only he had put himself to the pains of evolving it." But a greater instance is the case of Robert Browning. Browning was not merely, like so many of his eminent contemporaries, a reminiscent author writing beautiful anachronisms in imitation of the great Elizabethan dramatist. He was born with a really great dramatic talent, one of the very greatest in the history of English literature, but theatrical talent remained beyond his reach. He tried to write plays for Macready, but these plays were ineffective on the stage, and after many futile efforts, he retreated from the theatre to the library. Many men whose native endowment of dramatic talent was less remarkable than Browning's have succeeded in the theatre by the developed efficiency of sheer theatrical talent. There is, of course, the case of Scribe, who was, at least from the commercial point of view, the most successful dramatist who ever lived. Scribe knew little and cared less about life, but he knew much and cared more about the theatre, and in the matter of making an effective play, he could give both cards and spades to Browning. On the other hand, there are a few instances, a very few, of men who have succeeded in the theatre by the sheer power of innate dramatic talent, without the assistance of hard study and long practice of the traffic of the stage. There is, of course, the case of Gerard Hauptmann. When Hauptmann wrote The Weavers at the age of 30, he had not yet progressed beyond the mere possession of the raw material of theatrical talent. This composition, the fourth in the chronological record of his works, was by no means skillfully devised in form and order, but it is now acknowledged as his masterpiece because of the overwhelming power of the atlas and an improved dramatic talent which it easily revealed. It is perhaps a greater thing for an architect to dream a noble building than it is for a contractor to erect it. Pinero contends that it is only the finished edifice that counts, and that the architect is as impotent without the contractor as the contractor is impotent without the architect. Dramatic talent, which is born not made, may be a greater thing than theatrical talent, which is made not born. Pinero asserts that a great dramatist must be equipped with both. The great dramatist must have, like Hauptmann, the power to project characters and to cause them to tell an interesting story through the medium of dialogue. But he must also have, according to Pinero, the practiced power to give rise to the greatest possible amount of that peculiar kind of emotional effect, the production of which is the one great function of the theatre. The best illustration in the present period of the second half of this requirement is, of course, afforded by the finest plays of Pinero himself. Endowed with a dramatic talent of a high order, he has evolved a theatrical talent which, in the opinion of the present writer, is unsurpassed and thus far insurpassable. Looking at them in the light of this distinction, it is still a little difficult to place the plays of Mr. John Goldsworthy. There can be no doubt whatever that he possesses dramatic talent in abundance. He is certainly a great writer, and probably a great man, and, in turning his attention to the drama, he is not merely, like Robert Louis Stevenson, a man of letters toying with the theatre. He sees many things in life that are dramatic, profoundly and tremendously dramatic, and these things he strives to render in the technical terms that are current in the theatre of today. For this task he is endowed with many gifts. For instance, he has a careful sense of form, both in respect to structure and in respect to style. He has a keen sense of characterization, and best of all, he comes into the theatre, as many less considerable men come into a cathedral, to watch, and in a lofty sense, to pray. Mr. Goldsworthy, then, is not merely a man of letters playing a new game, of which he does not know and scorns to learn the rules. But two questions yet remain to be decided. First, whether he has yet evolved a theatrical talent which is worthily concomitant with his innate dramatic talent, and second, whether he will ever do so. The second question, of course, would be superfluous unless the first were answered in the negative. But has Mr. Goldsworthy succeeded thus far in producing the greatest possible amount of that peculiar kind of emotional effect, the production of which is the one great function of the theatre? This is a question which is certain to call forth a divided vote. The present writer, a pluribus unum, must still be numbered on the negative side. No play of Mr. Goldsworthy's has ever, until very recently, made money in the theatre. This consideration might seem merely sordid, were it not for the fact that the drama is a democratic art, and that it is undeniably the duty of the dramatist to appeal to the many, not the few. On the other hand, Mr. Goldsworthy has never written a play which was unworthy of serious attention. His best plays are not so good as The Second Mrs. Tanqueray, but his worst plays are not so bad as A Wife Without a Smile. Always in dramatic composition, Mr. Goldsworthy has had something to say. Always he has created living characters. Always he has told an interesting story through the medium of very interesting dialogue. Why then has he failed to capture the great army of the theatre-going public? It is because he is not innately interested in the stage. Mr. Galsworthy is a great man of letters, he is probably a great man, but he is not, thus far at least, a great man of the theatre. Some of his plays are very effective, for instance The Silver Box, Strife, Justice, and The Pigeon. Some of them are ineffective, for instance Joy, The Eldest Son, and The Mob. Others, like The Fugitive, hover tantalizingly between the two extremes. Yet all these plays, in workmanship, are equally painstaking. An ineffective play, like Joy, is just as well written and nearly as well constructed as an effective play like The Silver Box. The difference, then, is not a difference in craftsmanship, but merely a difference in subject matter. Pinero, the master craftsman, can make a great play out of next to nothing, as he did in the instance of The Thunderbolt, but Galsworthy can make a great play only when he has happened, as in the case of Justice, to hit upon a subject that is so inherently dramatic that it will carry itself without the aid of any notable exercise of theatrical talent. No one can deny that the best plays of Mr. Galsworthy are very good indeed, but the fact remains that, fine artist as he is, he cares much more about life than he cares about the theatre. This is the very thing that, in the vision of the leading literary critics, is said in praise of him, but in the vision of the present writer it is said a little, though only a little, in dispraise. Mr. Galsworthy seems never to have smelt the footlights. He has never been an actor, like Shakespeare and Molière. He has never been a stage director, like Ibsen. He seems never to have counted the house, like Lope de Vega and the two great dramatists who bore successfully the name of Alexandre Dumas. To actors, to stage directors, to managers who count the house, and to dramatic critics, Mr. Galsworthy still appears as a lofty man of letters who has not yet utterly become a fellow labourer in the greatest of all the democratic institutions of the world. Nobody denies the innate dramatic talent of Mr. Galsworthy. Some few, including the present commentator, still deny that he has yet developed a theatrical talent that is worthy of his native gift. 2 or 3 reasons for this failing, if it be a failing, are evident and even obvious. In the first place, Mr. Galsworthy considers life as God would look at it, instead of considering life as the average man would look at it. In this respect, he fulfills the natural function of the novelist, to tell the individual what the public does not know, instead of fulfilling the natural function of the dramatist, to remind the public of what the public has unfalteringly known, but seemed to have forgotten. Mr. Galsworthy never appears to sit with his spectators in the theatre. He does not really understand and love his audience, otherwise he would feel himself impelled to renounce the Olympian impartiality displayed in such a work as Strife, and would descend to the arena to fight and bleed for the humanly and naturally partisan. But Mr. Galsworthy disdains to care about his public, and only in a slightly less degree he disdains to care about his actors. He asks them, every now and then, to refrain from doing things which would be exceedingly effective on the stage, and his only reason is that such things are seldom actually done in life itself. In other words, he rebels against an evolvement of theatrical talent from a native and indubitable dramatic talent. He seems, not infrequently, to smile a godlike smile and say, "This passage may not be theatrical, but after all it is dramatic. Life is bigger than the theatre." And as the greatest of all novelists remarked, life, some think, is worthy of the muse. It is quite evident that Mr. Galsworthy disagrees with the opinion of Pinero that the one great function of the theatre is to produce the greatest possible amount of a certain peculiar kind of emotional effect. Given the subject matter of Justice, for example, a theatrical craftsman like Pinero could easily increase the amount of this emotional effect that is produced. When Mr. Galsworthy wrote this play, he was interested solely in his subject matter and not at all in the technique of the theatre. The subject is inherently dramatic, and that is why the play is powerful, but the treatment of the subject is deliberately untheatrical. Consider, for example, the unprecedented circumstance that the entire story of the play is told in the first act and the fourth, and that the narrative would still remain complete if the second and third acts were utterly omitted. In the first act we are shown all the motives and told all the circumstances of Holder's crime. He confesses his guilt, and when he is arrested, his conviction is a foregone conclusion. The detailed report of his trial, which is set before us in the second act, is in consequence not technically necessary. Nothing whatsoever is told us in this trial which we did not know before, and the act is therefore empty of surprise. Furthermore, since the conviction of Folder has been certain from the first, the act is also empty of suspense. When a self-confessed criminal has been convicted, he is naturally sent to jail, and consequently, from the point of view of craftsmanship alone, Mr. Goldsworthy's third act adds nothing to the story. The narrative does not begin to move again until the fourth act, when Folder, having served his sentence, comes back to make his futile and pitiful attempt to begin life over again. For 2 entire acts, the second and the third, there has been no forward movement of the narrative. Here we have a pattern which Pinero would unquestionably have dismissed as offering an invitation to disaster. Yet, curiously enough, these 2 acts, as Mr. Goldsworthy has written them, are the most interesting of the 4 acts of the play. The reason is that what we care about in Justice is not the story but the theme. The purpose of the author is not so much to interest us in what is done by Folder, not even in what is done to Folder, as to interest us in a certain social fact. His sole desire is to force us to observe, with due consideration, the way in which that great machine without a soul, called Justice, habitually does its work. He makes us attend the trial because he wants to show us what an ordinary trial is like, and he makes us go to jail with Folder because he wants to show us what an ordinary jail is like. As a further instance of Mr. Goldsworthy's deliberate avoidance of the greatest possible amount of emotional effect, consider the omission from his last act of what a craftsman like Pinero would certainly have seized upon as a scène à faire. Early in this act, before Folder reappears, we are told that the woman whom he loves and for whom he stole the money has been driven by the economic necessity of supporting her children to sell herself to her employer during the period of Folder's incarceration. As soon as we receive this information, we foresee a big scene between Ruth and Folder, when Folder shall find out the tragic fact which we already know. Not only do we expect this scene, but we desire ardently to see it. Yet, when the moment comes in which the hero receives this revelation, Mr. Goldsworthy at once removes both Ruth and Folder from the stage and shuts them up together in an adjoining room. And the big scene which we wished to see takes place on the other side of a closed door, while matters much less interesting are discussed before us on the stage. It is evident that Mr. Goldsworthy deliberately made this choice in order that we might remain more attentive to his theme than to the personal reactions of his hero and his heroine. It has been said above that Mr. Goldsworthy disdains to care about his actors, and this point may be illustrated from the text of Justice. Consider Coxon, for example, as an acting part. This character is naturally quaint and humorous, and he says many funny things, although he does not realize that they are funny. It is evident that the actor entrusted with this part could easily call forth many big laughs from the audience if he should play for comedy. Yet all these big laughs would be what Mr. George M. Cohan calls the wrong kind of laughs. They would disrupt the mood of the scene, and would distract attention from Folder or from Ruth. Hence, for the sake of the general effect, the actor playing Coxon is required to suppress and kill the laughs which might easily be awakened by his lines. He is given funny things to say and is obliged to say them as if they were not funny. In consequence, this character, although extremely lifelike, is extremely difficult to play. No such task, for instance, is imposed upon the actor by Pinero when he projects a humorous character like Cayley Drummle in the very midst of a tragic complication. The few points which have already been adduced are sufficient to indicate that Justice can by no means be accepted as a consummate example of theatrical talent, but it should always be remembered that theatrical efficiency is the one thing that Mr. Goldsworthy has made up his mind to get along without. It must be admitted also that he gets along without it most surprisingly. So great is his dramatic talent that he seems to achieve more by leaving life alone than he could possibly achieve by arranging life in accordance with a technical pattern, however dexterous theatrically. It would have been easy, for example, to make the trial scene in Justice more theatrical by any of a multitude of means. For instance, Folder might have been innocent and might have been convicted falsely by the piling up of apparently incriminating evidence. Or if guilty, still the motive of his crime might easily have been made more sympathetic. He might, for instance, have stolen the money to save a dying mother from starvation instead of to elope with a married woman. Or he might have been persecuted by his employer, or treated unfairly by the prosecuting attorney, or judged unjustly by the judge. One at least of these obvious aids to the production of the greatest possible amount of emotional effect would have been snatched at by almost any other playwright. Any other playwright also would have increased the suspense and the surprise of the trial scene by cleverly deleting from the antecedent act the complete exposure of the case against the hero. Again, in the third act, any other playwright would have augmented the emotional effect by making the warden a tyrant instead of a man who is obviously trying to be kind. The very purpose of the play is to attack the prison system, yet Mr. Galsworthy is, if anything, more fair to the warden and the prison doctor than he is to Folder and the other convicts. The author's theory, of course, is that life itself is so dramatic that it needs no artificial heightening to make it interesting in a theatre. Whether or not this theory shall work in practice depends, as has been said above, upon the subject matter of the play. In The Eldest Son, for instance, the omission of the scène affaire from the last act sent the play to failure at a time when Stanley Houghton's discussion of the same theme in Hindle Wakes was carried to a great success by a thorough development of the very passage which Mr. Galsworthy has chosen to evade. But Justice, in which the subject matter is inherently dramatic, is undeniably a great play, despite the fact, or possibly because of the fact, that the treatment of the subject is deliberately untheatrical. The piece appeals profoundly to the sentiment of social pity, and since it is absolutely true and overwhelmingly sincere, it seems all the more dramatic because it is meticulously untheatrical. In the epilogue to Fanny's first play, the popular dramatic critic Mr. Floner Banal, whose name shows a significant resemblance to the French phrase flâneur banal, is asked for his opinion of the piece that he has witnessed, and he dodges this direct question in the following bit of dialogue. The Count: What is your opinion of the play? Banal: Well, who is it by? The Count: That is a secret for the present. Banal: You don't expect me to know what to say about a play when I don't know who the author is, do you? The Count: Why not? Banal: Why not? Why not? Suppose you had to write about a play by Pinero and one by Jones. Would you say exactly the same thing about them? The Count: I presume not. Banal: Then how could you write about them until you knew which was Pinero and which was Jones? The Count: But is it a good play, Mr. Banal? That's a simple question. Banal: Simple enough when you know. If it's by a good author, it's a good play, naturally. That stands to reason. Who is the author? Tell me that, and I'll place the play for you to a hair's breadth. The Count: I'm sorry I'm not at liberty to divulge the author's name. The author desires that the play should be judged on its merits. Banal: But what merits can it have, except the author's merits? This satiric conversation affords the only reasonable explanation of the fact that the plays of Mr. John Galsworthy have been persistently overpraised, both by popular dramatic critics like Mr. Floner Banal and by academic annotators who prefer to study the current drama in the library instead of in the theatre. Mr. Galsworthy is a great man. In his own familiar field of literary composition, he is a great artist. Therefore, according to the syllogism of these commentators, any play by Mr. Galsworthy must be a great play. In The Modern Drama, by Professor Ludwig Lewison of The Ohio State University, we encounter the assertion that Mr. Galsworthy, above all other men now in view, seems called and chosen as the great modern dramatist of the English tongue. Thus, in a single ex-cathedra statement, a literary artist who has merely turned to the theatre as a secondary medium of expression is regarded as a more important dramaturgic craftsman than the authors of The Second Mrs. Thackeray, and Michael and His Lost Angels, and Alice Sit by the Fire, and Candida, and The Voice Inheritance, and The Mollusk, and Hindle Wakes, and on. Any play by Mr. Galsworthy must be a good play for the overwhelming reason that it has been written by a good author. But no such overwhelming pre-establishment of a necessity for praise exists, apparently, in favor of any play by Pinero, Jones, Barry, Shaw, Barker, Davies, Stanley Houghton, or Rudolph Bezier. The reaction of the scholarly and academic mind of Professor Ludwig Lewison is supplemented in this instance by the reactions of most of our popular dramatic critics. Any play by Mr. Galsworthy that is produced within the region of Times Square is called a great play, as a matter of course, for the simple reason that it was written by an author who, like Caesar's wife, is commonly regarded as superior to criticism. The Flonner-Banals of our daily press, who seldom hesitate to sneer at the lifelong practiced technical accomplishment of Pinero and Jones, and to smile indulgently at the tender and quite irresistible appeal of Barry, are accustomed to remove their hats and stand in reverence when any play of Mr. Galsworthy is produced. This emotion, of course, must be recorded to their credit, for it is always a laudatory gesture to remove the hat. And the poorest play by Mr. Galsworthy is so much nobler in intention than 9/10 of all the efforts of our local playwrights that the mood of reverence is unavoidable. But is it, therefore, reasonable to assume, without discussion, that The Eldest Son is a bigger play than Hindle Wakes, or that The Fugitive is a greater play than Iris? Must an honest recognition of the fact that Mr. Galsworthy is a superior person force us also to assert that he is an impeccable playwright? If this argument should be accepted, the critic would be required to assume that Raphael, by virtue of that fabled century of sonnets, must have been a great poet because of his unquestionable talent as a painter. That Mr. Galsworthy has earned the right to be regarded as one of the dozen leading playwrights now writing in the English language, no commentator would deny. His plays exhibit a distinction which sets them easily apart from the ordinary sort of trash that is produced within the region of Times Square. But it is one thing to elevate an artist to the peerage, and it is quite another thing to exalt him higher than his peers. Before admitting any playwright to the narrow upper circle of superiority, the critic is required to demand, first, that the dramatist shall always have something to say; second, that he shall always be able to express his theme intelligibly through the medium of the contemporary theatre; third, that his characters shall be true to life without exception; and fourth, that his dialogue shall be written with simplicity and dignity. These requirements are always easily fulfilled by Mr. Galsworthy, but they have also been fulfilled with equal ease by Pinero, Jones, Barry, Shaw, Barker, Davis, Houghton, Bezier, and several other living writers of our English-speaking drama. The quarrel of the present commentator is directed not against the popular opinion which regards the plays of Mr. Galsworthy as compositions to be considered reverently, but against a quite illogical exaggeration of this popular opinion, which leads to the assumption that Mr. Galsworthy is a better playwright than any of his peers. In particular, the ire of the present critic is aroused when he encounters the frequently expressed opinion that Mr. Galsworthy is a greater playwright than Pinero, or, to state the matter more specifically, that the author of The Fugitive is an abler dramatist than the author of Iris. Mr. Galsworthy is not a great playwright. He may be a great man, he may be a great novelist, he may be a great writer, but he is not, on these accounts, to be regarded as a great dramatist, any more than Rossetti, by virtue of his noble poetry, can be regarded as a noble painter. Mr. Galsworthy lacks essentially a feeling for the theatre, a natural enjoyment of that spontaneous response which may be called forth from a gathered audience. He entered the theatre at a period comparatively late in his career. He will never learn to love it, and in consequence to understand it, so deeply and so intimately as men who were brought up behind the footlights, like Sir Arthur Pinero and Mr. Henry Arthur Jones. That Olympian impartiality of mind in considering a social thesis, that godlike lack of special sympathy in regard to any of his characters, that air of casually saying, "This is true and it is no concern of mine, but what do you intend to do about it?" These traits, which appeal to the philosophic commentator, are repugnant to the ordinary theatre-goer. The average spectator prefers to see a struggle between people whom he is expected to like and people whom he is expected to dislike. He prefers to attend a play, as he attends a ball game, with a predetermined spirit to root for one team against the other. This elemental human impulse Mr. Galsworthy has chosen to ignore. His plays are destitute of heroes and of villains. He has a disconcerting way of asking questions which he subsequently says that he himself is quite incapable of answering. Thus, in The Pigeon, he has posed a social problem which he asserts to be beyond the scope of resolution.
The casual and accidental theatre-goer, for whom our plays are made, is not attracted by these difficulties. He prefers to take sides in a struggle that has sharply been defined, and to applaud a protagonist who either wins his fight or goes down scornful before many spears. Mr. Galsworthy bears without abuse the grand old name of gentleman. Among all contemporary writers of the English language, he is easily the most patrician. But the drama is a democratic art, and Mr. Galsworthy in the theatre often sacrifices the appeal of one who knows the people and enjoys what they enjoy. Always there seems to hover over and about his plays an atmosphere that preassumes a lack of sympathy between the author and the audience. Mr. Galsworthy does not write for the theatre-going multitude. He writes only for himself and for his tutelary deity. And the multitude, the toiling, tired, laughing, weeping, sweating, sighing crowd, may take his plays or leave them as they choose. The born playwrights, like Pinero, Jones, or Barry, are sedulously careful always to avoid any assumption of superiority above the public. Their attitude toward life is not Olympian. They adopt instead as their device the democratic motto, out of many, one. But the main deficiency of Mr. Galsworthy as a dramatist is his constitutional inability, or else disinclination, to make the most effective use of his materials. Mr. Galsworthy is singularly lacking in theatrical talent. It is conceivable, of course, that Mr. Galsworthy would deny that the one great function of the theatre is the production of a peculiar kind of emotional effect. But a solidly established fact cannot be overturned by a denial. Unless Sir Arthur Pinero is right in this assertion, we must be prepared to insist that there is no such thing as an art of making plays, and if the dramaturgic art does not exist, there can be no such thing as dramatic criticism. If Mr. Galsworthy, because of his non-technical intentions, must be regarded as immune from criticism on the score of craftsmanship, there is nothing to be said about his plays beyond a merely personal expression of a fondness or a lack of fondness for one composition or another. As a matter of fact, Mr. Galsworthy tries always in his plays to produce a peculiar kind of emotional effect, but he has failed in nearly every instance to give rise to the greatest possible amount of this effect. He has never written a play, with the possible exception of Strife, that might not have been improved by the collaboration of a more accomplished craftsman, like Sir Arthur Pinero or Mr. Henry Arthur Jones. Mr. Galsworthy's besetting fault is a failure in construction. His plays, without exception, have been patterned carefully, but with only one or two exceptions, they have been patterned ineffectively. His main trouble is a failure to distinguish between those passages of a dramatic narrative that must necessarily be shown upon the stage, and those other passages which may safely be assumed to happen off-stage between the acts. In other words, to quote a famous phrase of Sarsi's, he lacks an instinct for the scène à faire. This arraignment of his craftsmanship is aggravated, not alleviated, by the fact that many times he seems to dodge deliberately the big scene that stands waiting to his hand. The proper business of a playwright is to make a play, and it is not to be regarded as an indication of superiority for an artist to refrain deliberately from the most effective exercise of which his art is capable. Some years ago, a witty commentator said of Mrs. Fiske that she showed a tendency to overact her underacting, and it might be said of Mr. Galsworthy that he shows a tendency to underdramatize his dramas. Consider The Fugitive, for instance. This play has been called a masterpiece by many commentators. The story is interesting, the characters are true to life, the dialogue is written with that high regard for truth which is mystically indistinguishable from a high regard for beauty. And yet the play is ineffective because it is faultily constructed. It is impossible to resist the impression that Mr. Galsworthy would have done far better with his story if he had used it as the basis of a novel instead of as the basis of a play. And the reason for this judgment is that the most significant and most dramatic passages of the entire narrative are those which are assumed to happen off the stage between the acts. The scenes which we are shown are less impressive than those other scenes which we are denied the privilege of witnessing. If any evidence were needed to attest the measurable superiority of Sir Arthur Pinero over Mr. Galsworthy as a dramaturgic craftsman, it would be sufficient merely to study side by side the text of The Fugitive and the text of Iris. The themes of these two dramas are very nearly similar. In each play, we are invited to review the gradual degradation of a woman of beautiful taste and worthy impulses, because she lacks sufficient strength to fight successfully against adversity. Claire Dedmond, like Iris Bellamy, is too fine to accept a regimen of life on terms that are unlovely, but neither heroine is fine enough to rise superior to the insidious assaults of poverty. To this extent, the fundamental stories of the two plays are identical, but there is a world of difference between the finished products. Pinero, in the patterning of Iris, has not missed a single scène affaire. He seizes and develops all the high points of his story, and removes to the limbo of his off-stage narrative only such passages as are subsidiary to the conduct of his plot. But in The Fugitive, we feel that several passages which are narrated retrospectively are more important than those other scenes in the course of which these off-stage happenings are expounded, so to speak, at second hand. Thus, we wish to be exemplified upon the stage the experience of Claire as a shop girl in a department store, which is assumed to happen between the second act and the third. And again, we are made uncomfortably conscious of a hiatus between the penultimate and the final act. We have seen Claire Dedmond drift, penniless and helpless, from the home of the lover who has sheltered her. And next we see her 6 months later at the point of accepting the career of a common prostitute. But we are never told by what means she has managed to keep herself alive throughout this rather lengthy interval. Each successive crisis in the gradual disintegration of the character of Iris is shown and illustrated on the stage in such skillfully devised form and order as to give rise to the greatest possible amount of emotional effect. Mr. Goldsworthy's conduct of a similar story in The Fugitive is comparatively faltering and ineffective. In this instance, Mr. Goldsworthy has met a peer in a fair fight on equal ground, just as he met a peer in Stanley Houghton when he wrote The Eldest Son. And in both cases he has been quite easily unhorsed by an antagonist who was more greatly gifted with an instinct for the exigencies of the theatre. End of chapter 18, read by Claudia Caldi.
Chapter 19 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tad Davis. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Chapter 19. Stevenson on the Stage. 1. The recent great success of Treasure Island at the Punch and Judy Theatre has made many people wonder why so few of the buoyant and bracing tales of RLS have been transferred to the service of the stage, and has attracted the immediate attention of literary students to the entire subject of Stevenson's relations with the theatre. Stevenson was a man of many moods, and his attitude toward the question of composition for the theatre was subject to frequent oscillations. But the poles of his opinion may be pointed out by comparing two passages in his letters. At one time he wrote to his father, "The theatre is a gold mine, and on that I must keep my eye." Years later he wrote from Vailima to Sir Sidney Colvin, "No, I will not write a play for Irving, nor for the devil. Can you not see that the work of falsification which a play demands is of all tasks the most ungrateful, and I have done it a long while, and nothing ever came of it?" The first passage was penned in the high tide of his ambition as a playwright, and the second passage was written after this ambition had been quenched by disappointment. Stevenson wrote 4 plays in collaboration with William Ernest Henley, and a 5th play in collaboration with Mrs. Stevenson. The last of these, The Hanging Judge, which was written at Bournemouth early in 1887, has never been acted and was never printed, even privately, during the lifetime of RLS. After her husband's death, Mrs. Stevenson printed a few copies and presented them to his intimate friends. I have seen a copy of this issue in the library of Mr. William Archer, but in a very hasty reading I failed to discover any noticeable merit in the play. In 1914, Mr. Edmund Gosse printed privately an edition of The Hanging Judge that was limited to 30 copies, but so far as the general reader is concerned, the piece remains unpublished. But the 4 plays which Stevenson produced in partnership with Henley are published in the works of RLS, and all 4 of them at one time or another have been acted on the stage. Deacon Brodie was first produced at Pullen's Theatre of Varieties, Bradford, on December 28, 1882. In March 1883, a performance of the play took place at Her Majesty's Theatre, Aberdeen, and on the afternoon of July 2, 1884, it was introduced to the London public at the Prince's Theatre. Admiral Guinea was produced at an afternoon performance at the Avenue Theatre in London on November 29, 1897, and Beau Austin was produced at the Haymarket Theatre in London on November 3, 1890, with Mr. Beerbohm Tree, later Sir Herbert Tree, in the title part. I can find no record in my notes of the first performance of Macaire, but this piece also has been produced in public. Stevenson, however, never witnessed a performance of any of his plays, and was never even privileged to see a scene of his enacted in rehearsal. The only one of these 4 plays which exhibited any indication of vitality in the theatre was the first, and perhaps the poorest of them all, Deacon Brodie. In 1887, this piece was presented in several cities in America, the tour opening at Montreal on September 26th, but its comparative success must be ascribed less to its own merits as a melodrama than to the very interesting acting of Edward John Henley, the brother of Stevenson's collaborator. Deacon Brodie, which was elaborated from an early draft made by Stevenson himself, was completed by Stevenson and Henley in 1880, but was subsequently revised and rewritten. Admiral Guinea, Beau Austin, and Macaire were all composed in 1884 and 1885 during the period of Stevenson's residence at Bournemouth. His health at that period was at its very lowest ebb. Most of his time was spent perforce in bed, and his main motive in embarking on the collaboration was merely to enliven the intervals of his lingering in the land of counterpane by a playful exercise of spirits in the company of a spirited and eager friend. There is ample evidence that Henley took their joint task much more seriously, but neither of the 2 collaborators had established a professional relation with the theatre. As Stevenson looked back upon these plays, he clear-sightedly looked down upon them. In July 1884, he wrote frankly to Sir Sidney Colvin, "And anyhow, the Deacon is damn bad," and in March 1887 he remonstrated with Henley in the following terms for sending copies of their joint plays to their literary friends. "The reperusal of the Admiral, by the way, was a sore blow. God, man, it is a low, black, dirty, blackguard, ragged piece, vomitable in many parts, simply vomitable. Macaire is a piece of job work, hurriedly bockled, might have been worse, might have been better, happy-go-lucky, acted or let it rot piece of business. Not a thing, I think, to send in presentations." 2. These dictates of self-criticism, destructive as they are, have been in the main accepted by posterity. For even among ardent Stevensonians, the plays of Stevenson and Henley have found very few apologists. A recent writer, Mr. Francis Watt, in his interesting book entitled RLS, has gravely stated, page 249, that the plays were too good to win a popular success, but this is an opinion that will be at once distrusted by any habitual frequenter of the theatre. Plays do not fail because they are too good, they fail because they are not good enough in the right way. The most illuminative criticism, in fact the only finally authoritative criticism of the plays of Stevenson and Henley, is the opinion of Sir Arthur Pinero, delivered in his lecture to the members of the Philosophical Institution of Edinburgh at the Music Hall in Edinburgh on Tuesday, February 24th, 1903. This lecture, entitled R.L. Stevenson the Dramatist, has been printed only privately in England because Sir Arthur has an ineradicable habit of reserving the limelight for his plays and keeping out of it himself. But it has recently been published in this country in an edition limited to 333 copies by the Dramatic Museum of Columbia University. Since, however, this thoroughly authoritative paper is still unknown to the generality of readers, it may be profitable to summarize its most important points. The first of these is that one of the great rules, perhaps the only universal rule of the drama, is that you cannot pour new wine into old skins. The art of the drama is not stationary, but progressive. Its conditions are always changing, and every dramatist whose ambition it is to produce live plays is absolutely bound to study carefully, and I may even add respectfully, at any rate not contemptuously, the conditions that hold good for his own age and generation. The second important point is Sir Arthur's statement that dramatic talent is of service in the theater only as the raw material of theatrical talent. Dramatic, like poetic talent, is born, not made. If it is to achieve success on the stage, it must be developed into theatrical talent by hard study and generally by long practice. Almost equally suggestive is Sir Arthur Pinero's distinction between what he calls the strategy and the tactics of playmaking. He defines strategy as the general laying out of a play, and tactics as the art of getting the characters on and off the stage, of conveying information to the audience, and so forth. His fourth important point is that fine speeches, and fine speeches alone, will not carry a drama to success. For Sir Arthur makes a clear distinction between the absolute beauty of words, such beauty as Ruskin or Pater or Newman might achieve in an eloquent passage, and the beauty of dramatic fitness to the character and the situation. 3. In the light of these four principles, Sir Arthur Pinero has examined the plays of Stevenson and Henley, and at each of the 4 points he has found the plays defective. Stevenson's work in the drama was anachronistic, and the models that he imitated not only were outworn, but also were unworthy. Stevenson never took the trouble to develop into theatrical talent the keen dramatic talent he was born with. He never taught himself the tactics of modern playmaking and did not even appreciate the good points in the strategy of the melodramatists he chose to imitate. And finally, Stevenson never managed to unlearn the heresy that fine speeches and fine speeches alone will carry a drama to success. Sir Arthur's explanation of Stevenson's fourfold failure as a dramatist is equally acute. He finds that Stevenson failed to take the drama seriously, that he worked at it in a smiling, sportive, half-contemptuous spirit, that he played at being a playwright and was fundamentally in error in regarding the drama as a matter of child's play. And in a very interesting parallel, Sir Arthur has pointed out the close resemblance between Stevenson's own plays and those typical examples of Skelt's juvenile drama that are celebrated with such a gusto of memorial eloquence in that delightful essay, In Memories and Portraits, called A Penny Plain and Tuppence Colored. Even to his dying day, Sir Arthur adds, he continued to regard the actual theater as only an enlarged form of the toy theaters which had fascinated his childhood. He considered his function as a dramatist very little more serious than that child's play with paintbox and pasteboard on which his memory dwelt so fondly. This criticism of the plays of Stevenson and Henley, delivered by the finest dramaturgic artist still living in the world today, must be accepted as final. But a word or two should be appended in explanation of Stevenson's utter lack of preparation for the serious task of making plays. Owing mainly to the accident of birth, for Stevenson was born in a rigorous metropolis that refused to countenance the theatre, and owing also to the accident of his continuous ill health, he grew up without ever going to the theatre, and his earliest impressions of the stage were confined, necessarily, to the repertory of the toy theatre that he has celebrated with enthusiasm in the famous essay that Sir Arthur has referred to. Stevenson's biographer, Mr. Graham Balfour, has stated, Volume 1, page 161, although he had read and written plays from his early years, had revelled in the melodramas of the toy theatre, and had acted with the Jenkins and in other private theatricals, I find no reference to his having visited a theatre before December 1874. At this date, Stevenson was 24 years old, and it is not at all surprising that an author who first visited the theatre at the age of 24 should show himself deficient as a dramatist when he casually undertook the task of making plays in his early 30s. In view of these facts, it seems only fair that Henley, more than Stevenson, should be called to account for the manifest anachronism of their plays. For Henley was a magazine editor and ought presumably to have kept himself in touch with the fashions of the theatre in his day. But it is possible, of course, that Henley was deterred from theatre-going by his bodily infirmity, an infirmity much more painful and disastrous than that which kept Stevenson isolated in his bed at Bournemouth. At any rate, the one thing which the two collaborators never understood was the fact that the technique of the theatre had advanced beyond remembrance of the period of those transpontine melodramatists that they so blithely imitated. 4. What Stevenson needed most of all was a different collaborator, not a man of letters like Henley, but a man of the theatre, like, for instance, Mr. Henry Arthur Jones, whose famous melodrama, The Silver King, had already been produced in 1882. He needed a professional assistant to translate into terms of theatrical talent the keen dramatic talent he was born with. A collaborator of this type has lately been accorded to him through the enterprise of Mr. Charles Hopkins, the director of the Punch and Judy Theatre. Treasure Island has been dramatized by Mr. Jules Eckert Goodman, a playwright whose sound theatrical talent has been developed to efficiency by hard study and by long practice. Mr. Goodman has so successfully transferred the rapture and the thrill of Treasure Island to the stage that the delighted spectator comes away from the performance with a feeling that can only be expressed by quoting Andrew Lang's ejaculation, "This is the kind of stuff a fellow wants." The magnitude of Mr. Goodman's accomplishment can be appreciated only if we take into account the special difficulties of his task. Nearly all the critics who from time to time had been consulted concerning the possibility of making a successful play from Treasure Island had reported in the negative, and among the many the present writer is compelled to confess that he agreed with the majority. The special obstacles were three in number. First, the utter lack of feminine interest in the story, which seemed to make the material dangerous for successful exploitation in the theatre. Second, the apparent necessity of shifting the action rapidly from place to place, and of doing this at least a dozen times without impeding the onrush of the action. And third, the particular requirement, in the case of a story known and loved by absolutely everybody, of clinging close to the original material and inventing nothing new. But these three difficulties have been swept away by Mr. Goodman. Despite the tradition of the theatre that the public cares much more for actresses than actors, the audience never seems to notice the absence of any feminine interest in the narrative. Jim's mother is, of course, the only woman in the story, and she appears only inconspicuously for a few moments in the first act. But the play succeeds so well without a heroine that a necessary inference is forced that love is not by any means the only subject that can capture the attention of the theatre-going crowd. Mr. Goodman has arranged the narrative in 10 different chapters of time and 9 distinct pigeonholes of place, but the changes are so rapidly and easily effected on the stage of Mr. Hopkins that the spectator is never released from the enthrallment of the story. The first act is by far the best, and this fact is a little unfortunate for the play, but the fault is Stevenson's, not Mr. Goodman's. Stevenson began his story in a high tide of delighted composition, but after drying up in the early paragraphs of the 16th chapter, he never entirely recaptured the zest of the initiation of his narrative. Mr. Goodman's first act, which is set, of course, in the Admiral Benbow Inn, is quite as good as any first act has a right to be, for if the theater were often as enthralling as this, no self-respecting person could ever find an evening off to sit at home and read the Count of Monte Cristo. But Mr. Goodman's success is perhaps even more remarkable in respect to the third difficulty that confronted him. He has made a coherent play without inventing anything that was not set down for him in the well-known and well-beloved novel, and he has not left out anything that even Andrew Lang would emphatically miss. The great bother about dramatizing books for boys is, of course, that every boy in the audience will at once become a critic and will insist on having the story served to him, in Mr. Kipling's phrase, just so. When the present writer first attended the performance, a concentrated company of 4 boys sat in back of him. There was a scene on the deck of the Hispaniola disclosing the well-known apple barrel standing broached in the waist. There were indications of impending mutiny as the ragged members of Flint's old crew muttered darkling in the corners of the stage. Jim entered strolling down the deck. "Get into the barrel," said one of the boys behind me. "Hurry up and get into the barrel before they see you. Hurry up and hide, or how can you overhear what they're going to say?" This comment convinced the critic that the play was undeniably successful, but it also seemed to point a finger at the greatest difficulty which the dramatist was overcoming. While glancing at this little point of Mr. Goodman's meticulous exactitude, the writer may perhaps be pardoned for pointing out the fact that though Stevenson's Hispaniola was a schooner, the ship disclosed upon the stage of the Punch and Judy Theater was not a schooner, but a square-rigged vessel. This variation is, however, easily forgivable, for Stevenson himself confessed that the Hispaniola ought really to have been a brig, and that the only reason why he made her a schooner was that, in August 1874, he had cruised for a month in a schooner yacht, and that he had never actually been aboard a square-rigged ship at sea. 5. The success of Treasure Island on the stage has called attention to the fact that comparatively few of the tales of R.L.S. have enjoyed a similar transference to the theater. Mr. T. Russell Sullivan's dramatization of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde has heretofore stood almost alone as an example of what may be done with the Stevenson stories on the stage, and this play derived its public popularity less from the inherent interest of the subject matter than from the very remarkable acting of the late Richard Mansfield. Mr. Mansfield, who was accustomed to consider very highly his own performance of Beau Brummel and to speak with an entirely becoming pride of his best achievements on the stage, told the present writer not once but many times that his performance of Jekyll and Hyde was little more than a matter of theatric mechanism, and expressed surprise at the continued favor of the public for the play. "It's nothing but claptrap," said Mr. Mansfield, "yet they seem to like it as much as Richard III, in which I give a performance that is worth considering." The fact remains, however, that the play died with Mr. Mansfield's death, and that its continuous vitality for many years was due more to him than to Mr. Sullivan or Stevenson. It may be interesting to record the fact that Stevenson never witnessed Mr. Mansfield's performance in the dual role of his hero and his villain. At the first night in New York in the Madison Square Theater on Monday evening, September 12, 1887, Stevenson's wife and mother saw the performance from Mr. Sullivan's box, but on this occasion the novelist himself was lying ill in Newport at the house of Mr. and Mrs. Charles Fairchild, and he never subsequently saw the play. After Stevenson's death, Mr. Otis Skinner appeared in a dramatic version of Prince Otto, made, if I remember rightly, by himself, but the piece was not successful. On April 22, 1917, the Morningside Players produced at the Comedy Theater in New York an adequate dramatization of Markheim by Zillah K. MacDonald. Mention must also be made of Mr. Granville Barker's dramatization of The Wrong Box, entitled The Morris Dance, which was disclosed at the Little Theater in New York in February 1917. This was a very vapid play, and it went down swiftly to a thoroughly deserved oblivion. I find among my notes no other records of plays made professionally from the Tales of Stevenson, with the exception of a few scattered and unimportant one-act versions of various short stories. 6. It is a curious fact that the Tales of Stevenson were, for the most part, left untouched throughout that period of the 1890s, when there was a popular and insistent demand for dramatized novels, the period when the indefatigable Mr. E. E. Rose used to dramatize 3 or 4 novels a year. The reason for this fact, however, will easily become apparent. It is true enough, as Sir Arthur Pinero has reported, that dramatic talent Stevenson undoubtedly possessed in abundance. His tales are full of striking situations in which the actors appear in postures which are vividly impressed forever on the eye of memory. But in 2 respects, his novels, despite their emphasis upon the element of action and their vividness of visual appeal, have been singularly difficult to dramatize. In the first place, Stevenson usually neglected the interest of love and excluded women rigorously from his most exciting situations. And in the second place, he was accustomed to allow his narratives to wander very freely in both space and time, and to depend for his effect on a frequent change of setting. How, for instance, could one dramatize the wrecker which keeps the reader traveling over more than half the habitable globe? And how could one dramatize Kidnapped, which leads the reader to a world in which there seem to be no women? These objections, though they appear to explain the fact that very few playwrights have attempted to transfer the Tales of Stevenson to the service of the theater, afford no reason why they may not be successfully transferred to the service of the new and growing medium of moving pictures. Treasure Island, for example, would make a better moving picture than a play. It may sanely be conjectured that if Stevenson were living still, and it is a sad fact to remember that even now he would be only 67 years old, he would probably devote his mind enthusiastically to the new craft of making moving pictures. In his Gossip on Romance, he said, "The story, if it be a story, should repeat itself in 1,000 colored pictures to the eye. There is a vast deal in life where the interest turns not on the passionate slips and hesitations of the conscience, but on the problems of the body and of the practical intelligence in clean, open-air adventure, the shock of arms, or the diplomacy of life. With such material as this, it is impossible to build a play, for the serious theater exists solely on moral grounds, and is a standing proof of the dissemination of the human conscience. But it is possible to build upon this ground the most lively, beautiful, and buoyant tales." The Master of Ballantrae might be made into a good play, though the dramatist would experience considerable difficulty in projecting the last act, but this concluding passage would afford the very best material for the moving picture craftsman. Kidnapped also could easily be shown in moving pictures, but could hardly be compressed into a play. Stevenson in his stories wrote mainly for the seeing eye. He was less concerned with character than with action and with setting. He exhibited events harmoniously set in place and time, and he never disturbed the exhibition by psychological analysis. His literary style is perhaps his greatest glory, but even if bereft of this, he would remain, to quote him once again, a master of brute incident. While still alive, he failed in his efforts as a dramatist, but there seems to be no reason now why he should not enjoy a posthumous success as a master of the moving picture play. End of Chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in August 2022. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Chapter 20, The Plays of Lord Dunsany. 1. In 1914, a slender volume entitled 5 Plays by Lord Dunsany was published unobtrusively in the Modern Drama series, with an introduction by Mr. Edwin Borkman. Until that time, the name of Lord Dunsany had hardly been heard of in this country, although he had previously published, on the other side of the Atlantic, 5 volumes of imaginative prose: The Gods of Pegana, 1905, Time and the Gods, 1906, The Sword of Welleran, 1908, A Dreamer's Tales, 1910, and The Book of Wonder, 1912. Since then, however, 4 of these 5 plays, and 3 other plays which have been written subsequently, have been afforded public presentations in this country, and in the first week of December 1916 it was possible to see no less than 3 of them professionally acted in New York. This astonishing success in a country where the theater still remains excessively commercialized is all the more remarkable because the author has never made the slightest effort to attain success in the commercial theater. His first play, The Glittering Gate, was written in 1909 for the Abbey Theater Players at the request of Mr. William Butler Yeats. His other plays have been written at convenient intervals to please no other person than himself. Lord Dunsany has never enjoyed or suffered any personal connection with the theatre of his day, either in London or in Dublin or in any other city. He has never asked a manager to produce a play of his. He has never even met the mighty magnates who control the theatre in England and America. Yet all his plays have been acted, and wherever they have been produced, they have been greeted with golden encomiums from the critics and the public. Without the slightest effort on his own part to exploit his wares, without even any knowledge of the eager interest that he has stirred up in America, for the man is very busy elsewhere in the world. Lord Dunsany, in the first week of December 1916, was more talked about than any other playwright in commercialized New York. The moral of this simple fact is merely this, that merit counts, and that it is better for a dramatist to retire to a far place and write a great play than to hang about Times Square and dramatize the views of all the mighty managers concerning what the public wants. In the theater, as in life itself, there is always room at the top, and if a man can write so great a play as The Gods of the Mountain or A Night at an Inn, he need not even make an effort to secure a hearing. All the ears of the world will yearn instinctively in the direction of his eloquence until it shall burst forth by invitation and fill the theater with a sound like thunder or the noise of 7 seas. Of this mysterious and mighty warrior who has broken into our commercial theater by assault, without so much as marshalling his forces to win a fight in which so many other men have failed, very little news has come to us except such information as may be gleaned from personal letters to a half-dozen correspondents in this country. Mr. Borkman has summarized the entire career of this admired author in 6 sentences, which may be quoted now. Edmund John Morton Drax Plunkett, Lord Dunsany, is the 18th member of his family to bear the title which gives him a place in the Irish peerage. He was born in 1878 and received his education at Eton and Sandhurst. In 1899, he succeeded his father to the title and the family estate in Meath, Ireland. During the South African War, he served at the front with the Coldstream Guards. He is passionately fond of outdoor life and often spends the whole day in the saddle before sitting down at his desk to write late at night. His work proves, however, that he is as fond of spiritual as of physical exercise, and that he is an inveterate traveler in those mysterious regions of the partly known or wholly unknown, where the imagination alone can guide us." End quote. To this somewhat meager chronicle, a few facts may now be added. At the outbreak of the Great War, Lord Dunsany was not sent immediately to the front with the expeditionary forces. Because of his experience under fire, he was retained in England to help in the gigantic task of training the raw recruits of Kitchener's army. Meanwhile, he wrote to 2 or 3 people in this country that if he happened to emerge from the war alive, his first act after peace had been reconquered would be to visit the United States for a physical and spiritual renovation. Lord Dunsany was wounded in the Dublin riots, and when last heard from in 1916, he was waiting at Londonderry Barracks to be released by the medical board and sent to the front in France. He seemed then to suffer from a premonition that he would not survive the war. In a letter to Mrs. Emma Garrett Boyd, a popular lecturer who had done a great deal to propagate the fame of Lord Dunsany in this country, he said, quote, "If I do not live to come to America, there is none who can tell you more about me, nor with better understanding, than my wife. I was wounded less than 3 weeks ago. The bullet has been extracted, and I am healing up rapidly. I am also under orders for France as soon as I have recovered. Sometimes I think that no man is taken hence until he has done the work that he is here to do, and looking back on 5 battles and other escapes from death, this theory seems almost plausible. But how can one hold it when one thinks of the deaths of Shelley and Keats?" End quote. This is all that even now on this side of the ocean is positively known of the personal career of a man, still under 40, who has written at least 2 of the greatest plays of modern times. Lord Dunsany may be killed tomorrow somewhere in France, a land that all of us would gladly die for, or after certain months and years he may appear to us in khaki, smiling with a weariness about his lips but with a glory in his eyes. In either case, the mere fact does not matter. He is one with Shelley and with Keats. He has done enough already to secure meticulous attention from the extra clerks that have been hired, of necessity in these over-busy years, by the recording angel. He has written more than 6 plays that have touched his fellow dramatists to tears and have caused them to rise up like gentlemen and cheer his name, and he may live or die in peace. His work, although unfinished, is complete. His plays may be examined one by one in chronological succession, and after that some effort may be made to estimate his message and approximate a judgment of his standing in the theatre of the world. 2. The definitive point should be considered at the very outset that all of the dramatic works of Lord Dunsany are one-act plays. The student should not be led astray by the unimportant fact that in the published text of The Gods of the Mountain, the 3 successive scenes are headed by the captions, the first act, the second act, and the third act. Neither should the reader be deceived by the accident that the published text of King Arjamines and the Unknown Warrior is divided into 2 parts, which are denominated the first act and the second act. The purpose of a one-act play is to produce a single dramatic effect with the greatest economy of means that is consistent with the utmost emphasis, and in all the compositions now before us, this purpose has been carefully maintained. Considered technically, The Gods of the Mountain is a one-act play in 3 successive scenes, and in production these scenes should be hurriedly disclosed upon the stage without any intermission. In King Arjamines also, the 2 scenes should be presented without any intermediary lapse of time, since they exhibit 2 projections of the same idea, as if the dramatist should say, Look now upon this picture and on this. Lord Dunsany is as exclusively an artist in the one-act play as Edgar Allan Poe was an artist in the short story. The strong point with both of these technicians is the intensity with which they are able to focus the imagination on a single, definite, and little project of the panorama of experience. Each of them is willing to sacrifice in range what he is able to gain in terrible intensity. Poe was not a novelist, and Lord Dunsany has still to prove that he can write successfully a 3 or 4 act play. Both men can seize a big idea and see it steadily, but this is a very different endeavor from seizing a great handful of experience and trying hard to see it whole. The Glittering Gate, 1909. In The Glittering Gate, we are wafted to a lonely place which shows the golden gate of heaven in a granite wall of great slabs that overhangs an abyss hung with stars. There are only 2 actors, Jim and Bill, both burglars, and both lately dead. Jim has been dead several months and has spent this time in opening innumerable beer bottles which appear, as if by miracle, about him, and which turn out one after another to be empty. He has grown accustomed to the grim, sardonic laughter of the gods, and has forgotten the world. Bill joins him, freshly killed, remembering the yearnings of the life that used to be. Bill has brought along with him the nutcracker that he had held in his hand at the moment when he was shot by a householder whose premises he had invaded. Bill endeavors to drill open with his nutcracker the golden gate of heaven. Jim, the tired soul, is little interested until the gold of the great gate begins to yield like cheese. Then both of these dead burglars give their minds up to imagining the glorious immensity of heaven. Bill's mother will be there, and also a girl with yellow hair whom Jim remembers dimly behind a bar at Wimbledon. Slowly the great gate swings open, revealing empty night and stars. Bill, staggering and gazing into the revealed nothing in which far stars go wandering, says, "Stars, blooming great stars, they ain't no heaven, Jim." A cruel and violent laughter is heard off stage. As it grows louder and more sardonic, Jim replies, "That's like them. That's very like them. Yes, they do that." And as the curtain falls, the laughter still howls on. King Archimedes and the Unknown Warrior, 1911. King Archimedes and the Unknown Warrior is perhaps the least impressive of the plays of Lord Dunsany. King Archimedes has been conquered and enslaved by King Darniac, and we meet the hero suffering from hunger in the slave fields of his conqueror. In passing, it may be interesting to note that the picture of hunger here presented was drawn from the author's memory of certain days in South Africa when Lord Dunsany and his soldiers sat hungry on the ground. King Archimedes, digging in the earth, discovers the buried sword of some unknown warrior. The possession of this sword gives him courage to command. He slays one by one the 6 guards of the slave fields and arms with their weapons 6 of his fellow slaves. Then he storms the armory of King Darniac and overturns the image of the god Illyriel. This play, which appears to be an allegory of the sense of power which is given to a man when he becomes possessed of the symbols of dominion, is effectively theatrical, but the outcome seems less inevitable than that of Lord Dunsany's other plays. The Gods of the Mountain, 1911. We come now to consider the greatest, if not the most effective, play of Lord Dunsany, The Gods of the Mountain. This piece was first produced at the Haymarket Theatre in London. Mr. Austin Strong, who saw and remembered this impressive presentation, was the stage director of the first important production in America, which was shown behind closed doors by the Amateur Comedy Club of New York City in the fall of 1915. This production in every respect was masterly, and all who saw it will remember the occasion with credit to Mr. Strong and to the many other members of the Amateur Comedy Club who helped him to achieve a great projection of a great play. The subsequent professional production by Mr. Stuart Walker of the Portmanteau Theatre was inferior to that of the Amateur Comedy Club because the spacious grandeur of the play was inevitably dwarfed by the diminutive proportions of the Portmanteau stage. But even a second-rate production of this masterpiece is more impressive than a first-rate production of nearly any other play by any other modern author. 3 beggars are discovered seated on the ground outside a city wall, lamenting that the days are bad for beggary. To them appears the super-beggar Agmar from another city, accompanied by a faithful servant, Slag. Slag asserts that his master is a man of big ideas and that he has come to captivate the city by his cunning. Agmar sends a thief into the town to steal green raiment and explains to the beggars that they will enter the city as gods, the 7 gods that are carved from green stone in the mountains of Marma. Quote, "They sit all 7 of them against the hills. They sit there motionless, and the travelers worship them. They are of green jade. They sit cross-legged with their right elbows resting on their left hands, the right forefinger pointed upwards. We will come into the city disguised from the direction of Marma, and will claim to be these gods. We must be 7 as they are, and when we sit, we must sit cross-legged as they do, with the right hand uplifted." End quote. When the thief returns with the green garments, the other beggars wish to put them on over their rags, but Agmar has a subtler plan. They must not look like beggars disguised as gods, they must look like gods disguised as beggars. He tears the green garments into strips and makes each beggar don a shred beneath his rags, so that the green shall show through only casually. Thus arrayed, the beggars enter the city of Congress and sit cross-legged in the Metropolitan Hall in the attitude of the gods of the mountain. Agmar has caused a prophecy to be bruited abroad in the marketplace that the gods who are carven from green rock in the mountain shall one day arise in Marma and come to Congress in the guise of men. Many citizens now gather in the Metropolitan Hall and wonder if these 7 gods are indeed the gods of Marma. Agmar never actually tells them that his men are gods, but he threatens them with dire penalties if they doubt revealed divinity. A sacrifice of food and drink is brought with due obeisance. The other beggars eat hungrily, but Agmar refuses food and pours out a precious bowl of wooldery wine as a libation on the ground. By this abstention he assures the citizens of his divinity, and the 7 beggars are enthroned as gods. But still there are citizens who doubt, and these doubters send 2 dromedary men to go to the mountains of Marma and see if the carven gods have actually left their places on the mountainside. Agmar and his men are filled with fright when they learn of this expedition, and they are all the more astounded when the dromedary men return with the report that Agmar and his followers must indeed be the gods, since the ancient idols were no longer to be seen in their mountain seat at Marma. Then a frightened messenger appears, falls prostrate at the feet of the 7 beggars, and implores them not again to wander in the evening as they walked the night before on the edge of the desert, terrible in the gloaming, with hands stretched out and groping, feeling for the city. "Master," cries the messenger to Agmar, "we can bear to see you in the flesh like men, but when we see Rock walking, it is terrible, it is terrible. Rock should not walk. When children see it, they do not understand. Rock should not walk in the evening." End quote. When this cringing messenger has crept away, Ulf, the oldest of the beggars, cries aloud, "I have a fear, an old fear and a boding. We have done ill in the sight of the 7 gods. Beggars we were, and beggars we should have remained. We have given up our calling and come in sight of our doom. I will no longer let my fear be silent. It shall run about and cry. It shall go from me crying, like a dog from out of the doomed city, for my fear has seen calamity and has known an evil thing." End quote. Then off stage, amid a horror of great silence, is heard the headlong, heavy tramp of stony feet. The 7 gods of Marma, carved in jade, stalk lumbering upon the stage. The leading green thing points a stony finger at each of the 7 beggars, one by one. As he does this, each beggar in his turn gathers himself back onto his throne and crosses his legs. His right arm goes stiffly upward with forefinger erect, and a staring look of horror comes into his eyes. In this attitude, the beggars sit motionless, while a green light falls upon their faces. The gods go out. The citizens return. They find the 7 beggars turned to stone. "We have doubted them," they cry. "They have turned to stone because we have doubted them." Then, in a great and growing voice, there comes a chorus. "They were the true gods. They were the true gods." It is thus that big religions are begun. The faithful soul invents the faith it feeds on. To this simple and straightforward narrative, so terrible, so beautiful, so true, so absolutely self-sufficient, many critics have applied the academic adjectives symbolical and allegorical. With criticism of this sort, the author is exceedingly impatient. In a letter to Mrs. Emma Garrett Boyd, Lord Dunsany has said, "In case I shall not live to explain my work, I think the first thing to tell them, the American people, is that it does not need explanation. One does not need to explain a sunset, nor does one need to explain a work of art." Don't let them hunt for allegories. I may have written an allegory at some time, but if I have, it was a quite obvious one, and as a general rule, I have nothing to do with allegories. What is an allegory? A man wants the streets to be swept better in his town, or he wants his neighbors to have rather cleaner morals. He can't say so straight out because he might be had up for libel, so he says what he has to say. But he says it about some extinct king in Babylon, but he's thinking of his one-horse town all the time. Now, when I write of Babylon, there are people who cannot see that I write of it for love of Babylon's ways, and they think I'm thinking of London still and our beastly parliament. Only I get further east than Babylon, even to kingdoms that seem to me to lie in the twilight beyond the east of the world. I want to write about men and women and the great forces that have been with them from the cradle up, forces that the centuries have neither aged nor weakened, not about people who are so interested in the latest mascot or motor that not enough remains when the trivial is sifted from them. Take my gods of the mountain. Some beggars being hard up pretend to be gods. Then they get all they want. But destiny, Nemesis, the gods, punish them by turning them into the very idols that they desired to be. First of all, there you have a very simple tale, told dramatically, and along with that you have bound, without any deliberate attempt of mine, so far as I know, a truth, not true to London only, or to New York, or to one municipal party, but to the experience of man. That is the kind of way that man does get hit by destiny. But mind you, that is all unconscious, though inevitable. I am not trying to teach anybody anything. I merely set out to make a good work of art from a simple theme, and God knows we want works of art in this age of corrugated iron. How many people hold the error that Shakespeare was of the schoolroom, whereas he was of the playground, as all artists are? End quote. The Golden Doom, 1912. In The Golden Doom, the playful aspiration of a little boy becomes inextricably intertangled with the destiny of a mighty monarch. The piece is set outside the king's great door in Zerikon, some while before the fall of Babylon. And the reading of this simple stage direction fills the ear with singing like that which Ibsen's Hilda heard in those inspired moments when she hearkened to the music of harps in the air. This little boy comes to beg the king of Zerikon for a hoop to play with, and in the absence of the monarch, he addresses his petition to the king's great door, a sacred door which it is death to touch. When the sentries are not looking, this unthinking boy scrawls upon the iron door a little doggerel poem that is running in his mind, using as a pencil a nugget of gold which he has fished up from the river near at hand. This golden legend on the iron door is subsequently found and regarded as a portent. The king's great prophets are summoned to interpret it. They read it as a doom from the stars. The king's pride has been too overweening, and he is marked for ruin. Therefore the king, to symbolize the sacrifice of all his pride, lays his crown and scepter humbly before the iron door and goes away bareheaded. The little boy comes back. His prayer to the king's door has apparently been answered. He regards the king's crown as a hoop and the scepter as a stick to beat it with, and he frisks away, delighted with his toys. When the king returns, his sacrificial offerings have disappeared. "The gods have come," he says. "The stars are satisfied." The Lost Silk Hat, 1913. The Lost Silk Hat has not as yet been acted in New York, but it has been produced by Mr. B. Iden Payne at the Gaiety Theatre in Manchester and by Mr. Sam Hume at the Arts and Crafts Theatre in Detroit. It is written in a lighter vein than the other plays of Lord Dunsany. Before a house in London, a young gentleman, faultlessly dressed but without a hat, is standing in a most embarrassing predicament. He has just said farewell forever to the young lady in the house, but in accomplishing his tragic exit he has left his top hat in the drawing-room, half under the long sofa at the far end. Being a conventional young man, he cannot confront with equanimity the prospect of wandering about the streets of London without a hat. A laborer, a clerk, a poet, stroll successively along the street. The young gentleman implores each of these in turn to ring the bell and to invent some subterfuge for recovering his hat. The laborer and the clerk regard him as insane and go their ways, but the poet lingers long enough to talk the matter over with him. The upshot of their conversation is that the young man eventually re-enters the house against the protests of the poet, who pleads that it would be much more fittingly romantic for the young man to go away to Africa and die, and that the young man, having been enticed once more within the dangerous precincts by the mere desire to recover his top hat, never more returns from the toils of the young lady, to whom once, in a dramatic moment, he has said farewell forever. The Tense of the Arabs, 1915. The Tense of the Arabs was printed in the Smart Set for March 1915 and was acted for the first time on any stage at the Arts and Crafts Theatre in Detroit, Michigan on November 16, 1916, under the direction of Mr. Sam Hume. The Tense of the Arabs is perhaps the least theatrical of Lord Dunsany's plays, but it is also the most lyrical in mood. It tells a very simple story of a camel driver who wants to be a king and a king who wants to be a camel driver, and how, because they had the luck to look sufficiently alike, they managed to change places in the world so that each of them could be happy in the life of which the other had grown weary. There is no other mood more lyrical than that of longing, as Edgar Allan Poe pointed out in one of his acutest passages of philosophic criticism, and the longing of this fabled king who is weary of cities and desires evermore to wander over the illimitable desert is expressed by Lord Dunsany with incomparable eloquence. Thus, for instance, speaks the king. "Oh, Thelina, Thelina, how I hate this city, with its narrow, narrow ways, and evening after evening drunken men playing a scabash in the scandalous gambling house of that old scoundrel Scarmy. Oh, that I might marry the child of some unkingly house that generation to generation had never known a city, and that we might ride from here down the long track through the desert, always we two alone, till we came to the tents of the Arabs. And the crown, some foolish greedy man should be given it to his sorrow, and all this may not be, for a king is yet a king." End quote. A Night at an Inn, 1916. On the night of April 22nd, 1916, 300 people were gathered at the neighborhood playhouse at 466 Grand Street, New York City, to attend the first performance on any stage anywhere in the world of a new and theretofore unpublished play by Lord Dunsany, entitled A Night at an Inn. The audience, which crowded the neighborhood playhouse on this particular evening, included less than half a dozen of those who, by professional connection, might have been expected to respond to the privilege of the occasion. Yet when this great play by a great man was presented by the local company of Grand Street, it reached out and grabbed the casual auditors by the throat and shook them and thrilled them and reduced them to a mood of inarticulate laudation. To those of us who were present on that memorable evening, it appeared that A Night at an Inn was the most effective one-act play that we had ever seen. In the colder light of afterthinking, there seems to be no need to revise this judgment, except so far as to admit a reasonable rivalry on the part of The Gods of the Mountain, by the same author, and Riders to the Sea, by the dead but deathless poet John M. Synge. One of these three is assuredly the greatest one-act play in the world, and the present writer will not quarrel with the choice of any critic for a verdict of utmost supremacy among these three. To tell in detail the story of A Night at an Inn would seem like a betrayal of a trust. Basically, this one-act play is nothing more than a melodrama of the shilling-shocker sort, but it is so irradiated with imagination that the terrible theatric thrill of the immediate performance is survived by a memory that serenely satisfies the soul. The theme of A Night at an Inn is identical with that of The Gods of the Mountain, but the latter play is more terribly immediate in the medium of its appeal. Though a romantic work, it has a realistic setting, and the imaginative horror of the narrative is brought so close to the audience that the action is accompanied by audible gasps and groans and a nervous gripping of the arms of all the chairs. To write a more effective play than this would seem, in fact, to be impossible. A Night at an Inn, indeed, might be accepted without discussion as an answer to the academic question, what is a play, and what is, after all, dramatic? The Queen's Enemies, 1916. The Queen's Enemies was first produced at the Neighborhood Playhouse in New York on November 14, 1916. It shows the author only at his second best, but the second best of such a man is better than the very best of most of our contemporary dramatists. The story is a little reminiscent of The Cask of Amontillado by Edgar Allan Poe, an author whom Dunsany much resembles. A little queen of ancient Egypt is annoyed by the fact that she has so many enemies. Therefore she invites them all to a banquet in an underground temple that is sacred to the Nile. They come, these mighty warriors, armed to the teeth and accompanied by their retainers. The little queen of Egypt is unarmed and is accompanied only by a weakling female slave. She invites her guests to eat, to drink, and to be merry. The hostile warriors suspect the food and feed it first to their subjacent slaves. They suspect the wine as well and sedulously watch its effect upon their underlings. But the little queen disarms their fear of being poisoned by partaking eagerly and freely of the proffered food and drink. The banquet begins to be successful. Light talk flows merrily around the board. Meanwhile, the Queen of Egypt and her attendant female slaves edge their way gradually toward the only door. They make this door, dash through it, slam and bar it. Then the little helpless queen prays to the great god of the Nile. The river rises and pours through the grating in the wall of the underground temple. In utter darkness we hear the gurgles and gasps that mark the drowning of the incarcerated enemies of the little queen. Then a sudden torch appears upon the outer stairs. The queen ascends serenely to the upper air. She has no enemies any more, and she will sleep in peace. 3. That these 8 one-act plays of Lord Dunsany are great works, no reader or observer will readily deny. There remains only for the critic the cold task of pointing out the various influences that have contributed more or less to their creation. Lord Dunsany is one of the most original dramatists of modern times. In an age of realism, he has dared to blow the brazen trumpet in celebration of the ceaseless triumph of romance. In a period when the majority of minds have worked inductively, he has dared to think deductively. He has invented facts to illustrate a central truth instead of imitating actuality in a faint and far-off effort to suggest the underlying essence of reality. He has imagined and realized a world some while before the fall of Babylon, which is more meaningful in utter truth than the little world that is revealed to the observer of a Harlem flat or of a hired room in Houston Street at the present hour. But no artist, however original, is entirely devoid of predecessors. Lord Dunsany has derived his inspiration from Sophocles, from Maeterlinck, from the English Bible, and from John M. Synge. From Sophocles, he takes the theme that forever tantalizes and invites his genius. This theme is the inevitable overcoming of the sin of pride or hubris by the primal power of enangi, or necessity. Like the ancient Greeks, Dunsany loves to show the tragic failing of a hero who has set his wits against the power of the god that rules the gods. In his greatest plays, he projects upon the stage a conflict between a superman and a sort of idealized abstraction that may conveniently be called a supergod. In this conflict, the eternal law inevitably conquers the temporal rebellion. In this reading of the evermore recurrent riddle of destiny, Lord Dunsany agrees with Aeschylus, with Sophocles, and with Euripides. Though never Greek in subject matter, he is nearly always Greek in theme, and in the spirit of his plays, Lord Dunsany has reminded us, more than any other modern writer, of the sheer augustness of the tragic drama of the Greeks. In method, however, the plays of Lord Dunsany are related clearly to the early plays of Maurice Maeterlinck. Like Maeterlinck, Dunsany has the faculty of saying one thing and meaning many others. In this sense, and this alone, his writings are symbolical. Before studying his collected plays, it would be well to reread the famous letter concerning the Divine Comedy, which Dante addressed to Can Grande della Scala. Most of what Dunsany writes must be read in 3 or 4 ways, and this is also true of the earlier works of the poet laureate of Belgium. But the prose style of Lord Dunsany was derived from a source no less familiar than the Jacobean translation of the Bible. Mr. Bjorkman has reported him as saying, quote, "For years no style seemed to me natural but that of the Bible, and I feared I would never become a writer when I saw that other people did not use it." End quote. The indebtedness of Lord Dunsany to the prose style of the English translation of the Psalms of David may be indicated by the following quotation from The Golden Doom, quote, "Because if a doom from the stars falls suddenly upon a king, it swallows up his people and all things round about him, and his palace walls, and the walls of his city and citadel, and the apes come in from the woods, and the large beasts from the desert, so that you would not say that a king had been there at all." End quote. And sometimes in sentences such as the foregoing, we hear a haunting echo of the voice of another Irish dramatist, untimely silenced, the ever-memorable poet John M. Synge. Synge was richer than Dunsany in amplitude of outlook and variety of mood, but like his only immediate successor in the theater of the world, he saw life steadily, more easily than he could see it whole. Lord Dunsany would cheerfully have died to write a masterpiece like Riders to the Sea, and Synge, who is now dead, would cheerfully have flung his hat into the air in recognition of such a masterpiece as A Night at an Inn. Both these men were natives of John Bull's other island. The world of art owes much, oh, very, very much, to this neglected outpost of European culture. End of Chapter 20. The Plays of Lord Dunsany.
Section 21 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Chapter 21. The Mood of Maeterlinck. In The Blue Bird of Maurice Maeterlinck, the little boy who is the hero discovers the secret of seeing the souls of things, and wanders through the present, past, and future, seeing all things not as they actually seem to unillumined eyes, but as they really are in their essential nature. This is the secret of Monsieur Maeterlinck as a poet. He, too, like Tyltyl, sees the souls of things. He removes veil after veil of the enveloping actual to reveal at last the palpitant and vivid real. When Robert Louis Stevenson was a very little boy, he drew a picture and showed it to his mother. "Mamma," said he, "I have drawed a man. Shall I draw his soul now?" This aspiration is fulfilled by Monsieur Maeterlinck. He knows that nothing really matters in a man except his soul, and in consequence his characters are not people, but the souls of people. He knows that life, which in the phrase of Shelley is like a dome of many-coloured glass, is merely a medium through which the human spirit catches glimpses, now and then, of the white radiance of eternity, and it is only with these glimpses that his fables are concerned. Reality is all he cares about, and he knows that actuality is merely an investiture which hides it from the eyes of those who cannot see. To enter the sanctuary of his mind is to withdraw from the sound and fury of the actual world into a vasty silence that seems ever more eloquent with echoes. It is to ascend to an absolute awareness of the identity of truth and beauty. It is to be reminded of all the beauty we have ever known and all the truth we seem to have forgotten. It is to bathe in Dante's Unoe, the river of remembrance. It is to attain that mood in which happiness and sadness are as one, the mood of Botticelli's Primavera, whereon whoever looks must smile through tears. In this mood, emotions think and thoughts are feelings, and the mind is conscious of an utter clarity. This clarity is mirrored in the style of M. Maeterlinck. His speech seems less like speech than like a sentient and tingling silence. It is so simple that the ear feels tender toward it. His sayings are like little birds that flutter home to fold their wings within our hearts. To interpret the plays of M. Maeterlinck upon the stage requires an art that is kindred to his own, an art that is true and beautiful and clear and simple, an art that can dispense with the actual and concern itself solely with the real. Such an art was displayed by the Washington Square Players in their recent production of Aglavane and Célisette. Aglavane and Célisette is the wisest and the loveliest of all the early plays of Monsieur Maeterlinck, the plays, that is to say, which preceded Mon Havana. It expresses supremely the quintessence of an experience, which occurs so frequently in actuality that it has been made the subject of innumerable plays by innumerable dramatists. One man loves two women, and is loved by both of them. Furthermore, these women love each other. Yet, though each of the three parties to this triangular relation is exalted by a holy and high affection for the other two, the situation is intolerable. Why should it be? No poet yet has found the answer. As Aglavane says to Célisette at the crisis of the play, quote, "All three of us are making a sacrifice to something which has not even a name, and which nevertheless is much more strong than we are. But is it not strange, Célisette? I love you. I love Méléandre. Méléandre loves me. He loves you also. You love us both. And nevertheless we could not live happily, because the hour has not yet come when human beings can live in such a union." End quote. The hour has not yet come. There are possibilities of spiritual intercourse so beautiful that the adventurous imagination knows they must be really true. Quote, "Such harmony is in immortal souls, but whilst this muddy vesture of decay doth grossly close it in, we cannot hear it." End quote. Realism, which plays the sedulous ape to actuality, can merely imitate the trappings and the suits of an experience. But romance, which thrusts aside externals and plucks out the heart of a mystery, can communicate the wonder and the sting. Many realistic dramatists have told us all about this tragic triangle, but they have not told us what the tragedy was all about. They've told us everything except everything. The advantage of the method of M. Maeterlinck is that he shows us not so much the experience itself as the essence of the experience. We are asked to assume that Célisette has the soul of a child, and that Aglavane is experienced and wise. It is because they are so different that Méléandre loves them both, and it is for this reason also that they love each other. Célisette longs to grow up and to learn, and Aglavane desires to mother her and teach her. Méléandre, hovering between the two, seeks eagerly to learn from Aglavane the wisdom that he may in turn bestow on Célisette. Yet all of this is told abstractly, as if this tremulous and thrilling equipoise were a thing too delicate to be expressed in the noisy terms of actuality. If a writer were to describe the Venus of Melos as a naked woman with no arms, he would express an apprehension of the facts, but would inhibit an imagination of the truth. There is scarcely any narrative in Aglavane and Célisette, and the 5 acts are almost totally devoid of action in the usual theatric sense. What is shown is a delicately graded sense of the successive states of the 3 souls that are involved in the experience. When it has become completely evident that the situation is intolerable, Aglavane decides to go away, but the tender little Célisette forestalls her. She casts herself from a tall tower, and with her dying breath she piteously begs both Aglavane and Méléandre to believe that her sacrifice was merely an unpremeditated accident. The Washington Square players have done many fine things, but their production of Aglavane and Célisette is by far the finest thing that they have done. Any touch of actuality in the production would have marred the mood of essential reality in which the text had been conceived. Reality is abstract, and the illusion of reality can be suggested only by means that are illusory. The various backgrounds for the successive scenes were suggested, therefore, by different arrangements of grey-green curtains, hanging tall and played upon by lights that differed in intensity and quality. No built and painted scenery was employed, except in the single setting at the top of the tower, when Célisette was disclosed leaning from a lofty window with her long scarf blowing largely in the wind. There was one particularly lovely scene imagined in the castle park, in which the interlacing tracery of trees was vividly suggested by an interplay of mottled lights and shadows on the tall folds of the grey-green curtains. This successful experiment in imaginative scenic setting must be recorded as one of the finest achievements of its kind that has ever been exhibited in any theatre of New York. End of section 21, read by Sandra near Montreal, 2022.
Chapter 22 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Chapter 22 Euripides in New York. 2,330 years ago, the citizens of Athens, to the number of 20,000, assembled in the theatre of Dionysus on the southern slope of the Acropolis to witness the first performance of The Trojan Women of Euripides. On the 29th of May, 1915, 7,000 representative citizens of New York assembled in the beautiful new stadium designed by Mr. Arnold W. Brunner and presented to the city by the munificence of Mr. Adolph Lewison, to witness a performance of the same tragedy, rendered eloquently into English verse by Professor Guilbert Murray. The play had not grown ancient in this interval. It appeared not as a dead thing, of interest only to archaeologists who delve amid the graves of long-departed glories, but as a live thing, speaking to the men and women of this modern world with a voice as living as the voice of God. Hundreds who had come to the dedication of the stadium merely because it marked a civic celebration of unusual significance, hundreds also who, knowing nothing of Euripides, had been attracted to this performance merely by a wide-eyed curiosity, were touched with pathos at the parting between Andromache and Astyanax, and set weeping through the ultimate lament of Hecuba over the dead body of the little murdered boy. The effect of these scenes on the assembled multitude sustained the verdict of the great dramatic critic, Aristotle, who called Euripides the most tragic of the poets. But a deeper thrill than this response of recognition to the greatest tragic art that the world had ever known swept through and through the 7,000 citizens who sat in serried ranks, tier above tier, in the wide curve of the stadium. For a poet, dead for more than 20 centuries, seemed to be speaking with peculiar pertinence of the crises which confronts the world today. The name, Ilion, went ringing through his verses, but as it echoed round the stadium, it seemed mystically to transmute itself into a kindred name, Louvain. This tragedy was written in a great crisis of human history. We stand today, once more, at such a crisis. Euripides is not only the most heartrending of all tragic writers, he is also one of the few authentic poets who have looked into the very mind of God and spoken to mankind with the ecstatic gift of prophecy. In the Trojan Women he prophesied, 2,330 years ago, the doom of military prowess in the ancient world. And now, with voice undimmed by all the intervening centuries, he is risen from the dead to prophesy the doom of military prowess in the world today. To appreciate the peculiar timeliness of this immortal tragedy, we must inquire into the circumstances under which it was composed. During his dreamful and ambitious youth, Euripides had watched his well-beloved Athens ascend to the highest pinnacle of culture that humanity has ever reached. Then, drunk with sight of power, she deliberately resolved to embark upon the savage enterprise of conquering the world and imposing her own culture on unwilling peoples by force of arms. To this project the poet was opposed. He had served in the army for 40 years, from the age of 20 to the age of 60. He had fought for liberty, equality, fraternity, in hundreds of stirring combats hand to hand, and with all this vast experience behind him, he realized the vanity of war and longed at last for universal peace. But Athens was less wise, and in his 60s Euripides was doomed to witness the gradual giving over of his city to a party hot for war and eager for dominion of the world. In the year 416 B.C., the warlords of Athens committed a great crime, the like of which was not repeated by any nation calling itself civilized until the year 1914 A.D. There was, in the Aegean Sea, a little island named Melos, which had steadfastly maintained neutrality through all the recent civil wars which had convulsed the mainland. Its inhabitants desired merely to be left alone. They imagined no military projects, and were contented to exist in peace on the products of their agriculture. But in this ill-omened year, the war party that had seized control of Athens decided to annex this peaceful island. The Athenian envoys explained to the Melian Senate that it suited their purpose that Melos should become subject to their empire. They announced their ultimatum in these words: "We will not pretend, being sensible men and talking to sensible men, that the Melians have done us any wrong, or that we have any lawful claim to Melos. But we do not wish any islands to remain independent. It is a bad example to the others. The power of Athens is practically irresistible. Melos is free to submit or be destroyed." This passage, strangely enough, has not been quoted from any recent speech of Chancellor von Wilhelm-Holgerg. It has been quoted from the Greek historian Thucydides, through the medium of Professor Murray. The Melians replied that right was right and wrong was wrong, and that, rather than accept the principle that might was right, they would prefer to go down scornful before many spears. Once more, perhaps, the reader may need to be reminded that this answer is paraphrased from Thucydides, and not from Albert, King of the Belgians. The Athenians crashed in and had their way. They massacred the males of Melos and sold the women and children into slavery. Then, elated with this easy victory, they prepared a gigantic naval expedition to subjugate a great free people overseas, the citizens of Sicily. It was precisely at this moment that Euripides, after several months of brooding, composed the Trojan Women. He was at that time 69 years old. With an entire lifetime of patriotic toil behind him, he perceived clearly that Athens had rashly started on the downward path, and he summoned all his powers to warn his well-beloved city of the doom foretold to men who had unthinkingly assumed the burden of a crime so heavy as the crime of Melos. He chose for the subject of his tragedy the legendary fall of Troy, a story which for centuries had been repeated as the greatest glory of the arms of Greece. But he told this old heroic story in an utterly unprecedented way. Instead of lauding Menelaus and Agamemnon for the consummation of their 10 years' campaign for conquest, he summed up the tangible results of this campaign from the unexpected point of view of the women of Troy, because the burden of any offensive war falls heaviest upon the women of the vanquished. The fall of Ilion, which for 1,000 years before Euripides had been trumpeted by poets as a theme for celebration, was seen by this clear-visioned prophet, with the eminent example of weak Melos burning in his eyes, to be instead a theme for lamentation and for grim foreboding of a nemesis to be. For this prophetic poet had perceived that, in his own day, his own Athens had surrendered to the sin of pride, a sin with which the gods made men insane before destroying them. And, in this poignant tragedy, he sought to show his fellow citizens that the glamour of military conquest is nothing but a sham, and that, whenever a mighty wrong succeeds in trampling down a worthy right, the only real glory is the glory of the glimmering of truth for those who suffer nobly for the right, and die in misery with souls still undestroyed. Before 20,000 citizens of Athens, this veteran of many wars was bold enough to champion the cause of stricken Melos, and to cry aloud, in words that may be quoted from a kindred poet, "That way madness lies." We know now that Athens failed to heed this prophet of the living God. Euripides was doomed to exile, and sent forth, in the winter of his years, to break bread with the barbarians of Macedonia, and alone among their mountains, to write the Bacchae and to die. Meanwhile the expedition against Sicily set sail, and its sailing marked the doom of Athens. The nemesis that lies in wait to punish those overweening mortals who surrender to the sin of pride, the Greek word for which is hubris, overwhelmed, precisely as the poet had predicted, the greatest city of the ancient world. When Athens fell, the highest and noblest achievements of mankind fell crashing with her to oblivion. Then I, and you, and all of us fell down, exactly as this prophet had foretold, and more than 20 centuries were destined to elapse before another nation dared to recommit the crime of Melos, and to affront the anger of the gods. Among the Greeks there was a fable that history would move in cycles, and would repeat itself precisely in every 1,000 years. This fable was in the minds of many hundred citizens when, under the grey sky of the 29th of May, such words as these rang out from the voice of great Euripides. "How are ye blind, ye treaders down of cities, ye that cast temples to desolation, and lay waste tombs, the untrodden sanctuaries where lie the ancient dead, yourselves so soon to die." And again, "Would ye be wise, ye cities, fly from war? Yet if war come, there is a crown in death for her that striveth well and perisheth unstained. To die in evil were the stain." More than 20 centuries after Euripides was buried, there was dug up in the little isle of Melos an armless statue of the goddess Aphrodite, which has become to millions of men and women of this modern age a living symbol of the glory that was Greece, the glory that was sacrificed when Athens set her culture at the service of efficient barbarism. Millions of people who are unaware that the fall of Athens must be dated from that rash moment when this city of all cities decided to violate the neutrality of a little island in the blue Aegean Sea, have bowed their heads in mere humility before that absolute expression of pure beauty, that utter culmination of all dreams of earth, which was rescued from this little island in some succeeding century. Even the Parthenon is now a shattered ruin, standing lonely on a sun-parched hill, to remind us wistfully of all that Athens used to be. But the armless, radiant wonder in the Louvre speaks more eloquently still of the vision of a man of Melos, whose island was made desolate before his birth by the armies of some utterly unnoted warlord who rashly sought to trample down the world, and only accomplished for his country an everlasting shame. The many thousand people of New York who witnessed this revival of the Trojan women were all athrill with recent memories of Louvain and Malines, of Rheims and Ypres, and of the Lusitania. This fact afforded a double meaning to the lines, which was analogous to that other double meaning which must have swept through the minds of the 20,000 citizens of Athens who first listened to this tragic drama 2,330 years ago. The brooding sky seemed rent with prophecy, and, out of a vast silence, there seemed to come a voice, ancient of days and hoary with omniscience, that cried aloud, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. I will repay." The translation of Professor Gilbert Murray is beyond all praise. There is, in the German language, a fitting symbol for this sort of work, which is incorporated in the word nachsingen. Professor Murray does not merely repeat the meaning of Euripides. In a very literal sense, he sings after the great poet of the Greeks. He writes almost as well as Swinburne, and yet his writing is, at all points, faithful to his text. Consider, for example, such a passage as the following, in which Andrea, the Trojan woman, is saying farewell to her little martyred boy. "Thou little thing that curlest in my arms, what sweet scents cling all round thy neck? Beloved, can it be all nothing, that this bosom cradled thee and fostered all the weary nights, wherethrough I watched upon thy sickness, till I grew wasted with watching? Kiss me, this one time, not ever again. Put up thine arms, and climb about my neck. Now, kiss me, lips to lips." In staging this tremendous play, Mr. Granville Barker ascended, at nearly every point, to the height of his great argument. His method of production revealed a tactful compromise between the expectation of the average modern audience and the expectation of the archaeologist. He discarded the masque and the quatribus, but he retained the formal evolutions of the chorus and the orchestra, and the superior position of the three actors on the elevated stage. The stage itself, which was transportable from stadium to stadium, revealed a lofty wall, transpierced by the conventional three doors, and descended to the orchestra by the customary flights of steps. Upon this naked platform, Mr. Barker contrived to recall a vivid reminiscence of all the pomps and glories of the ancient stage. End of section 22. Recording by Todd. Chapter 23 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Chapter 23. Romance and Realism in the Drama. 1. The purpose of all fiction, whether realistic or romantic, is to embody certain truths of human life in a series of imagined facts. The difference between the two methods is merely this. The realist induces his theme from his details, and the romantic deduces his details from his theme. In order to apprise us of the truth which he wishes to reveal, the realist first leads us through a series of imagined facts as similar as possible to those selected details of actual life which he studied in order to arrive at his general conception. He elaborately imitates the facts of actual life, so that he may say to us finally, "This is the sort of thing that I have seen in the world, and from this I have learned the truth I have to tell you." He leads us step by step from the particular to the general, until we gradually grow aware of the truths he wishes to express. And in the end, we have not only grown acquainted with these truths, but have also been made familiar with every step in the process of inductive thought by which the author himself became aware of them. But the romantic artist leads us in the contrary direction, namely, from the general to the particular. He does not attempt to show us how he arrived at his general conception. His only care is to convey his general idea effectively by giving it a specific illustrative embodiment. He feels no obligation to make the imagined facts of his story resemble closely the details of actual life. He is anxious only that they shall represent his idea adequately and consistently. He constructs his tale deductively. Beginning with a general conception, he reduces it to particular terms that are appropriate to express it. "I have learned something in the world," he says to us. "Here is a fable that will make it clear to you." We have become so accustomed to the realistic method of modern art that the reader may need to be reminded that all fiction was romantic until 3 centuries ago. The reason why realism has arisen only recently in the history of art is that the direction of the world's thought was prevailingly deductive till the days of Francis Bacon. Bacon, the founder of modern philosophy and the precursor of modern science, was the first great leader of thought who insisted that induction was a safer and more efficient method than deduction in the search for truth. Realism is contemporaneous with modern science and other applications of inductive thought. Romance survives, of course, with scarcely an appreciative impairment of its vigor, but it has lost the undisputed empery of fiction which it held in ancient and in medieval times. It was not until the 19th century that the inductive method of revealing truth became predominant in all the arts, though, in the single art of painting, it had been adopted as early as the 17th century by the great masters of the Netherlands. The drama was the last of all the arts to admit the new method of expression. Indeed, the rise of realism in the drama did not begin till after 1850. The reason for this delay is obvious. Realism demands of the artist an ability to imitate details of actual life, and it was not until the second half of the 19th century that the physical equipment of the theatre had been developed to a point that made possible the exhibition of stage pictures that could repeat the very look of life. Realism was impossible on the platform stage of the Elizabethans, and it was almost equally impossible on the apron stage of the 18th century. It became possible only after the adoption of the picture frame proscenium. A few of the Elizabethan dramatists revealed a temperamental tendency towards realism. This tendency, for example, is apparent in such plays as Ben Jonson's Bartholomew Fair. In this record of the manners of contemporary London, Jonson was as realistic as any dramatist could be on a stage devoid of scenery. But he suffered the disadvantage of attempting a type of art with which his theatre, at the moment, was unprepared to cope. It was far easier for Shakespeare, in the same theatre, to suggest the atmosphere of the Forest of Arden by availing himself of the free conventions and easy assumptions of an essentially romantic stage. When finally, however, in the latter half of the 19th century, the theatre was prepared, by the adoption of the picture frame proscenium, to imitate details of actuality, the drama rushed at once to the contrary extreme, and a realistic method of presentment was imposed upon all playwrights, regardless of their temperamental tendencies. When the theatre, which had been romantic ever since the days of Aeschylus, became at last realistic, it became realistic with a vengeance. Romantic writers for a platform stage, like Shakespeare, were encumbered with realistic scenery designed for a stage that made a necessity of its newfound virtue of imitating actuality. A totally illogical demand arose that every play should have the look of life, and this demand made the theatre as inhospitable to romantic writers as the early Elizabethan theatre had been inhospitable to realistic writers. It was just as difficult for Maeterlinck to write for Ibsen's stage as it had been difficult, 3 centuries before, for Jonson to write for Shakespeare's stage. In learning how to be realistic, the practitioners of theatric art had forgotten how to be romantic. The gain was compensated by an equal loss. To dissolve this dilemma and to destroy this deadlock, a movement towards a new stagecraft has very recently been instituted. The leaders of this movement are willing to leave the realistic stage alone as a medium of expression for realistic dramatists, but they demand that romantic dramatists should be released from the conventions of the recently developed realistic stage, and should be permitted to readopt the more summary and free conventions of those earlier periods in which the theatre was essentially romantic. They are willing to accord to Ibsen and Pinero the special advantages of the picture frame proscenium, but they insist that Maeterlinck shall also be accorded the contrary advantages of the platform stage of Shakespeare. If a writer of the present day prefers a Forest of Arden made of words to a Forest of Arden made of canvas trees and cotton rocks, these revolutionists against the recent tyranny of realism demand that he shall be allowed to have his way. If a realist must have actual water in an actual pitcher, let him have it. But if a romantic prefers imaginary water in a merely decorative pitcher, let him have it also. Here we have, in a single illustration, the program of the revolutionists. The point of this revolt against realism in the theatre is, assuredly, well taken. The advocates of the new stagecraft do not demand the abolition of picture-frame productions of realistic plays. They demand only that romantic plays shall no longer be produced in a realistic manner. They insist that every writer shall be free to choose his method, and that an author who prefers to tell his truth in terms of fable shall not be forced to represent his truth in terms of fact. They do not advocate the suppression of realism on the stage. They merely advocate a restriction of the tyranny of realism over writers whose temperamental tendency is not realistic, but romantic. In the English-speaking theatre, the acknowledged leader of this moment towards a new stagecraft is Mr. Granville Barker, an arch-realist in his own plays, and an arch-romantic in his method of producing the plays of writers other-minded than himself. Mr. Barker's initial offering in this country was a double bill composed of The Man Who Married a Dumb Wife, by Anatole France, and Androcles and the Lion, by Bernard Shaw. The Comédie de Celui qui expose une femme muette is merely a dramatic anecdote developed by M. France from 2 paragraphs of Rabelais in which the medieval humorist outlined the plot of a presumably imaginary comedy which he had seen acted, in company with 7 of his friends, at the University of Montpellier. The point of the anecdote is this. A lawyer, married to a very beautiful woman who is mute, invokes the services of a surgeon to untie her tongue. After the operation, she becomes so voluble and garrulous that he prefers to have her dumb again, but, since the surgeon cannot nullify the operation, the lawyer is forced to accept the alternative of being rendered deaf. In Androcles and the Lion, Mr. Shaw has amplified a familiar Latin fable and has embroidered it with satirical dialogue in his most light-hearted vein. Androcles, a Greek tailor, is a keen lover of animals. Meeting a lion in the jungle, who is suffering great pain from a thorn in his paw, Androcles extracts the thorn and wins the affection of a beast who might otherwise have eaten him. This meek and gentle hero is a Christian, and, because of his proscribed religion, he is later doomed to be devoured by wild animals in the Roman Colosseum. The beast to whom he is thrown, however, happens to be the very lion he had befriended in the jungle, and this lion, recognizing Androcles, refuses to attack him. The apparent miracle by which the hero tames the lion wins for Androcles the adulation of the emperor and immunity from further persecution. This traditional fable is employed by Mr. Shaw as a framework for some of the wittiest and wisest dialogue that he has written in recent years. Neither of these 2 plays attempts to imitate details of actuality, and in producing them, Mr. Barker has discarded the conventions of the realistic stage. Before the curtain, he has built a wide apron, descending in terraced steps to the auditorium, and in this empty apron he has conducted a great part of the action. Behind the curtain, his scenery is merely summary and suggestive, not detailed and photographic like the scenery of the recent realistic theatre. His costumes are designed to be appropriate to a general decorative scheme. They are not designed to be exactly representative of the particular place and the particular time denoted in the action. Mr. Barker's Roman soldiers are not dressed like actual Roman soldiers of the 3rd century A.D. They are merely dressed like people who might well enough be soldiers, and might well enough be Roman. He suggests the eminence of the Eternal City by a pale monochromatic background with 3 round arches, and by a sweeping gesture of an actor toward the gallery which points out an imaginary Colosseum. For the purposes of a romantic play, this, surely, is a better method of investure than a pictorial representation of the Colosseum on a backdrop and a solid imitation of the Arch of Titus in the foreground. In Mr. Barker's hands, the stage reminds us more of the reality of Rome, the less it is made to imitate that actuality of which we have been informed by archaeologists. 2 other conventions of the Elizabethan stage have been readopted by this revolutionist. He has resumed the Shakespearean device of the upper room, or balcony, and thereby assails the eye from 2 levels simultaneously. And by obliterating footlights, and illuminating the stage directly from above, he has destroyed that sharp distinction between the actor and the audience which was required by the picture-frame proscenium. Before the advent of Mr. Granville Barker in America, the method employed by Mr. David Belasco in the production of his plays was invariably the method of the realists. He always achieved his effects by an agglomeration of actual detail. For the last act of The Governor's Lady, for example, he merely brought a children's restaurant, complete in all details, and, knocking out the fourth wall, set it up upon the stage. The incident enacted in this setting was untrue to life, but a false air of verisimilitude was accorded to it by the actuality of the environment. This method served well enough for realistic plays, but Mr. Belasco was guilty of the error of applying this same method to the production of plays essentially romantic. The mystic moments of The Return of Peter Grimm were marred by a cluttering of unnecessary furniture upon the stage, and The Darling of the Gods, for all its exactitude of scenery and costumes, was less oriental in its atmosphere than The Yellow Jacket, which was produced upon a seamless stage. It is, therefore, especially important to record that Mr. Belasco has learned at last that realism is one thing and romance is another. His production of Marie Odile, by Edward Knucklebloch, showed that even so staunch a realist had finally been converted to the new stagecraft. For this production, Mr. Belasco suppressed his footlights, extended his stage in an apron before the curtain, and obscured his picture-frame proscenium with simple hangings of a neutral tint. Thereby he destroyed that sharp distinction between the stage and the auditorium which was developed in the preceding period of realism. For the first time in his career, if we accept his treatment of the dream passages in The Phantom Rival, Mr. Belasco devised a setting that was simple and summary and suggestive, instead of actual, detailed, complex. The action of Marie Odile took place in the refectory of an Alsatian convent during the Franco-Prussian War, yet there was nothing on the stage to indicate with any exactness the date or place of the story. The architecture was indefinite, so indefinite that the observer could not even determine whether it was Romanesque or Gothic or Renaissance. The furniture was the simplest, and not a single article of furniture or decoration was placed upon the stage that was not required by some exigency of the action. As a consequence of this suppression of superfluous details, the production of Marie Odile made an appeal to the imagination that surpassed in potency the appeal of any of the many plays that Mr. Belasco has produced in the realistic manner. 2. That spectacle and drama are two different things, so different that they can never be successfully conjoined, was clearly understood by the Elizabethans 300 years ago. When Ben Jonson wrote a comedy or a tragedy, he produced it upon a practically seamless stage. When he wrote a masque, he produced it with the most sumptuous scenical embellishment. In the first instance, the play was the thing, and the author would not permit his drama to be overlaid with scenery. In the second instance, spectacle was the thing, and the author, holding his dramatic talent in abeyance, merely planned a sequence of processions, songs, and dances which would afford a fitting theme for decoration. It is absurd to assume that, because Shakespeare produced The Merchant of Venice and Hamlet on a seamless stage, he knew nothing about scenery. As a practical man of the theatre, he must have known all that had been done, and all that could be done on the contemporary stage. He must have known, as scholars know today, that the art of scenical embellishment had, in his own 16th century, been developed to a very high point in Italy, for his many friends who had returned from the conventional Italian tour of the time must have told him of Italian opera. Anyone who will take the trouble to examine the hundreds of engravings of Renaissance Italian stage sets still extant will perceive that, except in the mere matter of lighting, no scenic artist in the world today can do anything that the Italians could not do, and did not do, 3 centuries ago. Their scenic art was imported to England by Inigo Jones, but, with a fine sense of the fitness of things, the Elizabethan poets refused to spoil their plays with spectacle, and reserved magnificence of settings for their masques. The simple truth of the matter seems to be that Shakespeare did not want scenery in the last act of The Merchant of Venice, because he wanted the audience to listen to his lines, and that he did not want scenery in Hamlet because he wanted the spectators, at all times, to focus their attention on the leading actor. Whenever a spectacle like The Garden of Paradise is produced in New York at the present time, the newspapers descant on the unprecedented expense of the production. It is our American habit to measure art in dollars and cents. The Garden of Paradise is said to have cost $50,000. On February 3, 1633-4, the gentlemen of the Four Inns of Court in London presented before the King and Queen a masque by James Shirley, entitled The Triumph of Peace. This production cost £21,000. But money, in the first half of the 17th century, was worth more than 3 times as much as it is worth today, and it would cost not less than £63,000 to produce the Triumph of Peace on the same lavish scale at the present time. Since the expense of a single performance of this masque of Shirley's amounted to more than $300,000, it is easy to perceive that the expense of a spectacle like The Garden of Paradise is not so unprecedented after all. If art must be measured in dollars and cents, we should at least be willing to admit that our Elizabethan predecessors excelled us in the art of spectacle. The text of the Triumph of Peace is still extant. It consists almost entirely of descriptions of the scenery, the costumes, and the properties, and directions for the dances and the grand processions. The dialogue, quite obviously, was not intended to be listened to. There are several songs, of course, because music was essential to a masque, and it was easier to sing words than to sing do, re, mi, fa, sol. These songs are beautifully written, for Shirley was so great a lyricist that it was easier for him to write a good song than a bad one. But it is evident that the poet never, for a moment, regarded this masque as a literary composition. On the title page of the original quarto, his name appears as the inventor of the masque, and coincident credit is assigned to Indigo Jones for the scene and ornament, and to William Laws and Simon Ives for the composition of the music. But when Shirley wrote a play, The Traitor, for example, he presented it without adornment, on the traditional inner and outer stage of the Elizabethan theatre, a bare platform, with only a summary hint of scenery behind the arras. When he wanted the public to listen to his lines and care about his characters, he was careful to avoid stage pictures that would distract attention from his poetry and from his drama. Shirley could invent a spectacle, and he could write a play, but he never attempted to do both things at once. He would no more have permitted an expenditure of $300,000 on the production of The Traitor than he would have allowed The Triumph of Peace to be repeated on a seamless stage. He could make art either for the eye or for the ear, but he had common sense enough to know that people cannot, at the same time, and with equal eagerness, both look at pictures and listen to words. End of section 23. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 24 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by VoiceofSuan. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. Scenic Settings in America. 1. Anybody who has studied Mr. Hiram Kelly Modernwell's instructive treatise on the theater of today must admit that our American theater, considered generally, is loitering at least 10 years behind the times. This fact is somewhat disappointing to those of us who are habituated to believe that America is naturally the leader of the world in matters of mere enterprise. The phrase, mere enterprise, is used advisedly, for though the drama is an art, the theater is a business. Though we might be willing to admit that the backwardness of our drama is necessitated by a native ineptitude for art, it would be much more difficult to admit that the backwardness of our theater is necessitated by a native ineptitude for business. This latter hypothesis would be a little staggering. America has always been supposed to be a country of good businessmen. We have proved that we can run such things as railroads, mines, and steel plants efficiently and well. Is it really possible that when it comes to running theaters, we are easily outdistanced not only by the efficient Germans, but also by the languorous Russians? The facts appear to be incontrovertible. The best conducted theater in the world, according to the testimony of most investigators who have studied the matter at first hand, is the Art Theater of Moscow, and following close upon the heels of this leading institution are the foremost theaters of Germany and Hungary. France also is close up in the running. But the American theater is a manifest anachronism. What is the reason for our backwardness in this matter of mere enterprise? The reason is not difficult to define, but it is extremely difficult to understand. It is merely that the men who control the theater in America are not sufficiently interested in their own business to learn enough about it to make their methods up to date. Their conservatism, to dignify this strange inertia by a lofty word, seems curiously un-American. We are not accustomed to seeing our big businessmen defeated in a matter of mere business. Suppose, for purposes of illustration, that an American businessman has invested $500,000 in the manufacture of mustard. Suppose further that he hears from a returning traveler that the Germans have found a way to manufacture better mustard at a smaller cost. What does he do? He immediately goes to Germany himself or sends an emissary to learn the new improvement in his business. Thereafter, he revises his own methods of manufacture in order to bring them up to date, and by this means, he is soon enabled to undersell the world. This is the story of American business, as it is ordinarily recorded and commonly believed. If there is anything to be learned about running railroads, Mr. Harriman learned it and put it immediately into operation. And if there is anything to be learned about the manufacture of steel, it is not likely to escape the eagerly acquisitive mind of Mr. Schwab. This is the way in which Americans do business in every line, except the one line of theater. When word is brought from Europe that a great improvement has been made in the mechanism of the theater, our American managers are not sufficiently interested to investigate the matter. As businessmen, they might save thousands of dollars by sending an emissary to Germany or Russia to study the innovations and import it to this country. But they prefer to remain ignorant in all the advances that are made in the very business in which they are engaged. This may seem to be an overstatement, but let us consider for a moment a single detail of mere mechanism of the theater. Everybody knows that this is desirable, for a multitude of reasons, to equip the theater in such a way to be able to supplant one stage set with another in a few seconds. Throughout the last 10 years, this purpose has been accomplished in Germany by 3 different devices, namely the revolving stage, or Drettenbühne, the sliding stage, or Scheibenbühne, and the rolling stage, or Wagenbühne. Any American theater manager might study the respective merits of these 3 devices in a single day. Yet, in this country, we build theater after theater without installing any of these appliances for the rapid shifting of scenery. In all America, there are, as yet, only 3 revolving stages, one in Oakland, California, and the other 2 at the Century Theater and the Little Theater in New York, both of which were projected by Mr. Winthrop Ahmes. Take another matter of mere mechanism, the matter of stage lighting. In nearly every modern German theater, the stage is bounded by a concrete cyclorama, which is used to reflect and to diffuse the light that ultimately irradiates the scene. There is only one theater in New York which is provided with this new appliance, namely the neighborhood playhouse in Grand Street, which most of our American managers have never even visited. During the last 10 years, nearly every important producing manager in Europe has discarded the old method of illuminating the stage from a trough of footlights and has adopted a new method of lighting from the top and from the sides. In New York, the new method of illuminating the stage was clearly exemplified in January 1915 by Mr. Granville Barker, but thus far it has been adopted in our American theater only by Mr. David Belasco. When the curtain rose upon the first performance of The Boomerang on August 10, 1915, it was apparent that Mr. Belasco had removed the footlights from his theater and had arranged to illuminate his stage from the top and from the sides. The Boomerang achieved a success which may be described without hyperbole as record-breaking. The play has been seen by hundreds of thousands of people, and Mr. Belasco has proved, by the sheer enjoyment of the public, that the new method of stage lighting is much more effectuous than the old. Yet, since the first performance of The Boomerang, no other American manager has adopted the new method of stage lighting which Mr. Belasco has so successfully employed, and it may seriously be doubted that any of our other managers have even taken the trouble to study the devices by which Mr. Belasco has achieved his fine effects. In the matter of stage setting and stage lighting, our American theater is loitering many years behind the times. Speaking generally, our theater is still lingering in the Victorian or horsehair period. As yet, it has scarcely felt the impress of the modern movement which is known as the new stagecraft. 2. The movement, known as the new stagecraft, has been so long established in the continent of Europe that only in America can it literally be considered new. It began about 15 years ago as a protest against the ultra-realism of the preceding period. At the very end of the 19th century, the drama was prevailingly a realistic drama. The appliances of the theater of that period were appropriately suited to the drama of the time. But realism was so thoroughly established in the drama that even those authors who preferred to write romantic or poetic plays were required to have their plays produced in a realistic manner. Inevitably, therefore, the new stagecraft began as a revolt against this utterly illogical requirement. The theater may appeal to the public in either of two ways. First, by imitation of the actual, and second, by the suggestion of the real. The first method is realistic, for it requires in the public a process of inductive thought. The second method is romantic, for it requires in the public a process of deductive thought. The apostles of the new stagecraft, while willing to leave to the realistic drama the methods of the realistic theater, demanded that a new romantic theater should be devised to cope with the requirements of a new romantic drama. The subject is, in general, so large that only a single aspect can profitably be discussed in the course of the present chapter. Let us choose, for convenience, to examine the attitude of the apostles of the new stagecraft toward the one detail of scenic setting. The revolutionists insisted that romantic writers should be aided by an absolute release from the encumbrance of the realistic scenery. They demanded, first, that the scenes which were not definitely localized by the dramatist in place and time should not be definitely localized by the superimposition of scenery and properties. In staging Shakespeare, for example, they insisted that scenes which were written to be acted on an empty forestage should be acted on an empty apron. But secondly, they demanded that also, in the scenery itself, the basis of appeal should be not imitation but suggestion. For the detailed pictorial scenery of the preceding period, they substituted scenery which was summary and decorative. Instead of cluttering the stage with actual details, they contrived to suggest the desired scene by an appropriate design composed of lines and lights and colors. It was discovered, for example, that green curtains drooping in tall folds and illuminated with a light that never was on sea or land would suggest a better forest of Arden than any imitative jumble of cotton rocks and canvas trees. It was discovered also that even for the uses of the realistic drama, a simple design of leading lines and elementary colors was more suggestive of the desired illusion of reality than a helter-skelter gathering of actual furniture and actual properties. In two important particulars, the new manner of scenic setting proved itself superior to the old. For first, it was more imaginative, and second, it was more economical. The first point was particularly interesting to the audience, the second to the manager. People go to the theater to enjoy themselves. That is to say, their own participation in the play. They cannot really relish a performance until it ceases to happen on the stage and begins to happen in their own imaginations. A play, therefore, is effective in proportion to the extent in which it excites an imaginative contribution from the minds of those who see it. The old realistic scenery left the audience nothing to do, for everything had already done upon the stage. The new suggestive scenery is more enjoyable because it permits the spectators to create within their own imaginations an appreciable contribution to the total work of art. Furthermore, the second great advantage of the decorative type of scenery is that it is considerably less expensive than the detailed pictorial type of the preceding period. Here is a point which surely should appeal to our American managers, since they pride themselves on being businessmen. It is assuredly unbusinesslike to perpetuate an old fashion when it costs much more to do so than it would cost to adopt a new fashion which is manifestly better. 3. Despite the inertia of the tired businessmen who control the great majority of our theaters, it is an interesting fact that whenever the new type of scenery has been exhibited in America, it has been enthusiastically welcomed by the public. When Winthrop Ahmes imported Reinhardt's Summerum, the public was empathetically pleased, and an approval, which was even more empathetic, was accorded to Mr. Granville Barker's productions of The Man Who Married a Dumb Wife and The Androcles and the Lion. Our public, as the phrase is, may not know anything about art, but it knows what it likes, and it likes the scenery designed by Basque and Golovine for the Russian ballet that recently has visited the leading cities of this country. But our managers might reply that, in America, we lack the necessary artists to carry the new movement to success. This objection, if it should be made, would merely be a proof of ignorance. We have many fine artists, trained particularly for the work of scenic decoration. They merely are waiting for an opportunity to be employed. Setting aside Mr. Joseph Urban, who though resident in America is an Austrian by birth, we have Mr. Livingston Platt, Mr. Sam Hume, Mr. Robert E. Jones, Mr. Robert McQuinn, Mr. William Penhallow Henderson, Mrs. O'Kane Conwell, Miss Helen Dryden, and many others, including the associated artists of the Washington Square Players, who have already shown what they can do whenever an opportunity has been accorded to them. Mr. Jones has studied with Reinhardt. Mr. Hume has studied with Gordon Craig. Mr. Platt has studied with Bruges. All these artists are thoroughly prepared to design the new type of scenic settings. The work of Mr. Urban is already known in our theater because of the initiative of Mr. George C. Tyler, and he is now employed by managers so diverse in the intent of their productions as Mr. Elinger, Mr. Ziegfeld, and Mr. Hackett. Mr. Jones was given his first chance by Mr. Granville Barker and was subsequently retained by Mr. Arthur Hopkins. And Mr. Platt has been employed by the far-seeing manager, Miss Angelin. Mr. McQuinn was taken up by Mr. Dillingham and allowed to design the lovely scenery of several of his spectacles. But despite these intimations of an ultimate triumph of the new art in our American theater, 9/10 of our plays are still encumbered with the lumbering investure of a fashion that is now a decade out of date. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Problems of the Playwright by Clayton Hamilton. The New Stagecraft. In the movement known as the New Stagecraft, there is really nothing new. The apparent innovations of this movement arise merely from the resumption of many conventions as old as the theatre itself, which were unjudiciously discarded less than half a century ago. The purpose of the new stagecraft is to effect a working compromise between the methods of the platform stage and the methods of the picture frame stage, so that the merits of both shall survive and their defects be nullified. The intention of the leaders of this movement is not to erect a new ideal, it is merely to reconcile two different ideals, each of which has shown itself to be of service in the past. Shakespeare could write his plays only for a platform theatre. Ibsen could write his plays only for a picture-frame theatre. But if the advocates of the new stagecraft can effect the compromise that constitutes their program, the playwright of tomorrow will be allowed to write his plays for either type of theatre or for a combination of the two. To appreciate this compromise, we must first consider separately the different merits and defects of both factors to the intended reconciliation. The drama was produced upon a platform stage from the days of Aeschylus until the second half of the 19th century. Though the theatres of Sophocles, Plautus, Shakespeare, Calderon, Molière, and Sheridan differed greatly in detail, they remained alike in their essential features. In each of these theatres, a full half of the stage was employed as a bare platform surrounded on three sides by spectators. For this projecting platform, it is most convenient to employ the term apron, by which it was denominated in the 18th century. Any scene in any play which did not have to be precisely located in place and time was always acted in the apron. Within this universal ground, certain characters accomplished certain acts, immune from any questioning of where or when. The actor in the apron was accepted frankly as an actor. His presence presupposed the presence of an audience, and he could address himself directly to the spectators who surrounded him on three sides. At the same time, each of these theatres provided also a backstage, distinguished from the apron, in which it was possible to localize events in place and time by some summary arrangement of scenery or properties. The background of this secondary stage might be merely architectural, as in the theatre of Sophocles, or it might be decorated with a painted backdrop and wings, such as in the theatre of Sheridan. In any case, as in the theatre of Shakespeare, it could be employed for the exhibition of any set piece of stage furniture necessitated by the narrative. Withdrawn to the back stage, the actors reduced themselves to component parts of a general stage picture. They were no longer surrounded by spectators on three sides, and to address the audience directly, they had to step out of the picture and advance into the apron. The convention of the inner and outer stage, however, permitted the dramatist to alternate at will between eternity and time, between somewhere and anywhere, and between the employment of the actor as an orator or merely as a movable detail in a decorative composition. The development of the picture frame proscenium in the latter half of the 19th century signalized the advent of a different conception of the drama. The apron was abolished, and what had formerly been the backstage was brought forward and expanded to include the entire domain available for acting. The whole was framed in a proscenium that gave it the aspect of a picture hung upon a wall. For the first time in its history of more than 20 centuries, the drama was conceived as a drift of moving pictures, assiduously localized in place and time. An inviolable boundary was drawn between the auditorium and the stage, and theatrical performances, which formerly had been projected, so to speak, in 3 dimensions, were now reduced to 2. The drama became a thing at which the public looked, instead of a thing in the midst of which the public lived. The time-honored convention which had permitted the actor in the apron to address the audience frankly as an actor was swept away with a platform stage that had rendered this convention simple and natural. And as a consequence of this revolution, the soliloquy and the aside were discarded. For the first time, the drama became primarily a visual instead of an auditory art. Conviction was carried to the eye by an arrangement of actual details behind the picture frame proscenium, instead of to the ear by the literary appeal of lines derived from the apron. The gardens of Portia's Belmont were no longer suggested by the poet's eloquence. They were rendered to the eye and not to the ear by an artist other than the author. The drama, in other words, became essentially a special sort of painting instead of a special sort of literature. This new concept of a play as a thing to be seen instead of a thing to be listened to was developed at a time when realism happened to be rampant in all the arts. Whatever traditional conventions of the theatre were anti-realistic were in consequence summarily discarded. The actor was no longer permitted to presuppose the presence of an audience. He was required to comport himself as if he were living in life instead of acting in a play. He could never address a public imagined to be non-existent. Hence, he could never utter a soliloquy or an aside. He was required at all moments to see himself, as actors say, as a component part of a picture, instead of addressing a gathered audience with ears to hear. This new convention of the theatre has been best defined by Mr. Henry Arthur Jones as the eavesdropping convention, the convention which charges playgoers half a crown or half a guinea for pretending to remove the fourth wall and pretending to give them an opportunity of spying upon actual life and seeing everything just as it happens. The eavesdropping convention rendered an unprecedented service to the realistic drama, for realism is the art of inducing an apprehension of truth from an imitation of facts. For imitating facts, for localizing a story both in place and in time, for reproducing the very look of actuality, the picture frame theatre was so superior to the platform theatre that in a single generation it drove its predecessor out of usage. But while this sudden, overwhelming triumph of the pictorial, non-literary concept of the drama made easier the composition and production of realistic plays, it set unprecedented difficulties in the path of writers of romantic plays, the sort of plays that refuse to be confined within set limits of place and time, and depend for their effects more upon the imaginative suggestion of their lines than upon the imitation of actuality in their investiture. Though a precise and accurate scenic setting behind a picture frame proscenium was an aid to Ibsen, who wrote realistic plays, it was only an encumbrance to Shakespeare, who wrote romantic plays intended for a platform stage. It occurred, therefore, to the advocates of that latest movement we are now examining, that some compromise should be effected which, while rendering to the realist the manifest advantages of picture frame production, should also reassert for the romantics the no less manifest advantages of production on a platform stage. They decided to readopt the apron with all the free conventions that depend upon its use, and at the same time to embellish the backstage with decorations sufficiently pictorial to satisfy the eye of a public grown accustomed to the visual appeal of the realistic drama. In the English-speaking theatre, the most notable exponent of the new stagecraft is Mr. Granville Barker, and for a further elucidation of this movement, we need only examine in detail the method of Mr. Barker's productions of the plays of Shakespeare. For these productions, Mr. Barker has constructed a new type of inner and outer stage. An apron several feet in depth projects before the curtain and descends in terraced steps to the floor of the auditorium. This platform is accessible from either side by entrances made available by the suppression of the two stage boxes of the theatre. Upon this apron, in frank and utter intimacy with the audience, are enacted all scenes that are not precisely localized in place or time, or that do not demand the employment of set pieces of stage furniture. Such other scenes as require a pictorial environment are enacted on the backstage or on a full stage constituted by an imaginary obliteration of the boundary that separates this backstage from the apron. The backstage, disclosed behind the curtain, is framed in a rectilinear proscenium of gold. Whatever scenery is used is set within this frame, at the extreme rear of the stage. Mr. Barker's scenery is summary rather than precise, decorative rather than pictorial. It attains its effect not by imitation of the actual, but by suggestion of the real. It is so simple that it can be shifted in a few seconds, and by virtue of this fact, the decorative aspect of the backstage can be altered at any moment without interrupting the continuance of the dramatic narrative. No footlights are employed on Mr. Barker's platform. The stage is illuminated from above by artificial light, just as in the Elizabethan theatre it was illuminated from above by natural light. His performances seem to be rendered not in 2 dimensions but in 3, and the person seated in the orchestra is made to feel more like a participant in the business of the play than a mere spectator of what is going on. It is an axiom that the structure of the drama in any period is conditioned by the structure of the theatre in that period, for to get his work before the public, the dramatist must make his plays in such a fashion that they will fit the sort of theatre that is ready to receive them. He cannot plan his plays for an unknown theatre of the future, and if he is wise, he will not plan them for some forgotten theatre of the past. The problem of making a play for the theatre of Dionysus in Athens was very different from the problem of making a play for the Little Theatre in New York, and this difference in the fundamental problem accounts for all the myriad minor points of disagreement between the dramaturgic craft of Sophocles and the dramaturgic craft of Mr. Goldsworthy. It would be utterly unfair to Mr. Goldsworthy to produce The Pigeon before 20,000 spectators in an open-air auditorium carved out of the sunlit hollow of a hill. And it would be almost equally unfair to Sophocles to produce Oedipus the King on a tiny stage before 300 people seated in a roofed and lighted drawing room. The dramaturgic craftsmanship of any play can be appreciated only when the play is produced with some approximation to the physical conditions of the type of theatre for which it was originally fashioned. This point is so absolutely obvious that even to mention it in passing might appear to be unnecessary, were it not for the fact that the dramaturgic art of Shakespeare has suffered sorely from a lack of recognition of this fundamental principle. Shakespeare was undeniably a great dramatist, and, at his best, he was probably the greatest of all time. But he was a dramatist of the 16th century, and not of the 17th, or the 18th, or the 19th, or the 20th. He fashioned his plays to fit a type of theatre which was legislated out of existence by the Roundhead Parliament of 1642. And ever since the restoration of the English stage in 1660, his plays have been hashed and hurried in an effort to make them fit a more modern type of theatre for which they had never been intended. The physical conditions of the Globe Theatre on the Bankside have been explained so frequently in recent years that they need not be expounded in the present context. The essential fact to be inculcated is that the Elizabethan theatre afforded to the dramatist the utmost liberty in handling the categories of time and place. No scenes in any way were definitely localized, except such scenes as were set upon the full stage, with a summary background of furniture and properties. Shakespeare never pigeonholed a scene in either place or time unless he needed to, and whenever it was really necessary to anchor an incident in actuality, he reinforced the effect of his meagre scenery by describing the desired setting elaborately in the lines. The custom of his period required him to rely with greater confidence on the appeal to the ear than on the appeal to the eye. Furthermore, Shakespeare could change his place and change his time as often as he wished, by the simple expedient of emptying his stage and then repeopling it with other characters. Because of this advantage, he could build his plays not in 5 acts, nor in 4 or 3, but in an uncounted sequence of scenes. The arbitrary division of each of Shakespeare's plays into 5 acts, with which the modern reader is familiar, was imposed upon the playwright by his 18th century editors, who, knowing nothing about the Elizabethan theatre, and assuming that every good play must be constructed in 5 acts, presumed to cut up Shakespeare's narrative in the interests of a falsely founded theory. There is every reason to suppose, however, that the plays of Shakespeare were originally acted from the outset to the end without any intermission, for otherwise it would be impossible to understand the famous phrase in the prologue of Romeo and Juliet about the 2 hours traffic of our stage. In this connection, it may be interesting to point out that, though the narrative structure of the Elizabethan drama differs radically from that of the contemporary play, it coincides almost exactly with that of the contemporary moving picture. Our moving pictures, with their swift facility for changing time and place, and their equipment for the easy exhibition of a story in an uncounted sequence of scenes, have carried us back to the freedom and amplitude of narrative that was enjoyed by Shakespeare. This freedom and amplitude have been sacrificed by the modern theatre for the sake of an assiduous definition of details in place and time. Our modern plays are no longer constructed in an uncounted sequence of scenes. They are arranged less fluently but much more solidly in 3 or 4 acts in accordance with a careful time scheme and with the uttermost economy of place. Each act is anchored heavily in actuality by realistic scenery, realistic furniture, realistic properties, and artificial lighting that is suited realistically to the timetable of the narrative. Great plays have been written for this modern theatre by the meditative giant of the North and by a host of Ibsen's tall successors in nearly every nation of the breathing world. But the merit of these plays has been totally different in its technical basis from the merit of the plays of Shakespeare. To produce Hedda Gabler or the Thunderbolt in the Globe Theatre on the Bankside, in accordance with the custom of the Elizabethan stage, would be to rob these modern plays of all their meaning. And similarly, to produce the plays of Shakespeare in accordance with the customs of our modern realistic stage, with its picture-frame proscenium and its meticulous arrangement of a story in little labelled pigeonholes of place and time, is to clip the wings of one accustomed to soar through an illimitable void. Toward the close of the 19th century, when realism was rampant in the theatre, an immense indignity was done to the dramaturgic craftsmanship of Shakespeare. In this period, those passages which Shakespeare had early devised to be acted on the forestage, out of place, out of time, were presented on a stage encumbered with realistic scenery which pinned them down to a definite place and a definite hour. The leader of this momentary heresy toward a realistic presentation of an essentially romantic dramatist was the great actor Sir Henry Irving. In Irving's production of Romeo and Juliet, when Mercutio spoke his dying quip, saying humorously that his wound was not so deep as a well nor so wide as a church door, he waved his right hand and his left at an actual well and an actual church door which were standing on the stage. By this exhibition of the actual, the audience was imperiously prevented from imagining the real. The method of Sir Henry Irving, which was supported in America by the late Augustine Daly, was maintained until his death by Sir Herbert Beerbohm Tree. Sir Herbert, in producing the platform plays of Shakespeare, drowned the stage with realistic scenery, assiduously localizing incidents which were meant to be unlocalized in either place or time. Like Daly and like Irving before him, he cut and rearranged Shakespeare's text in order to make it fit the modern realistic stage, and sacrificed the swift sweep of the Elizabethan narrative in order to reduce it to conformity with the conventions of the Victorian theatre. If any lasting service can be done to Shakespeare, this service should take the form of a rehabilitation of his own familiar art upon the stage. The only way in which his art can fairly be restored to its pristine freshness and its pristine vigor is by a presentation of his plays with due regard to the conventions of the sort of theatre for which they were originally fashioned. We should resolve henceforward to produce the greatest of the great Elizabethans as an Elizabethan dramatist, and not as a Victorian dramatist or as a competitor of Mr. Galsworthy in the traffic of the contemporary stage. To produce a play of Shakespeare's with modern realistic scenery is just as absurd as to present the Prince of Denmark in a top hat and a morning coat, or to exhibit Julius Caesar with a wrist watch and a khaki uniform. Just as a good servant knows his place, a good play should be permitted to demonstrate a knowledge of its time. A vigorous move in the right direction was made in 1916 by the Drama Society in its notable production of The Tempest, under the direction of Mr. Louis Guilbert and Mr. John Corbin. This production was planned in accordance with conditions which approximated the liberties and limitations with which Shakespeare was confronted. This play must be produced on an Elizabethan stage or not at all. Its requirements are utterly at variance with the conventions of the realistic theatre, and this is the main reason why, in recent years, The Tempest has rarely been produced. The story is spun of such stuff as dreams are made on. The incidents occur, as in a dream, out of place, out of time. To anchor this fantastic narrative in actuality, according to the method of Augustine Daly or Sir Herbert Tree, is to force it to compete unfairly with a modern realistic drama. But Mr. Corbin and Mr. Guilbert chose wisely to afford this Elizabethan relic the advantage of a production in accordance with the chief requirements of the Elizabethan stage. When the curtain rose, it disclosed a counterpart of the stage of Shakespeare's theatre. And on this stage the entire text was spoken, without interruption and without rearrangement. No cuts whatever were made, except for the excision of a few words and a few lines here and there, which, to the over-squeamish modern ear, might sound indelicate. Yet the performance was run through in a little over 2 hours, because there were no intermissions, except for a single interval of 15 minutes, which was introduced arbitrarily to afford the restless modern auditor an opportunity for a smoke in the lobby. The narrative gained greatly from this continuity. The fantastic story of The Tempest demands a drifting fluency of narrative, and to interrupt the text with many intermissions, as Augustine Daly did, is to release the auditor irrevocably from the spell of prosperous enchantment. The Elizabethan drama was more imaginative than ours, for the simple reason that the Elizabethan stage demanded from the spectator a greater and more conscious contribution of imaginative receptivity. The modern dramatist says, 2 and 2 make 4, and the modern auditor agrees with him, saying to himself subconsciously, I've often thought that very thing myself. Herein we see the source of the appeal of Pinero and Galsworthy and Shaw. But the Elizabethan dramatist said, you see this orange, let us now pretend it is the twirling world, and let us next imagine that we blink like throned stars upon that mutable and restless planet. And the Elizabethan auditor took wings and made himself a god by contemplation of an orange. Herein we see the source of the appeal of Shakespeare. The ship scene with which The Tempest opens is ineffective on the modern stage, because no mimic shipwreck can compete with actuality, but it is very effective on the rehabilitated Elizabethan stage, because it casts all actuality aside and appeals to the desire of the audience to contribute an imagination of the real. In presenting such a narrative, it is more difficult and less effective to rock the stage than to suggest a rocking of the mind by a helter-skelter of the lines. By virtue of these principles, and by virtue also of the fact that the actors were excellently chosen, the recent exhibition of The Tempest was genuinely entertaining. This fact seems all the more remarkable when we remember that The Tempest is a bad play and by no means a monumental poem. Of dramatic merit it is almost void, and in literary merit it sinks considerably below the works of Shakespeare's prime. This may seem a shocking thing to say at a time when Shakespeare is being lauded loudly for his very faults. But some time or other, when the atmosphere is not bethundered with unthinking plaudits, it might be well for some critic of the drama to condemn the exposition of the story in the crude and tedious narrative of Prospero to Miranda, and for some critic of poetic art to condemn the decadence of the author's verse in that later period when he trod upon the heels of Fletcher in the new and devastating habit of terminating lines with adjectives and prepositions and conjunctions. End of chapter 25. Read by Claudia Caldi.